Looking at the bans, Slaughter taken away. So the bans too are very mainstream from the side of Syntax. Really the only thing that stands out is that Oracle, but it is looking like an extraordinarily good Oracle here. So the synergy is definitely still there. And I wonder if it can do enough. As the last ban. Plenty of time left for Lynx, though. Lynx, I don't really approve of the Lifestealer. I love the puck. I love the support synergy with the puck. Incredible initiation, incredible team fight. And during that pickoff stage of the game, I think the value is just going to be incredible, right? Like the ability to smoke up and fast bomb someone and almost always get out alive is huge here. Definitely a beautiful draft when it comes to that. I just don't really like the Lifestealer anymore. I feel like Lifestealer either falls off or struggles a lot. But Team Lynx, their last ban is gonna be an X immediately countered with the Bristleback taken away. I wonder what Lynx are gonna respond to that. Because again, I think like Lynx's draft and all Lifestealer drafts this patch for that matter, they're just kind of missing something, right? Like you got two infest taxis, the techies and the puck. So in theory, the ability to go in, the ability to cause some damage is there. But they need lockdown, they need map control, they need a lot more frontline as well. Because Lifestealer, he can tank extremely well, but there is those moments where you have to infest somebody, where you kind of have to hide away and heal yourself up again. Syntax. Not a lot of reserve time for them, even though I feel like against this Doom Lifestealer, they may actually need it, but they're gonna go with a Magnus. Interesting, because I know Magnus sees some play and he's getting more popular lately, where if people have truly figured Magnus out, if people have truly mastered that hero, then I think he can definitely do work, but looking at the draft as a whole, I still think a slight advantage goes to Lynx, just because of the Doom last pick being that good. Like, Doom counters the Tiny, it counters the Void Spirit, but most importantly, it counters all of that healing and the real big power of the Oracle ultimate, right? Oracle is gonna borrow time somebody, and you can just press Doom and be like, nope, whoever that person is, they're not gonna go back to full health. I like it, because again, the carry and mid matchup, it's nothing we haven't seen before this patch, right? Void Spirit against Puck, it's always going to be favored for the Void Spirit. Tiny, though, has a super free lane until Doom hits level 6. And the same can be said about the Lifestealer. Like, one of the reasons they picked Lifestealer is that once he has level 3, once you have a point in the raid, it's going to make for a really easy laning stage. It's going to make for a lot more balance of a game. So you just need to make sure level 1, level 2 Lifestealer isn't first-blooded really, and that hero is guaranteed to come online. That hero will be guaranteed to do all the work you expect of him. Team Lynx, again, their supports are really hard counted though. Like, Dark Willow techies, they're all magical damage, and then you're up against an Oracle who got himself that free and built-in BKB. So Doom definitely needs to be on time every single time with the ultimates. A single miss Doom.
Prepare for battle.
And just have a seat over there.
And let the smart people work.
Was odd indeed. I am shocked.
Out come some beautiful voice lines as everybody's making their way into the laning stage, but right off the bat, one thing did not change the Dota 2 servers. They're still suffering from the whole Ringmasters event.
I almost feel bad. Whoops.
I almost feel bad. Whoops. It's okay, good luck, says Laney as Vladix has one moment reconnect. Of course, we've all been there, right? Like, this is a Dota issue. Anybody that's done pubs recently knows it. Yesterday, I had a horrible game as well, where the server just decided to poop itself the moment my Invoker pressed Cataclysm. Really beautiful, right? Invoker presses Cataclysm, my entire team is ready to go in, and then the Dota server is just like, oops, poor connection quality has been detected. The game will not be scored. During the winning team fight, I'd like to say. Oh, I really hate the current Dota patch. Mind you, it's fun to watch, I guess, even though the pros are long overdue for an update to kind of change the laning stage meta, especially. But pubs are horrible. We're gonna see a smoke pop up, and immediately a bit of a defensive counter positioning. Though Syntax, they're not smoking themselves, they're waiting a little bit longer with that. Going more around the 30 minutes instead of the 40-minute mark here. Just to get themselves that little bit of a better time frame. We are gonna see the smokes break, but that's gonna make the possibilities of first blood rather low. Ilbirs, he is holding that level 1 skill point, but both carries armor 1, and look at that damage.
I can take care
With
of
both of those hyper-aggressive, high-damage supports, Laney on the Tiny is just not long for this world. Exactly the kind of first blood that Team Links need, and now they're already gonna start messing up the creep equilibrium, securing the ranged creep for free. And getting into this bottom lane very, very easily. And it kind of goes both ways like that. Where both sides have a really hard safe lane during the first few levels. I said the same thing about Lifestealer already, right? Where he's a great hero that's gonna have a great lane, but you're gonna need to get him to level 3. You are gonna need to get to the point where Lifestealer has an answer to both the physical and the magical harass. Because even one level in Empower hurts him so much. Neither support will allow the other one to pull. GZ misses the courier thanks to some good micro though. And Puck against Void Spirit, that's guaranteed an advantageous lane for Mikey. So, as far as the draft advantage goes, I'd definitely say it's still a slight draft advantage for the side of Syntax here. But Syntax, they need to get their Void Spirit online, and then they actually need to get some good ganks out of having that Void Spirit. And until then, it's all a hypothetical advantage, right? It's all a hypothetical lead that they cannot guarantee whether it will help them or not. QBFY, the next one to be bursted. QBFY needs to be careful, and he will manage to get himself out of there, getting healed up. One thing I can guarantee you, against the Oracle, you're gonna see 2 infused raindrops in this lane. It's so good to make the Purifying Flames into a guaranteed way of healing yourself.
Expectations altered.
Well, in mid lane, Puck is slowly recovering, slowly getting some breathing room, but another pause as the Dota 2 servers still seem to be suffering. I guess people have to do their daily Seeing Stone.
I sense distortions in the void.
I sense distortions in the void. K, Can Go is being called. Bottom lane, still a bit of a back and forth. I do love how Laney is the one to do the pull though, because Oracle is more harass resilient right now. At least until Tiny can put the first point into the ultimate to make himself a lot tankier. As for Lifestealer, again as expected, The longer the lane goes, the better his lane is gonna be, and he's already past the most dangerous part. As that's gonna be Cracker, absolutely obliterated. Ilbirs makes sure to get out of there, but Lifestealer still not a full-fledged carry until he gets a lot more farm, until he gets a lot more breathing room, and it's gonna be difficult to get that with his support kind of suffering for it. At least the feast stacks are going up. The feast number is really important, but over on the bottom lane, with a beautiful dive from the Doom, Stoic is gonna die to that annoying ass damage over time curse. The level question mark Pain, it seems so underwhelming, but then you see things like this happen. And that's without the bonus damage, by the way, right? Like, it's only multiples of 6 now, so 6, 12, 18 is where you really get the value of the level question mark Pain. Everything else is just kind of a little bit of, oh boy. Emptiness, oh no. This top lane is now so rough because look at how much gold the Magnus is already worth. Almost 300 gold at like 4 minutes into the game is actually quite a lot. Because keep in mind, with the Empower and really good lane control, getting so many last hits kind of turns into a detriment every single time he dies. Bottom kind of quieted down. Flocking though, his lane is also quieting down, which he's really happy about, because as a puck, all you do against the Void Spirit until level 6 is basically suffer. And Flocken, as a little bit of circus music is being played. I love it. You missed the last hit, you're a clown, has some circus music. Gotta get in the enemy's heads, gotta tilt them right. But Mikey, you can see his damage is starting to feel more and more inconsequential hitting the puck. Cracker, the next one to get absolutely obliterated, but on bottom the show is still going. Doom, however, he says, nah, I'm too tanky, I'm out of here. And that's gonna end that engagement.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Over on top lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I wonder when Magnus is really supposed to be able to start playing the game, because I'm not seeing it happen anytime soon against the Lifestealer, who's really taking advantage of the huge health pool with no harass to hide it really. As that's Jeezy. Absolutely destroyed, and Mikey will immediately go down to QBFY as well.
Middle tower is under attack.
Double kill for the Dark Widow and even more momentum in Lynx's favor. Lynx off to a hot start as Emptiness. You can see him suffer as well. I don't think it's going to result in a kill, but every time the two of them are left alone, Ilbirs immediately has a huge advantage and immediately takes over a lot of the lead over on this top lane.
Middle tower is under attack.
As for mid,
Radiant are
man, I really love that we have player cams, because Mikey, he somehow looks exactly like I expected him to look. Meanwhile, Jeezy, to be fair, he looks like that on stream too, but Jeezy,
Short-lived creatures.
his pull is gonna be ruined, and the enemy now knows there's some, but not a lot of stacks in the triangle just yet. Lynx off to a terrifying start. Looking at the net worth though, we can see that Tiny, he's currently still farming up, he's currently still bottom of the net worth. If Tiny can just make a recovery, then I think things are gonna be alright. Because again, Void Spirit, he may no longer have a massive advantage, but he was winning his lane. He is still at some kind of an advantage to begin with. Lifestealer gets zoned out of there as Ilbirs a very slow hero as well, so while Lifestealer will be unkillable at some point, until he is, you can punish him, and like any other carry, it's gonna net you a lot of gold to get it to position 1 pickup. Flocken though, leashes up the Void Spirit about to be stunned. Off goes the bomb, Techies jumps in. And that's a massive mid-kill, cause Lynx, they just took away one of the few advantages that Syntax had left here. As it's now 7-2, with Lynx already consolidating some kind of gold advantage.
I'm toying with you. Hey, you understand that, right?
GZ wants level 6 and so does QBFY. But QBFY already a whole level and like 400, 500 gold ahead. Chat's asking which draft I think is better, and I think it's Team Lynx. I know Team Lynx are the better team, like the difference is not as big in terms of draft as it is in terms of skill, right? But I think the Doom last pick is too good here. It answers the 2 issues this draft has, which are the Void Spirit and the Oracle. And you now have an answer to both of them, so you no longer have to deal with Oracle just keeping your carry in the team fight for free for 20 seconds, right? Until the Doom last pick, I definitely was of the opposite opinion. Syntax, they were building up for such a good draft, but Doom is such a hard counter to 2 of the core components of this draft that they're definitely gonna struggle once we see the Doom ultimates come out every single time.
Thanks.
A 2-man smoke now, trying to facilitate even more Lynx. They really want themselves a good lineup. That's going to be Stoic, absolutely annihilated. Shout out to Stoic though, dude is actually looking good. He actually dressed up being on camera on a big tournament here. As that's gonna be the Tiny now ran down, and so much damage. Vladik, that little smile. Oh, I love the player reactions. Cause yeah, that's appropriate, right? If you gotta go that beautiful and you're about to drop the Doom ultimate and then you see, oh, I don't need the Doom ultimate, he just cracks a little smile. Beautiful. Because now they have this ultimate for next time, and the pressure is definitely on Syntax to go for a few pickoffs, start playing a bit of 4v5 to make sure Tiny gets more space, gets more possibility to actually play the game. Speaking of though, Laney, he's gonna get bursted for 3/4 of his health, and while he will get a return kill out of that onto Tracker, Tracker is not valuable enough to justify 1 dying. As Magnus comes in a beautiful 2-man RP though, and Mikey gets himself the double kill, coming in with a Void Step to clean up. Well, we're gonna see Magnus throw on the extra empowered farming speed, head to the jungle, and now start making some real money as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower
So
is
not
under
everything is lost for Team Syntax, right? They just have a way harder to execute draft. They just have a way harder time going in and getting that positioning. But if they find it, if they do find the big multi-hero AoE cleaves, if they find the big multi-hero AoE, I don't know, Rubik steals or Void Steps like we just saw into those Magnus ultimates as a follow-up, the resources to take team fights are definitely there.
top tower is
It's
under
just so
attack.
much harder to execute than it is for Lynx. And you can see why, as that's gonna be a beautiful initiation once again. A bit of chaos, but eventually Magnus manages to outplay. Cracker is gonna go down. Nicely done. Well, I say Magnus manages to outplay, but it's really his supports, right? He really just drags the other person out of position while being like, my supports, go and get his ass here. Kicking him in.
Radiant
What
are
did you
scanning.
expect?
top lane. They're trying to get some revenge on Magnus. They know RP is down. Without that RP, Magnus so much easier to kill. But in comes a beautiful borrowed time. And that borrowed time is guaranteed to get him back into the base. Oracle running out. Can they punish him? Nope, they cannot. Jeezy is gonna die to Cracker. But still, value granted. Lifestealer not getting as much breathing room as he wants there. They're still on the hunt for the Oracle though, and Stoic. As much as I love him, actually putting on a decent shirt, he's still gonna die. Doom though, out on the Magnus. 2 kills in a row.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Ha, Ilbirs. See now, Ilbirs I love. He's based, just kind of leaning back, farming up, chilling with his water bottle, talking to his team about his build and about how much more farming space he needs. Real carry gameplay hours.
Dire are scanning.
If this Lifestealer isn't killed within the next minute, it's gonna be a really beautiful Radiance timing for him though. While Magnus opting for a very early Aghanim Scepter, is gonna have an amazing amount of team fight. Actually, no brawl for the second rounds of Wisdoms though. As I guess without the Doom ultimate, Team Lynx will always be chill and will always be a bit more reluctant to fight. However, the supports on the side of Team Syntax are not. But QBFY with a beautiful ultimate is gonna walk out of there for now. Magnus doing some body blocking with the illusion, but Dark Widow is a very hard hero to catch. Though Magnus will try it, he's even gonna commit the RP just to absolutely annihilate QBFY. And QBFY, he cannot press a single button before he is taken down and executed there. Also, no chat, I am inclined to agree that the late game for Syntax is a little bit worse. Because, yeah, Rubik has huge late game scaling, Void Spirit has huge late game scaling, but Rubik actually needs to get stacks, right? Rubik doesn't get that scaling just by it being 60 minutes, he needs Curiosity, and he currently has 2. So if it's a slow game, Rubik is not a good late gamer. If there was twice as many kills right now, or at least Rubik had twice the kill participation, he would have a lot better late game scaling. But speaking of late game scaling, the main late game insurance, Laney, he is being gone on and he is being hard countered by this Lifestealer. So the late game isn't that good because Tiny, who's usually better into the late game, will not be having a good time against the Lifestealer here. His Lifestealer though is not having a good time either. Ilbirs, nothing he can do and he's just kind of forced to accept his fate. Emptiness though, an amazing Magnus performance. I had my doubts about this Magnus, but seeing its spell at this patch, he has been making it work for him. And I think that's really why Syntax are having such a good chance here. It's not their late game that's good, it's the control. The ability to keep a fight under control if they are the ones to initiate, the ability to get work done if there's no BKB is really big here. So if they initiate, they definitely stand a chance. Though, I'm saying it's harder to execute because you need a good RP like that every time. And whiffing a single reverse polarity is gonna get your entire team screwed over so bad.
Radiant are scanning.
As we got ourselves a 3-man smoke.
Dire are scanning.
Just QBFY being spotted, however. And they know QBFY isn't really worth it, but he's gonna break the smoke, and that's Syntax once again playing a little bit of their tempo for a kill that they could not get. Lynx, I don't think they're too worried. I think they're genuinely a little favored right now already. Yep. It's just 55% to 45%. So the win rate difference is still tiny. But guess what? The tiny hard carry is also still tiny. And needs to farm up and grow and stop being a little stone and start turning into a big rock to actually carry this game, right? So we're gonna see whether Tiny comes online or not. And if Team Syntax can bring him online, then they definitely stand a fighting chance here. But the fact that the Tiny coming online is still an if. Well, the lifesteal is already slowly but surely guaranteed to come online just by means of having that Radiance. Means Tiny definitely has his work cut out for him and needs to get something done here. As Vladik, the one gone after with a beautiful reverse polarity, forcing the Dark Widow to reposition that ultimate, but she will take the time to do so. However, there's the Tiny for the cleanup, and with a Fade Bolt, GZ is finally gonna get an additional curiosity. Been a while, but he appreciates every single one of those stacks he can get.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Laney, he went for a very early Shadow Blade, just to try and set up some bursts, set up some support kills.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As the tier 2 tower is gonna get exposed in absolutely no time. They may even want to push tier 2, because the tier 1 is definitely dead, and they still commit 2 supports in behind the Tiny.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As that's gonna be an attempt to go on the techies. Techies, though, defending himself rather well and scouting out that this Tormentor is being done. Did he do enough damage to prevent them from tormenting? It looks like it. As we are gonna see Syntax now caught in a bit of an awkward spot. But they bring in a Void Spirit to regroup. Have the Tiny go back to farming and try to go for a kill instead. I actually like this. So at the very least, Syntax, they seem to know exactly how to play this draft. It seems like they play this Magnus more often than most other teams.
Radiant are scanning.
And that's gonna be another nice initiation. Doom ultimate is there, though they need more damage, but with the Tiny jump and a beautiful double mine, they will get a double kill for Team Lynx once again. As Team Lynx, yeah, nah, this is going to look more and more one-sided every time that an RP doesn't carry the team fight like this. Because I told you guys, every single fight, Team Syntax is gonna need the RP, and they were perfectly positioned for it, but they couldn't get it done.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's gonna be massive burst damage coming out. And this time around, the Tormentor should successfully be taken by Team Lynx. Also, chat, it's 62% win rate in the Lifestealer versus Tiny matchup for the Lifestealer. To the guy that's like, what the fuck is this caster talking about? Official win rate in Tier 1 and Tier 2 Dota says 62 to 38%. And I think that's still very generous. Because that's drafts that, just like this one, kind of assume that Tiny has some setup like the RP, right? I'm not saying the control isn't good, but the carry matchup is more valuable going into the late game than which team has more control, right? very least, even though Lynx are definitely looking extremely favored here, there is still a chance for that good 4-man RP to carry a single team fight, and that's really all they need on the side of Syntax to be right back in this game. As we're gonna have both teams smoke up at almost the exact same time.
Dire are scanning.
Those Syntax, they're deep in enemy lines, looking for those kills already. While Team Lynx are just kind of scouting, wrapping around, and have a good idea of where they're all at. As Lynx try to initiate on Mikey though, Mikey, not the easiest target, will get himself back up on the high ground. Puck does get the fast bomb out immediately on the Oracle. Oracle forced to use the borrow time right off the bat. Lynx do lose their Dark Willow, but look at this free fight being made for the Lifestealer by his Puck. On the other end, Rubik left behind with the slow. Oh no, he does not make it up the high ground, but the stun is not in time, so he gets away regardless. Still another horrendous fight. Because this fight, the RP was there, but the follow-up was not good enough. And that shows you the issues with how hard this draft is. You need and a good RP and a perfect follow-up. Doom went for a radiance himself, but that massive 9-second BKB reveal at last fight was really a stroke of genius from Vladik. He's going for the Shiva's Guard next, which hints that this Doom wants to go for an early Aghanim Scepter. Because generally speaking, what makes Shiva's good is that it extends your Doom radius. Lifestealer though finds a setup, and so does the Puck, as Top is having the more valuable kill though. Yeah, mid laner for a safe laner, as both smokes wrap around at the exact same time. And I like how it shows that both of these teams know their timings. They know around which times you have to smoke, because every time we see it happen almost exactly at the same time. Same with the like 40 seconds, 30 second smokes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Vladik is living dangerously right now, but he has teammates around him to back him up. And there is a BKB ready, Doom ready now as well. Is it still gonna come to a fight? Because if so, it could be anyone's fight and anything could happen. They don't have the vision to initiate, and Lynx are already getting out of there, however. And you see what I mean, right? Like, the drafts, sure, they both do a lot of work, but it's so hard to find these Magnus initiations. It's so hard to get the go for Syntax. If they do, they can get the freest team fight ever. That's just the nature of RP. But that's why few teams play it right now, because it always feels hit or miss, to a certain extent. What I do still really love about this draft is the Oracle. This does look like a really good Oracle draft.
I amplify my impact.
Syntax. They're just making time, they're just getting breathing room for the Tiny, but Tiny, he is technically, although it's just by a teeny tiny margin, at the very bottom of the course net worth wise. And I don't think that's gonna improve anytime soon if they don't find him some kills, or at least some stacks or whatever. On bottom at least, a nice pick of attempt on the tech, he's Void Spirit. gave Jeezy the means to finish the Techie's kill, but Jeezy's gonna die for that, and Ilbirs really happy with those stacks, getting tank here. Skating towards the late game just a little bit better as Tiny comes in, gets one return kill, and it will be a big one on the Dark Willow, just needing 3 hits to kill that support during the lockdown. And Tiny this patch, he's one of those heroes, either you love him or you hate him. Because he exceeds at busting down those supports, he exceeds at taking people from full health to 0. But that's kind of his whole strength, and when Tiny is too far behind to do that, like if you can't actually finish the job and kill somebody off and the supports get their saves or the turnarounds come out, then you're just so screwed. Which is why they've been playing so defensively around the Tiny, and it's definitely the right move here from the side of Syntax, but with another big initiation. Flocken is gonna get executed, and that mid laner kill is huge.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Almighty money.
And we're about to see yet another pickoff as QBFY, he just wanted it to go to the secret shop. He just wanted to do a little bit of shopping, maybe get a ward so that, you know, their curries aren't gonna get sniped.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
But Syntax, they actually do get 2 really good pickoff skills in a row and enjoy themselves the breathing room that nets them. Tiny no longer bottom of net worth. And keep in mind, Tiny with Magnus is hilarious because Laney is gonna cleave for more damage than he does with a regular right click.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Can't stay here.
Laney though really wants to initiate on somebody and show off his newly bought silver edge. It's an amazing item, and all you need is an angle in order to pull it off.
My delight.
Big smoke coming out now from the side of Lynx. With the Doom ultimate available, with all of the resources they need, they're trying to find the Oracle, and at the moment they have vision on an Oracle. They're not even gonna drop the Doom ultimate on him, but because of that, in the backlines, Dark Willow will go down, and finally Stoic will as well, but a lot of resources put just towards that position 5 once again. They need something more out of this, but Laney, he is worth an incredible amount. If they can get him, it'll be huge, and it looks like they can with the Doom ult. Vladik, he accepts that he's dead for that, still totally worth it. Or is it? Because Puck has also been doomed, but Magnus, he missed the RP thanks to an instant force staff. Now has to BKB, run the hell out of there. Void Spirit meanwhile goes on the tech, he's bleeding, wants to keep one kill out of this. Gris doing good work, as BKB will not keep you safe from the Lifestealer, literally a 1v4 right now. But in comes the Puck trying to help Lifestealer catch somebody. Stoic, uh-oh. He should be dead, but a disarm will keep Lifestealer off his back for now. Puck another reinitiate, but so will Magnus with the skewer. Lifestealer still alive, has an ultimate, and will use that to commit into Flocken. Nice play from everyone on Lynx, as it looked like a really good initiation for Syntax. And they need to make sure to get Syntax to waste all of their resources. Waste the RP, waste the Oracle ultimate, waste all of Rubik's steals, and only then do they actually try to turn around. Only then do they actually go back on the aggressive, which is working wonders for them here, giving Team Lynx a 4k gold lead already. And yeah, I'm afraid Lynx got it from here. Like, it's not over of course, but the win rate does agree with me that it's like 70-30 right now. And if this Roche were to be contested, it would make it even worse, but Vladik instead will be the kill. As Tiny comes in, wants the Lifestealer as a follow-up. Lifestealer though, he's like, nah man, nah, I'm online, I got this. It's you that needs to be worried, Laney. taken down by Flocken with the right click. And QBFY will go down to Mikey. But Mikey, like, you see the issue, right? He has the burst damage. He has the catch, but there needs to be a follow-up. Now that the follow-up has been found by the Magnus, though. Triple kill for the Void Spirit, and Ilbirs, he needs to be careful. He needs to get out. He may be super hard to kill, but that last fight's looking like a predicament. Ilbirs surrounded, disarmed, and then put onto a cliff. They are managing this lifesteal beautifully. He knows he's dead, but look at how long it takes to kill him. He can do a little dance and everything. Really nice team fight from Syntax. And yeah, I will agree, like, if they hit their controls, if they hit their RPs perfectly like that, they definitely have a chance here. Definitely an exciting game to open the EPL Masters up with. As this Roshan is now going to get contested very, very slowly by the Radiant.
Radiant are scanning.
Even with 3 empowered heroes, this is how long Roche takes. There is a Dark Witch coming in for the steal, but not quite landing it, just giving away a bonus kill instead. Godlike for Mikey, and an Aegis to boast for the Void Spirit, who is the most valuable big piggy bank after all. It would seem like Mikey, though, he's having a really good game. He's going 9-2, and one of those 2 deaths that he does have was really awkward for him. But BKB prevents deaths like that from happening, so he is incredibly hard to kill right now. And has a lot of burst to show for it as well. Emptiness, meanwhile, I love the queued up items. I think he actually understands the issues with, like, why nobody plays Magnus in the current patch. Because Refresher Orb is a must, but just rushing Refresher Orb is a death sentence, so he's going for a Lincoln's first. Definitely smart thinking, as the Tormentor this time around it is gonna fall to Syntax. So I'd say this is the strongest point for Syntax. Not the late game, but the mid game, right? Though as I say that, in comes the Doom showing off why late game is still terrifying. Gets the ultimate onto the Rubik, I mean. Doom will die for that laney though. Lifesteal it down. Borrow time will need to be there. Magnus ran down by 3 and he is gonna die in just a matter of time. Emptiness dead as Magnus manages to create space for his tiny teleport out, but still not a good fight. The moment that Doom comes out on a worthwhile target, everything falls apart.
Not quite as slow now.
Mikey enjoying himself with the Aegis.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But once everybody's respawned, I do think they need to smoke and try really aggressively for the kills. Because right now the Doom ultimate is down, and every second that you wait is a second until Doom can take somebody out of the team fight again.
Radiant are scanning.
Lifestealer looking for a very good timing on that basher still. Because Lifestealer is second in net worth, and only the Void Spirit can stop him now. And you do need to stop him now, because 20 minutes from now Lifestealer is just going to be even more unkillable. But right now, whenever there's no Doom ultimate, is exactly when Syntax wanna fight, and I think they know that themselves. Just look at how aggressive they're being all of a sudden.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mikey queuing up a sheepstick. Magnus still staying the course, and Oracle. Look at all of those defensive items. Gotta have that Aeon Disc, gotta have the Force Staff. Because Team Links, the longer you leave them like this, the stronger they're gonna get. And being able to escape them, being able to kite around the rage is gonna be very valuable. On mid we may see a big team fight forming, but everybody is very reluctant to be the first to initiate.
Radiant's bottom tower
Mikey's rune is gonna wear off, and Link's still not initiating. As a matter of fact, using this time to kind of keep farming up, push out the side lanes with the techies. Techies jumps himself away. Mikey also manages to get out of there. As that's gonna be another initiation, but the damage isn't quite there, and it will just be a getaway into regroup from the side of Lynx, who are now looking terrifying, fighting near this high ground with the Dark Widow still alive. BKB forced to come out. Livestream doesn't have the pressure for it, will not get lucky with it for now. Very nice saves from the Oracle, but Oracle, can he save himself most of all now that Emptiness is dead? We're gonna see Stoic running for his life, but it's gonna be executed by the Life Stealer. Techies also dies for that though, so at least one return kill. Tracker for Stoic, not the worst of trades, but Tiny is BKB activated, means that he is now living very dangerously, because Life Stealer has no qualms about diving for this, neither does the Puck. Laney, he will get himself back to the fountain though. But yeah, again, another team fight where immediately Magnus gets found, Puck goes on the Magnus and prevents that good RP from coming out. Magnus is really gonna need to BKB at this rate. As that's gonna be Jeezy taken away over at the bottom lane, just to make this Rubik suffer a little bit more. I'm sorry to say it, but it's starting to look kind of over. Which, honestly, I don't mind, because it's still been an amazing back and forth game thus far. I just don't see Tiny making a comeback against the Lifestealer out of all heroes with a build like this. And Mikey, I don't know. Having the Sheepstick is gonna be a game changer. But after the Sheepstick, he's not gonna get another big game changer like that, right? So we're gonna have to see whether this Sheepstick alone is gonna be good enough to carry or not.
Radiant structures are fortified. Giants are scanning. Radiant's middle tower.
Mid tier 2 goes down.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Rubik gets ran after by the Puck. And Jeezy will get filled up. The same goes for the Oracle. And Mikey with the BKB running away. BKB about to wear out, though 7 seconds is not that long of a time when you got a fat lifesteal on top of you. And lifestealer, he's just gonna keep working on the Magnus instead. Magnus dead. No kill from the side of Syntax at all. As that draft is just running out of steam, they just don't have the answers anymore. Laney forced to defensively BKB just to run back to the fountain in one piece. And with Tiny now having no BKB, Ilbirs can push incredibly freely here. That's the first lane of Rex, that's gonna be the second lane of Rex. And guess what? Bottom tier 3 is also already exposed.
Radiant's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lifesteal, not the fastest pusher, but Ilbirs, he's patient, he knows that he's super hard to go on and has an entire team waiting and sitting behind him.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Oracle will disarm the lifesteal before that lifesteal tries to go. The sheepstick will be revealed onto him. And lifestealer manages to survive regardless, goes on to the Tiny. Tiny is borrowed time, but Laney, again, he doesn't have the damage to actually kill anyone during that borrowed time, so Tiny, he's just gonna perish and it's gonna be GG's. Rubik trying to hold it with Mike, he will actually be able to set up a return kill on the techies maybe, but there is the Dark Widow on top of him, trying to save Cracker. Cracker may actually live. Uh-oh. Magnus, he doesn't get the techies and then the Doom comes out just to make absolutely sure that he's gonna die. Not being able to heal from the fountain there. Mike, he's still trying so hard to get anything done. Will get a kill on QBFY. QBFY immediately buying back, realizing this is gonna be a GG in just a matter of seconds, as its Mega Creep's already being got by Ilbirs. And Ilbirs now comes in to finish the job. Some circus music from QBFY, but ladies and gentlemen, I think we're all in agreement that from here this one is gonna be GG's. The GG's will get put in chat, and it wasn't that rough of a game. It was actually really beautiful. The return kills were there, the catches were there, the pickoffs were there. I think in terms of gameplay, Syntax did everything correctly. But it was a way more difficult to execute draft, right? And you're guaranteed, like even tier 1 teams miss 1 or 2 RPs. And in this draft, missing RPs costs you games. So the moment that you miss those RPs and then fail to get the comeback kill with a smoke or something after, that's when a draft like this is truly looking rough. And it led to everybody here being torn apart. So a bit of a rough start for Team Syntax. On the other hand, I would say that Team Lynx have been looking incredibly strong coming into the first game of the EPL Masters, showing why they deserve to be here and just how much aggression they offer up as a team. Because, again, that was really beautiful. The last pick, Doom, is what changed my mind about the draft, because their draft was looking so weak. And I really thought things were going to snowball out of control for Lynx, but then that Doom came out, and it answered all of their problems with one hero. So a well-deserved victory just for that little outdraft with the last pick. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're going to go to a little bit of a break, as we're going to get game number 2 ready for you all, and see whether or not Syntax will learn from their draft mistakes. Maybe they can be the ones to pick that massively impactful last pick and turn the game around. But for now, I will see you all after the break. Thank you all so much for watching the EPL Masters, as we got a lot more exciting Dota coming up today. See you all then. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, hello and welcome back to the second game of the first best of 3 of the day. We got ourselves Team Syntax once again up against Team Lynx. As Team Lynx, they ended up having a massive draft advantage from that last pick in the previous game, and that Doom did so much work for them, shutting out the Oracle heals, shutting out the recovery options every time that everybody else kind of, retreating. Nope, you're doomed, you will die. At the best case scenario, be denied, I guess. Tiny, meh. I mean, we saw it last game. Tiny wasn't the problem, but he's not a guaranteed win condition either anymore, right? Like, Tiny, he's been popular and strong for so long now that I feel like every team has a good answer to him. That every team has kind of found a way of playing around that huge freaking rock. Lifestealer getting banned out, though. Like, Lynx, they respect just how good of a Tiny counter it is. And I'm definitely inclined to agree. Like, I don't even like Lifestealer that much this patch. Because if he falls off or if he's too slow, then... As well. Huskar taken away. Would have been a good answer to the X, so Team Lynx not keeping the Huskar around to pick up themselves is actually kind of interesting. Team Lynx. I'm curious to see what their last pick is gonna be, because again, one of the best options for themselves they've banned, but it's gonna be a Lifestealer, so... With the Lifestealer banned, Darkseid seems like a safe pick, but I'm not sure if that guarantees that Syntax are gonna pick some kind of carry that has a rough time against the Darkseer, right? It feels a bit risky just for that, because I can see the odds like off-meta carry just to kind of chaos it up, just to kind of make everybody else's life more difficult. Syntax, 30 seconds. A good response to the Darkseer could actually give them a good kind of answer here. Because again, everything feels really preemptive. Everything feels really predicted from Team Lynx. All Team Syntax need to do is throw off their prediction, right? Make that tiny difference in this draft. Because right now it's still looking like a massive Team Lynx advantage with any kind of agility carry. I mean, Troll, he's okay, I guess, because assuming he gets a Battle Fury, he'll have an answer to all of those wall illusions. So yeah, Team Syntax, they're in for a difficult game, though it is possible. Between Stoic having a save for the Warlock and Axe being there to initiate for him, with that very nice skin, by the way. I do love the last hit noises that the mechanical Axe makes. Bunk, 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 bunk. So satisfying. As we're preparing to load on in. The lane matchups are going to be interesting, though, going into this, because I don't see anyone on either side having a really free or a really good lane, right?
Prepare for battle.
As ladies and gentlemen, we are loaded on in. And yeah, as I was saying, the lane matchups are gonna be looking rough for everybody here. That much I can already guarantee you. Because we're gonna see Flocken up in the mid lane against Mikey. And Mike definitely has the better time trading harass and the better time brawling and bullying people. But again, it's not a pleasant lane for either, and it really depends on which team has the better support rotations over towards the mid lane.
"30 seconds to battle."
Let's see where the road takes us.
Not yet.
With the smokes out, let's see. First blood would be a massive
battle
advantage.
begins.
Because of how close the lanes are and how much can go wrong. Just having that good start into the laning stage is already a complete game changer.
Just have a
Where'd
seat
he
right
go?
over there.
I let the smart
Everywhere.
people work.
Try not to feed.
Burns,
Try not
doesn't
to
it?
feed. I also love how, canonically speaking, like, Troll Warlord has some fourth wall break awareness, but not a lot of it, right? So, you, the player, every hero has a meta-canonical explanation for why you, the player, are controlling them. And for some heroes, this, like, reasoning is very great. So for Axe, you're the bard guy, like the little bard twink dude that follows him around. You're him, telling Axe where the enemies are to punch that make for the best stories, right? So that's why Axe follows where your mouse clicks. A good try for a first blood, but Dark Widow, not a good target for it, so we are gonna see a rotation over to the top
Radiant's
lane.
courier
And
has been
Stoic will get his courier sniped. So by the end of the day, it will result in a slight advantage for Lynx already. But yeah, as for Troll, so the point of my rant is, as for Troll, the reason why Troll goes where you click to is not because you tell him to and you're some ally of him or whatever, like in the lore, right? No, it's just because you're the voice in his head. Like, that's the actual reasoning behind why Troll follows your clicks and why he talks to you. Like, to you, the player. And I love it. I'm all here for it. Because Dark Willow, like, to her, you're Styx. That's why she literally calls you Styx, right? Like the little thing that she carries around with her in the cage.
Nuh-uh.
So that's why she listens to you. So basically Dark Willow will go where Styx tells her to. And every hero has a meta-canonical reason for why they listen to your clicks like that. But Trolls is the funniest ever. Because you literally just being the voice in his head that tells him who to punch makes so much sense and makes the hero so fun. As for Lina, you're her Dragon Soul. Like, I'll go over all the heroes because I do know my Dota lore. So as for Lina, you're her Dragon Soul. As for Tusk, you're his drinking buddy or somebody he's met at a bar. And you can look it up or like look at the heroes' voice lines. You will find confirmation. I'm not making this up. You can even find it in Wikipedia. Though Darks here almost goes down over on the bottom lane. And QBFY immediately gets ran after. But it looks like QBFY makes for a great Styx and is keeping the Dark Willow alive. So as for Tiny, it's crazy though. You wanna know why Tiny listens to where you click to? It's because you're his brother, and by his brother I mean his physical brother. The planet of Dota 2 is literally the previous Tiny. Because Tiny's lore is that he keeps growing and growing until he replaces the planet, basically. When the old Tiny, who's currently the planet, basically dies. You can look it up. Again, I'm not making this up, this is the actual hero lore. As Laney, the voices in his head are keeping him safe from all of that damage.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And it looks like we got ourselves a first blood over on the mid lane, where Flocken, awfully low health himself, managed to win the trade with just a little bit of breathing room left. Cracker on top is gonna get ran after next by the Axe, trying to be even more aggressive with all of those creeps hitting him. The Emptiness not really catching the techies in any of those spins.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I do still really love the like axe hammer blasted sound from the persona. It's really satisfying to blast it with. Bink, bonk, boom. Vladik though, one more hit and down he goes. Laney, a very much needed return kill, and that being given to the troll means that his Battle Fury timing is gonna be looking better. Axe taking some poke damage from the Avalanche, but is fine, keeping himself in the team fight. Cracker killed off by Emptiness. Emptiness will go down for that one. Not the best trade, but he's just trying to keep Igris from farming, of course. That position one cannot be allowed to become too rich.
Dire are scanning. Dire's structures are fortified.
A lot more 50-50 of a laning stage than last time, though. If Troll's allowed to get a good Battle Fury timing here, I can definitely see him run away with this. Because look at how far ahead the Snapfire is thanks to that first blood. And Snapfire is definitely good at creating space once you start getting the level 6.
The dusk is always ready.
As Cracker goes down and QBFY, the next one to Parrot. 2 supports for just Stoic is a very good trade though. And even the Mortimer's Kisses have to be committed though. If Snapfire could get Mikey with the Mortimer's Kiss, it would be huge, but nope. Mikey on the run out of there, and Jeezy is in position to defend him from a follow-up coming out from the Snapfire.
Don't worry, Mortimer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Wanna play with fire?
As once again the quiet game state will persist. But the next Mortimer's Kisses in like 75 seconds from now are gonna be absolutely terrifying. Because you saw that damage and that was kind of being forced. So when Snapfire can throw ultras on her own terms, it's terrifying. But speaking of throwing things on your own terms, the same goes for that blast off as Jeezy with just one more right click will perish. Axe tries to chase down Cracker.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Even kills. Troll being on top of the carries though, like on top of the cores in terms of net worth, is absolutely terrifying because his main farm item is the Battle Fury and he's quite a bit away from having that one already.
Money to burn.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Well, the game state's
Dire's
gonna
middle
remain
tower is
quiet,
under
even with
attack.
these support positions, because both teams have really good vision. I think both teams learned a lot from game number 1, but especially Syntax. Because Syntax knew that support gank was coming, went for their own support gank, and completely took out any wind, any chance for aggression out of the mid.
Radiant's bottom tower
With the
is under
support
attack.
still there, they're applying some pressure, but so is Emptiness. Emptiness does not need support. Emptiness is the axe. But Emptiness will go down for getting himself that armor. Sacrificing his support on the mid lane as well. As Team Syntax actually get themselves a kill lead, and this Mikey Lina
Dire's middle
is
tower
already
has
starting to
fallen.
snowball. Just 8 minutes into the game. Very well played from Mikey. Ilbirs, not looking horribly in terms of farm, but that mid-game timing is very awkward for the Tiny, where he's gonna start falling off. As Ilbirs absolutely obliterated Axe. Such a beast. Emptiness makes that a double kill, looking very clean, but Troll is still on the hunt for that third kill, because if you're already gonna rotate in Laney, you definitely don't want to waste that time and money. Laney makes sure to secure that kill for his Battle Fury timing, and now this game is really hard for Lynx all of a sudden.
Dire's
The
top
blast
tower
of the
is under
responses
attack.
from techies were beautiful, making sure to
Dire's
keep the
structures
Axe
are
away for as
fortified.
long as possible, but eventually he is gonna spin, and once you're in that spin rate,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
as that's gonna be Flocken. Killed off by Jeezy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And that's going to be Tiny caught next. With a lot of damage on the tag team. I don't think he can make the teleport. Mikey will have to show himself just to make sure, but at least he gets dominating
Dire's
speed
top
for it.
tower has fallen.
Still definitely
Radiant's
rewarding
bottom
there.
tower is under attack.
But it seems like Chad is kind of in the same position for me, waiting for this laning stage to truly end. Because right now, both the Tiny, the Troll, as well as Mikey on the Lina are incredibly rich. And obviously, with Alina in a very favorable position, Syntax may want to be aggressive.
Is under attack.
But knowing that everyone from Lynx is chilling and is just farming, waiting for the mid-game timing instead. Darkseer going for a pretty meta build, so he's gonna start printing some money with that helm of the Dominator. And Stoic, at the very least, used the opportunity to win the ward war here. Actually, no, Takis was there to help. Nice. Because the vision is such an important factor. Half the time we see an attempt at a team fight and it goes nowhere. It's because of these defensive wards from the side of Lynx. As Lynx are kind of becoming aware that emptiness is becoming a bigger and
Dire's
bigger
middle
issue.
tower is under attack.
Ilbirs running after him, but not quite able to catch up with the slow.
Guess it's my shot.
Easy though, gets a bit greedy, trying to get some deep vision into the dire jungle. Instead gets himself caught and obliterated, as one would expect.
There she goes!
This is so different from game number 1. Because both of these teams, their number 1 focus, their main priority is always going to be the wards. It's always going to be the vision here. So whenever a support is like, hey guys, can anybody come with me to ward? Every core is going to be like, yes, me. Because that's kind of how it's been played thus far. And it is leading to a really good Battle Fury timing for the Troll. So it's not like it's not paying off, right?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Donk Cracker taking down to Jeezy. That's gonna be Stoic. Trying to catch Vladik, but Vladik lives with a sliver of HP, and that means the full turnaround instead. It's gonna be directed at Laney. Laney forced to press the ultimate, which basically settles it for the remainder of his life. Lynx, now that they're fighting as 5, they are looking pretty terrifying. Trying to catch up to somebody, but not able to with the surge there.
None to burn.
Radiant are scanning.
And Lina gets herself an arcane rune. And will immediately use that to commit all of her damage onto the Tiny, but there's Techie's with the jump, with the mind to the disarm. Out comes an offensive snowball to secure Cracker though, and QBFY goes in, taking Stoic down for that save, but is now going to die to the Lina ultimate himself, Mikey, on an unstoppable spree, and only making more and more headway, at least until the surge comes out. Tiny catches him, and with a 3-2 Lina finally losing that unstoppable streak. Jeezy, the next one in a world of hurt, and with the little shredder, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, down he goes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As we're going to see a massive 4-man smoke. And there is a beautiful initiation. Not just the support, but the axe to both. Every time they have those Mortimer's Kisses, they go in to find a suitable target for them. And it is really starting to pay off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower.
The Snapfire stealing some stacks while over on mid lane. Tusk trying to keep Flocken at bay, and will succeed in at least getting QBFY, but Stoic still living very dangerous for that, and will get popped as well. Emptiness comes in once Armor may have gotten that armor there, but he is gonna pay with his life for it, so still not worthwhile. Mikey at least lives, but Lynx, you can see that this mid-game timing, it's suddenly looking very favorable for them just because Tiny is online, and when Tiny is online, he is doing so much work.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The smoke, a good vacuum wall initiation, or killing off the Lina immediately. Well, both, I guess. That definitely does, as Lina is gonna get popped. The snowball is there to make a little bit of space, but even so, Tusk is gonna be forced to run for his life, will be slowed, will be cookied, and that's gonna be a kill for Flocken. Tiny, Avalanche, and Troll cannot even hold. This is the worst case scenario for Syntax. Oh no. Lina farming mid, already risky when Tusk doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet for the Blink Snowball combo. But Lina farming mid and all of the resources being thrown just onto one hero to make sure that you get good value. Honestly, the perfect decision if you ask me. And another kill onto Jeezy. But Jeezy's only the start, if it is at all. Up to the side of Lynx. Igris, though, with the Lina ultimate will go down, but eventually the X will as well. Flocken in an awkward position, however, with Stoic coming in. And a snowball to keep him there for just long enough will finish off Flocken finally. With the ice shards and one final right from the Lina. Techie is trying to teleport, will make it out of there. Oh, that looked terrifying. Nice job from Team Syntax, though. So that's the thing. Team Syntax, if they can get Mikey into a good position and have the damage, they can turn around every team fight. If the Lina gets caught, however, the team fight is immediately going to start falling apart.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Once again, back to a quiet game state, but there's a lot of big items that are about to come on out. A little bit of a brawl between the supports breaking out over on top lane, where Jackie's once again with the Dark Willow, showing off just how much damage they got, turning it into a killing spree for Cracker. And now the reinforcements are there, just a moment too late, as everybody was already kind of on the way to be here at 20 to contest the Tormentor. As that's going to be tiny. Going for a toss back, but it's not like it matters. Axe just gonna claim that armor for himself, saying thank you very much and have a nice day.
Got it.
Bounty killing!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Flocken getting his Kaya inbound, increasing those Mortimer Kisses damages by even more. Axe meanwhile taking over the Dire jungle. With the Blink Dagger and the Blade Mail, BKB is gonna be such a game changer. Gonna see a smoke from the mid lane to try and keep Syntax from pushing. Because with the Troll Warlord Syntax, they can chew through those towers incredibly fast. But no initiation just yet. Lynx, they know where everybody is. They're trying to catch up with the smoke, and they will onto the Lina, no less. Lina locked down as the Chainspell comes out. She's still able to press BKB, but very low health. Mike needs to get away. Tiny, the moment that the attack speed slows, stop, he will give him the final right click and make that one look beautiful. Because Lina's a very valuable kill, so even though they only sacrificed one so far... Oh, I should not have said that. Sorry, chat. Cast is
Dire's
cursed.
middle tower is under attack.
Because Lina alone dying is already like a really bad team fight for you, unless you trade it for like the enemy mid laner or for the Tiny. But a 2-for-0, giving the enemy a free Tormentor in the process is the worst possible case, because Team Lynx, they're actually gonna have a significant hold lead from this.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Dire are scanning.
Syntax with that Aegis. They now have 4.5 minutes where they dominate the map. But the vision game is still important, so they're making sure to slowly take their time, kind of farm and ward their own jungle. Just to kind of, once again, go back to the start, to the basics of this very matchup. the vision and the back and forth of the vision making the biggest difference ever.
No! Things will catch up with me. God, I hate that little runt.
GZ kills off QBFY. So the vision already paying off. Team Syntax not being aggressive may be the way to go here. Mind you, I want to see them use the Aegis, but being chill about it for 2 more minutes, and then 2 more minutes from now going all in on the aggression seems like such a nice way to go. And as the game remains quiet. Again, we're just kind of waiting for the troll to actually feel pressured into using his Aegis, because right now he's got a world of chill basically. Khakis turned into a bit more armor. So if nothing else, emptiness, he's starting to acquire some stacks. He hasn't gotten that many, but he's at 4 now, and that armor is really gonna help if they are indeed going into the late game here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Laney has Alina sitting behind him, so he can actually push here. But they were
Dire's
seen.
middle tower is
Again,
under
the vision on this map is magnificent, so when they were coming in via the Dire jungle, Lynx definitely spotted out this intent to put us out mid lane, are in position to defend, and that may slow the game down once again.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Laney on the run, but the Dark Willow ultimate will miss, so he is gonna make it away. Because yeah, they could have still caught him, but if you catch him, then it's probably just gonna result in your death sooner rather than later.
Illusion.
Blades are too dry.
Radiant are scanning.
Dark's here. With all of those defensive items, he's finally starting to go for a Blink Dagger, though. It's always the Aghanim Scepter that I personally really look forward to for the Dark's here.
Are scanning.
Those are the thing that makes the carry miserable and that
top
makes your
tower
game
is
so much
under
more fun
attack.
for you, right?
Dire's bottom
With the
tower
Blink
is
Dagger, it
under
looks like
attack.
Dark's here wants to go for the Shivas first. So keeping himself alive is a bigger priority than killing people right now. As that's going to be Troll Warlord, not quite put on a cliff, but Tiny will just put him down instead. How's that? Well, Stoic forced to back off, taking a lot of tower shots in the process. Is still trying to save his troll and brawl with him though, as Lina forced to BKB almost immediately after the troll. Troll feared away the moment that the BKB ends though. Lynx, they're just trying to draw out the fight, make the fight last as long as possible, and they will eventually catch back up to Mikey. With the second Avalanche Toss combo of that fight, they just waited out the entire Avalanche Toss timer. Toss, though, makes a big mistake, but I don't think it matters much, because it's already gonna be a cleanup.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh no, game number 1 could very well repeat itself, because game number 1 has been pretty close and pretty well played considering the kind of bad draft from Syntax. But this time around, Syntax, they actually had a good draft, they actually had a gold lead and a lead in the win rate as well. But they lost Mikey too often. Mikey, he can't 1v5 like he did last game. Because this time around, Lina actually got pressured more. There was actual rotations towards the mid. Even if they didn't result in kills, they cost her some farm. And every bit of deficit is now catching up to the Lina, while Jeezy swiped and killed off as well by the Tiny. And that's going to be another big initiation, Tiny. It could be the return kill they have been looking for, but not for such an expensive price. Because that's emptiness going down for it as well as the support. And the axe dying is basically, I wouldn't say the most valuable kill as far as the money that he gives away goes, but the most valuable as far as actually being able to teamfight goes, right?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I guess it could be.
Lina, just back to farming it up. Mikey needs to catch up from all of those deaths, and what he's got queued up as an item that can definitely make the difference in the team fights. It's gonna be a sheep stick to really help Lina put all of that damage onto the same target when need be. That's going to be a jump onto the Lina, but Lina, I told you guys, once the blink there plus snowball is there, Lina is going to be so much harder to kill, but Lynx, they make sure to still get a valuable kill from that, as now we're going to see emptiness with the BKB try and salvage this fight somehow, but he just doesn't have the damage. At the damage dealer, Lina just has to retreat to base because they used all of their cooldowns, they used all of the resources there really.
Radiant's tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That's going to be an attempt to kill off the Lina, backfiring on QBFY. In comes the Darks here, in comes the cleanup squad. They really want to end this game before Tiny falls off. However, Darks here, Loadstorm or not, he is just going to be way too locked down there with Troll already having the fervor stacks. Tiny almost kills Stoic, but Igris, he does not have the damage, or does he? With the double cookie coming in, Flock and saving his Tiny's life. Lynx, they end up taking the team fight after all. Albeit just by the skin of their teeth. Barely freaking making it.
Trouble we can get ourselves in.
QBFY, let's see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves in. Immediately gets caught and executed by the Axe. Well, there's his trouble. Axe will be forced to BKB though, and it immediately gets pinked out. Tiny jumps after him, trying to get vision, but nope.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Flocken. Going for the full magical damage build does mean that he too is eventually gonna fall off pretty hard.
Money to burn.
Tiny looking for the Daedalus. Takis, though, he's the main benefactor of the game being slower and slower and still slower yet. Because every second that Takis is doing nothing and just waiting for his carries to farm, that's extra time that he can put into his minefields. And the minefields, oh lord, are they big. There is mines up every important high ground near both twin gates. Things are getting pretty crazy here. That's gonna be 1 kill, 2 kills for Emptiness, 3 even with the Lina being perfectly protected. Mind you, it's Mikey doing all that damage, but he'll gladly give away those kills to his Axe to make sure that Axe is getting tankier and tankier against the Tiny. Tiny with the BKB still in the fight at the moment the BKB ends. So does his existence. Team Syntax, they managed to fully come back into this game, making it back to a 50-50 in terms of the win rate. That entire fight, I was just waiting for the Lina to be jumped on. One good jump, one good nuke on the Lina would have turned that entire fight around. But they never found it, so instead
Dire's
Mikey,
middle tower is under attack.
him and the Axe just carry the fight completely.
Dire's middle tower is falling.
Over on top, Emptiness. Still trying to make game-changing space for his team. Zoning the Darks here out of the top lane and seizing the push.
Radiant
As that's gonna be Cracker. Taken down, but Laney immediately punished by QBFY. Easy tries to get himself away. Meanwhile, Lina once again putting out insane amounts of damage though. Lynx, they just need a little bit of space. But Vladik trying to make it, may get him killed. A nice use of the Lotus Orb to counter the snowball with a snowball into the blink, into the surge. Running for his life, he'll run straight into a Lina stun. Vladik, he is surprisingly tanky. Snapfire is slowly coming in and no return kill for Team Syntax. That's gonna be Roshan. Still being contested by Lynx. And Syntax, they don't have an answer to this contestation, so... Even though that last fight looked really good for them, Syntax, they did not get any objectives from it and are now back on the defensive. They did get QBFY picked off, but Lina out of position for that will immediately be gone on. Forced to BKB run away. As Troll used the opportunity to engage from the back lines, kills off the other support. No more supports for Team Lynx. Team Lynx trying to keep that Tiny in the fight. Tiny good at stunning up the Troll, but even if Tiny tosses himself away on the Lotus Orb, his life's in danger. And his team will have to commit buybacks on both of the supports just to save their Tiny, but they will get the Troll for it at least. Tiny eventually still finished up by the Axe thanks to Lina once again coming in, delivering all of that damage. And now Axe having a surprisingly good time tanking against everyone but the Dark Widow, because Dark Widow deals the most magical damage. But Tiny finishes her stoic instead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lynx, these play-ins are looking like a really easy time for them if they can keep this performance up. Because this game, they were supposed to lose it at 2 different points, and both times they managed to secure themselves a comeback to kind of bounce back and immediately try and turn the game into their advantage instead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As we get ourselves another pause. Thankfully, they have been really short thus far today, and hopefully it stays that way throughout the entire day. As, ladies and gentlemen, we are loading on in once again. Hoodwing. Ooh, Hoodwing gets away. QBFY does not. Axe, though, gets a beautiful 3-man call and forced to press BKB relatively early. Everybody is going to be forced to back off because no snap fire means no team fight right now. And the fight is just going to keep going. Igris, though, tries to turn around onto emptiness, but Lina, look at the damage she's outputting, and Tiny can't target change in time. Tiny gets kited for the duration of his BKB. Vladik wants the kill on the axe, but he does not have a normal punch or any other catch. Emptiness, unstoppable, now having an insane amount of armor for all the future fights from here.
It's more for fun than sport.
Well, we may actually see a game 3 still. I'm definitely hoping so. Because with that 8k gold lead, as long as they don't kill the Lina at the start of the team fight somehow, things are just gonna be hard.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Only one tier 1 left and only one tier 2 left, and with this troll, it's gonna die in 1 second once he has like the furthest exploit. Troll almost gets himself blown up. He will be forced to press the ultimate, activate the life steal to heal himself back to full. Dark Willow tries to set up a catch, and there is a really long range Mortimer's Kisses. This is gonna be enough to finish the troll. It will be! But in the fray, the Lina goes, and that is gonna be both QBFY and Flocken dying for that. Worth a hard carry, maybe kinda, but Lina's the real hard carry right now, and you need to deal with her instead. And boom. Tracker, at the very least, his minefields are still paying off, but I don't think just minefields make up for like a 12,000 gold difference. That's only gonna snowball more, especially with Axe just kind of becoming unkillable at some point from the armor. Plus probably a heart or something thrown in. And yet another pause. Come to mama, says Lena, as I do think Mikey, if anything, he's feeling like a win right now. He's having a straight up good time.
That wasn't too bright.
Are you okay? Dusky.
And that's gonna be the Tormentor, easily taken the moment that we unpause. Though that's not too unexpected, I'd say.
Dire are scanning.
As there's gonna be another big 5-man smoke. Troll forced to press the dispel. Axe, however, once again catches the backline, and Lena's right next to him. BKB goes on, and that's a double kill for Mikey. Tiny manages to finish the job onto Troll Warlord, however, taking away a lot, but not all of the damage from Team Syntax. Now Tracker dies to Mikey. Mikey in a dangerous position though, and this is the first bad position I've seen Mikey in like 10 minutes. Mikey is gonna be saved! Drinking buddies! Tusk will die for that, but the Lena lives. The one hero Team Lynx need to kill so badly is gonna get away. Lena MVP. Lena is definitely gonna be my MVP here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is exactly what I mean, right? Like, Mikey, he knows exactly where he can and can't stand. He has been playing it so well. Only 6 deaths in a game where he gets focused more than the Stroll Warlord hard carry. That's saying enough. Bink, bonk, boonk. Still the best right noises in the game.
Is under attack.
And there's gonna be the initiation attempted from the techies, but it's just gonna lead to both supports dying.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Lena presses BKB while techies is still mid-air and he doesn't even hit the ground.
Structures are fortified.
Just evaporated. No buybacks being used by Lynx just yet, so they do want to defend this as a team. But it's starting to look more and more like a game number 3. Lynx, they need an extraordinarily good fight to be able to kill this Lena somehow.
Illusion.
Sure, they can definitely still win it, hypothetically. But we had the same situation last game, and it ended up not quite being enough. The good news is X is almost 6 slotted, but when X has a refresher orb and almost double-digit amount of stacks, then you know it's gonna be a hard game. And Roshan goes down to the troll. This could be the final nail in the coffin if they don't watch out. As Axe manages to get clipped though. Not quite the start to the fight Emptiness was looking for, as even BKB cannot protect it from this much damage. The Mortimer's kisses will eventually be overwhelming. And that is this huge tank taken away. That entire team fight got ruined for them by one vacuum, because you saw how good the jumps were from X all game, right? That could have been another one, but the cliff immediately comes out to counter instead.
Got it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And a jump attempted on the Darks here. But Surge is the perfect counter to Sheep Sticks, because you can Surge those Sheeps and watch them run at haste rune speed regardless.
You said you were strolling in my wood.
Tracker killed off by Mikey though, and Mikey's the one person they need to deal with. Tiny is trying to get enough damage to do so. Definitely one possible approach for Ilbirs.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Moment to burn.
Mikey. With that shield rune, they definitely can't do anything about it. Or shield rune, shield from the, you know what, well, it's both right now, but they still try to go for him. I'm not sure if this is the right time, but if they can get the Lina, then I guess I can't complain. Well, I'm gonna complain if it's 2-0 regardless, I guess, but that should not have happened. That should straight up not have happened. But again, this entire game has been about the wards. This entire game has been about the vision. They did see the troll farm elsewhere, so I think they were pretty certain that troll was not nearby and immediately took that opportunity.
Under attack.
And that's gonna be Mikey as well as Flocken. Both killed off.
Haste.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's courier has been killed.
One more push attempted though.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Mikey, no buyback is scary, but this may be enough to force the tiny buyback in turn.
Dire's
Lynx not having a carry is gonna cost them a lane of Rex at the bare minimum.
bottom
There's an attempt revealing the Darks here. Aghanim Scepter, a nice opener for the Axes. Of course, those illusions can spin. And Axe, he's locked down so hard that Tiny is eventually gonna find the damage to cleave him down. Laney's still trying to get away, but Laney, he too feels the power of Darks here, throwing a normal punch. And is gonna be forced to run away. Only one lane of Rex left standing for Lynx, holding on with their big kitty claws. Another kill on Lina could potentially end the game though. Ooh.
Radiant are scanning.
Both teams really want to fight this. But the next 6 minutes are gonna be so scary because losing Lina once without her buyback could make, well, maybe not for a full comeback, but at least start facilitating one. Slowly taking over the area around the Tormentor once again. But they aren't going for a contest just yet, as they have no idea where their enemies are. And Techie's Minds will give away that Syntax are trying to push. Syntax, they're debating whether they can just rat the Rax and fuck off again. Because that would be such a good play to get a lane of Rax, make it Megas, and then go back.
Opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
Well, X once again a beautiful initiation, instant refresher orb to try and stay in the team. Mortimer's kisses from the Snapfire, machine gunning out, but not having enough damage to change things. A defensive cookie being used, but Snapfire gets Walrus kicked into the front lines. Troll will finish her off. Tiny is still alive, but if Ilbirs goes down, it's definitely gonna be GG. Ilbirs kept alive by the cookie still. Snapfire trying to protect him, another cookie, but it's not gonna be enough. GG, Tiny dead for 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go to a game number 3. I guess Troll was good enough. Lynx, they came close to ending it a couple of times. They did have good positioning. They did have the resources, but every time they tried to, Lina was just there, either delivering a perfect burst ultimate combo or delivering like perfect right click damage to chew through. Nobody else can deal with his massive health pool. And we're going to take a look at the builds. We're going to take a look at the items. But you can see that Team Lynx, they had nothing in the way of late game scaling besides Tiny. Because Flocken, yeah, his Snapfire did a lot of work, but Snapfire is also going for all magical damage with the current meta. And all magical damage means you're going to fall off so freaking hard. Meanwhile, Team Syntax, Emptiness or Mike, I'm not even sure who my MVP is, because these X calls have been impressive. And we literally saw X end the game with a 4-man refresh or double call, double BKB, which is something that I don't see every day. And I think that definitely showcases just how talented Emptiness is on that hero. But ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna get lobby number 3 up to settle this best of 3 once and for all in just a moment here. So we're gonna have to a little bit of a break. Make sure everything is ready for the final game of the series. And yeah, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you're enjoying the EPL Masters as the step up to a bigger tournament and a way more exciting format. Definitely has me hyped. And this first series, it's delivering for what you'd expect for a really close head-to-head match. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you all for game number 3. Stay tuned, don't go too far. More Dota 2 action coming up as always. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are back once more. We got ourselves the third game of this first best of three of the day. And the first best of three of the day already going this long, already going this deep into the series is a great sign for the tournament to come, because the first ever EPL Masters, I'm sure, is going to be extremely hyped. But for now, I'm just glad that we see somewhat different drafts. But Team Links, I'm noticing a pattern here, right? Because game number 1, they almost lost to Tiny. Game number 2, they pick the Tiny, they lose. To the Lina, no less. So game number 3, what do they have to pick? Obviously, mandatory, the Lina. Because this time around, it is going to be on Team Links' side. As Team Links go for a Necro draft. Because I was about to point out how strange the draft looks with like a Largo, Ringmaster, double defensive support. But if you intend to make a Lina your hard carry and put Necrophos mid lane, and yeah, that's what they're going to be doing, then I think this is definitely the way to go. Laney on the anti-mage. I like that though. We don't see anti-mage every day, and that's because there's few drafts that actually give anti-mage a chance to snowball, that actually give anti-mage a good game here, right? So we are gonna get ready to load on in Mikey. He's got that old school Warcraft 3-esque skin for the Storm Spirit. And he needs a really good game once again, because people were quite enthusiastic about him. As ladies and gentlemen, looking at these drafts loading in, this is gonna be the opposite, because last game the mid lane was super important and everybody rotated those supports mid to try and help the Lina, get the Lina online, make these snowballs. This time around though, we got ourselves a Necrophos, we got ourselves a Neeks Assassin, so I think the idea is you take Necrophos away from the mid lane, make sure Necrophos is gonna be the one roaming, getting those ultimate stacks, really snowballing it up. And then if the Necrophos has enough time to roam, if the Necrophos has enough space, Go when ready is being called, and the pauses, I mean, ever since the little event thingy dropped, the Ringmaster train thing, the pauses have been, yeah, like this. So I'm not surprised that we're gonna be a little behind schedule to start the day off with. Bunch of fun little laughing comes out.
I love this part.
Emptiness just spamming the little clapping monkey. I mean, honestly, that is kind of what it feels like if you're looking at package loss and you see massive amounts of package loss.
Looking good.
But hopefully the final unpause for this series is gonna come out now. Emptiness though, he seems to be having fun, and I will say this is the first time I actually have a lot of faith in Syntax's draft. Now they do need to bring the anti-mage online, right? They do need to actually enable their carry to pop off and come online first. But that doesn't change the fact that if they just pull that off, if they just get anti-mage a good Battle Fury timing, this draft should be looking really strong.
30 seconds to battle.
And Cracker killed off by Stoic there.
The battle begins.
But with the 50-50 runes and anti-mage having an escort to the lane, not much should come of this laning stage, and starting the laning stage off very slowly is definitely the intent for Syntax, because Syntax, they have like no level 1 potential against the draft this tanky, so they just want to get their anti-mage into the lane safely, make sure to pull that off. And again, this entire game is gonna be centered around anti-mage's Battle Fury timing. And that's why I could definitely see either one of these mid laners come towards the bottom lane, try to pressure it there. Because the thing is, Lina as a hard carry is going to farm anyways, right? Like, Lina is guaranteed to farm now, is guaranteed to come online now.
Radiant
Sure, you can bully her, you can shut her down a little bit by, you know, finding good goes and kind of ruining Lina's timing. But even if you kill Ilbirs, it's not like he has a farming item timing that he needs to hit like the anti-mage, right? Sure, if your lane goes well, you go for the Maelstrom. If your lane doesn't go well, you generally go for a different kind of right-click item. But Ilbirs, rough matchup against the Beastmaster or not, he's looking fine for now. And until the X's get a few more levels, Lina should be okay, regening up. Even made sure to buy 2 Fairy Fires just to have the maximum amount of lane sustain. But over on bottom lane, we're gonna see Largo killed off, first blooded down, and anti-mage. He came so close to dying himself. But lane is immediately gonna get full healed up. 2 kills in a row for Syntax, exactly the kind of start they're looking for. And again, now the only name of the game is keep anti-mage safe and slow down the game, and they've basically already won with that good of a start into this laning stage. Lynx, they're just so level 6 dependent. I don't even dislike their draft or whatever. I think it's still a really strong, a really beautiful draft, but they need at least 3 of their big ultimates online. Because all of these heroes have a big ultimate that allows that hero to do like half of their impact, right? Which isn't really the case for Syntax. Because yeah, Beastmaster Roar is big, but it's not like half of Beastmaster's impact levels of big. Storm Spirit, the opposite. While his ult timing is huge, what makes the ult so huge is that you always have it off cooldown, you can always spam the ball lightnings. The Warlock ultimate though is a huge cooldown, and we could see that either played around or you do the opposite, right? Where the moment that Lynx have all of their level 6s, the moment that Lynx have all of their tempo and damage, I think that's when you need to drop the Warlock ultimates defensively. But speaking of defense, well, Lina is gonna be defended at the cost of a support's life, but that's a 1 for 2, and that was Syntax, who just committed a lot of resources onto Ilbirs there. Meanwhile, Ilbirs still fine, tank going up, chilling on the tower. It feels bad not to be farming on a hard carry, but with how much like momentum is already being committed into this top lane, I'm not sure if this is the way to go, because again, anti-mage is now basically free farming, he's having a lot of space to have a chill lane with. Emptiness. Able to keep himself alive and well. I do really love the player cams as well. Because Ilbirs, he's actually looking less stressed now than he did in game number 2. Which is understandable, because game number 2 was a very rough tiny matchup.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Mikey manages to get himself out at just a sliver of HP.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Truth compels me.
over on top. We may see more kills attempted with the blast up, and if they do get Ilbirs, especially with this AM rotation and not losing their anti-mage in the progress, it'll be huge. Because yeah, look at this XP, look at that tempo for the anti-mage already as laney. Can now just go back into his lane, made sure to kind of avoid that timing where the wave is pushing out and he doesn't want to push with the wave and he can't really do anything else other than farm jungle. So I think going for a kill and more importantly going for all of that XP is just so much more important. Ilbirs. He's still gonna have 2 supports there to protect him, but Beastmaster and Techies are ready for him. And we'll just take down Cracker. 5-2 just because Team Lynx, I think they're overvaluing their Lina right now. Like, I don't think they're doing too bad. Oh, also chat, like I know I'm always sleepy. I literally have a sleep disorder. You're never gonna find me non-sleepy. I know people always point that out and it's never gonna change. I can get 12 hours of sleep. I actually did get like over 8 hours of sleep tonight and I'm still tired. Speaking of though, kind of relatable to Vlad, because Vlad is having a game where it's like, I never have mana. What do you mean have mana? This lane I never have mana, that's just by default. Because yeah, he will eventually win the right click battle against the anti-mage. Over on mid lane though, Mickey pops QBFY for that, and that is gonna be a beautiful stack of Galvanize, making Storm Spirit's farm speed a bit easier. Because keep in mind, Galvanize is mana regen, and mana regen is free farming speed basically.
Denied.
I wonder how Lynx are gonna get this under control, because again, losing this early stage is kind of to be expected. Their draft needs their ultimates, their draft needs their level 6s, but once those level 6s come out, you really need to immediately turn them into kills, especially that first Necrophos Reaper Scythe. It's gonna be so massive, because Anti-Mage almost got his own level 6, and killing off the Anti-Mage with a Reaper Scythe or something would be exactly what you need in order to further delay his Battle Fury, in order to kind of set back the timing just that little bit. Because it's not the late game that Team Lynx are scared of, it's the snowball, it's the momentum that this AM is already picking up, especially with that rotation over towards the top lane.
Radiant's middle tower.
Team Lynx bring in their Necrophos, make sure to take 1 kill. But Ilbirs took the kill, so Flocken immediately gets clarity and does not have mana for the ultimate. He came in to do that huge first kill with the Reaper Scythe, and he didn't have to press his Reaper Scythe, which is kinda good. But if he would have had the kill, he could have immediately gone for a follow-up with the ultimate because of the mana regen from the Sadist. Storm Spirit jumping on QBFY. QBFY able to keep himself alive, and Storm Spirit makes it away from there. Storm Spirit wants to get QBFY, they got Techies in there. Yeah, no, now Mikey is the one running away with this game because his Anti-Mage, he's looking at a really good Battle Fury right now. But while Anti-Mage is still looking at that really good Battle Fury timing, Mikey, just by means of Galvanize, has already put himself into a spot to fight 4 stacks of Galvanize. Some really good farm. I really like what we're seeing so far from the side of Syntax. 2 big ultimates, 3 big ultimates online. Now we're getting more of that momentum online from the side of Lynx though. And again, the Lynx kind of comeback teamfight is what I'm looking forward to greatly here.
Some people call you friends, I call you co-stars.
Ooh, in comes Techies, 2 perfect blast of initiations in a row, but this time around there is an entire team to back them up, and Tekis does not have the damage on his lonesome. Beastmaster has to help. They are about to get Cracker. Cracker though keeping himself alive. Beastmaster meanwhile immediately obliterated the moment that Necrophos spots the damage range. Cracker will be kept alive with a sliver of HP.
Dire are
Jeezy
scanning.
makes sure to escape the Neeks assassin.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Jeezy. Caught and obliterated, but Mikey is there. He only finished the job on Cracker, the kill that in Storm Spirit's mind, at least his team should have probably had a lot sooner. But QBFY is gonna go down as well. Double kill for Mikey. Anti-Mage got himself another assist. Really snowballing well towards that Battle Fury, because right now it's looking like a 13-minute Battle Fury. And that's not the greatest for all carries, but Anti-Mage is kind of a slow farmer, kind of has a rough time starting off the game and kicking off that snowball. So for an Anti-Mage, this timing is still really good.
Structures are fortified. Dire's top tower
Lynx,
is
personally,
under
I hope those first few Neeks ultimates and the setup with those will make a bit of a difference.
None shall hinder me.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Emptiness applying some pressure, but doesn't want to commit. Flocken, meanwhile, very interesting build. Rushing the TP boots, but then still going for Radiance. It has become quite meta to build Radiances on Necrophos, but it's still very 50-50 on whether you want to get the TP boots or the Radiance first. And given the huge importance of the Reaper Scythe here, given how much they needed to get those kills, I think the TP boots early definitely makes sense, just so you can be on site to hold people. But with Beastmaster, Roarlina is gonna be set up. Instead, it's the Beastmaster, though, that needs to be scared for his life. Igris staying alive thanks to the lifesteal. Emptiness, however, turned into 2 stacks for the Necrophos already. And Flocken will get himself some nice permanent regeneration. Make sure to heal up his hard carry. Over on bottom, however, guess who's still having a free game as well? It's Laney, of course, on the Anti-Mage. Trying to set up more, but QBFY. No ultimate needed there from the Neeks assassin. Just a good stun to set up the kill is enough. And that will be a follow-up. You cannot escape the Necrophos. Stoic will tick down to that. Necrophos very happy with the Sadist region there. It is a 2-4-2, but a 2-4-2 involving the Anti-Mage dying is always going to favor the side of Syntax here. Warlock ultimate will get farmed for free, giving Necrophos even more of an advantage. But looking at the gold graph, it's the Storm Spirit that's currently carrying the game for Syntax. So as long as Storm Spirit keeps finding those pickoff kills, I think everything here is gonna be fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
As Necrophos gets himself gone on, he will be caught and turned into yet another Galvanize. Storm Spirit be like 0.3 mana regen. With Tracker, that's gonna be another 0.3 mana regen. So, Mikey, he's still carrying. Even if the Anti-Mage died once, and that was really awkward, As long as the Storm Spirit isn't shut down, I think he's gonna be fine making Anti-Mage more space to farm.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All of the stacks now getting stolen from the Dire's half of the map,
Dire's
only to
middle
make
tower
this game
is under
even
attack.
rougher. Though it's currently looking the most one-sided out of all the games we've had today, simply because that big comeback moment, that big teamfight combo that I'm kind of waiting for from Team Lynx,
Dire's bottom
that had them
tower
playing
is under attack.
defensively until they had their ultimate so they can finally drop it. Well, that's gonna be Jeezy killing off QBFY. Laney looking for his Manta style, well, Cracker. Rod of Atos is a great item, though it's not like he's making much headway. The supports on the side of Lynx are truly sacrificing themselves right now to make sure that the carries can have a game instead. And Storm Spirit wants to jump Vladik. And with a lot of damage, in comes the Anti-Mage trying to finish the job. Vladik, though, still playing that drum beat, making sure to heal everybody up. Mickey kinda wants to go again, but with blocking there, it is kind of terrifying. But the moment that Techies jumps, both of them will be obliterated, and now Cracker. Just a matter of time till they manage to surround and kill him off too. Bottom tier 1 is now gonna be very exposed, but look at this Beastmaster. Oh no, he comes into the mid lane casually against two people saying, well, I got an ancient creep, so it's gonna be a 2v2, and just dives it. As that's gonna be the Lina, blown the hell up as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Three-man smoke up from Lynx. Lynx, it's starting to feel more like desperation than a calculated risk right now. I will be real about that.
Tis mine.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Necrophos will pick himself up that haste rune. If they just find a good target for the Reaper's side, that's all it takes to at least get a playable team fight going. But good luck targeting somebody when it's Storm Spirit, who instead chooses to initiate and immediately presses the BKB as not to be stunned up, and turns that first BKB reveal into at least 2 kills, trying to rush for more, but not quite able to catch onto anyone from the looks of it. Still a great attempt. And that's gonna be Mikey killing off Flocken.
Is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, Team Syntax. Sure, in late game they're eventually gonna run out of steam, but if they can keep pushing like this, I do not think there's gonna be much of the late game left. Their Beastmaster's finally gonna get caught, but Warlock in a perfect position to fatal bonds and still keep this team fight going as QBFY will go down to the Beastmaster, Ilbirs will go down to Mikey. And it's gonna be a full team wipe as Vladik, the last one alive. It's just a matter of time for him to perish. Beastmaster starting to stack up those axes. Vladik running for his life will be caught up by the Storm Spirit, and that's gotta be him dead. Did make sure to push out the lane as much as humanly possible, but Lynx, they draft their entire draft for one timing.
You just did that.
And well, that one timing still isn't quite enough, I will be real, because the Necro kills were there, but Lina just couldn't come online. That is a really hard hero to execute from the safe lane, but here they couldn't really spare the resources, right? They couldn't like 3-man rotate in towards the top lane or whatever to fix the Lina's lane. And every rotation they tried to make, there was either a counter rotation or it was a 3v2 and the support still died. Just a super rough top lane that's now costing Lina the game slowly but surely, because Laney, he's still free farming up, he's an anti-mage, he can be everywhere at once, and the Storm Spirit, you can see he has no trouble making space for the AM at all.
Radiant are scanning.
Roshan is gonna be killed pretty quickly. Especially now that the reinforcements arrive. Beastmaster is gonna stacking up that damage on the Roche as well.
Immortality is mine.
Oof. QBFY turned into yet another Galvanize. Gotta make that stack number go up, as if 25 isn't already so ridiculous that Storm can basically always use his mana with Reckless Abandon. Still got the 8th, like that 1 extra second left on the BKB as well.
As thou will it.
But finding an opening up this high ground isn't gonna be so easy. You definitely need a good angle if you're the Storm Spirit here. Storm wanted to get the Ringmaster, but did not expect to find him there, so better safe than sorry. He'll wall lightning out. And that's going to be the Warlock now killed off by Ilbirs. One good return kill. Lina though gets caught by the Stone Spirit, and in comes the Anti-Mage with the Spell Shield active. Nice burst damage onto the Necro and the Link. Neeks, but oof. Lynx, yeah, they get the Anti-Mage out of position. At the moment you get Anti-Mage out of position, Reaper Scythe comes out, they secure the kill. Finally a nice fight for Team Lynx, proving that they're not completely out of this series just yet. Hey, you were not dancing! Check your pose, haha. Fun little voice line there. QBFY gets killed off. Mikey is gonna try to go for more. But they're just making time, right? Like, sure, Beastmaster may fall off at some point, but I just don't see that level of comeback potential anytime soon here, because Warlock, he's gonna drop an ultimate, they will just initiate up the high ground. Nobody dead yet, and Neeks Assassin about to respawn, but this dire base is slowly dying already. With a tier 3 dead, and the Rex now exposed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Everyone is gonna back themselves off though.
scanning.
4-man smoke up. Neeks Assassin still not able to catch Emptiness. Emptiness just kiting them away from their base.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And the teleport's back, forced to come on out. Lina, though, immediately being focused, immediately being fatal bundled up. But Chucky is gonna die first, the insane amount of burst damage. Storm Spirit, meanwhile, casually 1v4ing it up with the BKB trying to secure Igris. Does not have enough burst damage from the looks of it, but look at how far he's forcing the Lina back. Storm Spirit, the moment that his BKB wears out, he's probably gonna die, but he still has the Aegis, so Mikey, the first life taken. In goes the Beastmaster, a little bit early with the roar, but better safe than sorry. They allow Storm Spirit to safely get out, reset everything. Lynx really want a good catch on somebody, but instead it's the Storm Spirit that will just kind of jump in, trying to set up catches. Anti-Mage now almost kills himself with his own ultimate. Anti-Mage literally just killed himself there. He ulted in Neeks with the Spiked Carpus on, and that costs him like an entire max damage mana void worth of damage himself. This is why Anti-Mage has built in magic resist, and that magic resist still not doing the trick there. Actually, that looked hilarious though.
Haste!
Dire are scanning.
Storm Spirit wants this Necrophos. Necrophos, though, he is finally reaching the timing where he's a lot more difficult to kill and a lot harder to burst through.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
QBFY no longer looking that relaxed, he's actually looking stressed now. I'm mostly enjoying the player cameras for that, right? It's such a good like stress meter to see who's crashing out and who's currently not tilted yet. Emptiness.
Dire
Interesting that he's not going for an Aghanim Scepter, because Beastmaster Aghanim Scepter is one of the things that makes him so good against Necrophos in the first place.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Everyone is just gonna be forced into the base from Team Lynx. They do have a few big items that they can look forward to at least. Queued up and hoping to come out.
Over here now.
And
Radiant
Emptiness.
are scanning.
He has his creep, so if anything it's the creep that's gonna die rather than the hero, as long as he doesn't make any major micro mistakes. Even triggers the other creeps into stunning, and everybody will be escaping once more.
Damage!
Neeks Assassin trying to go for the Warlock. Warlock immediately drops the ultimate, immediately drops the upheaval. He is gonna die for that. But with the slow from the upheaval, everybody else is gonna have a hard time getting back. Storm kills off both supports and now starts to get to work on those cores. Even Flocker needs to be very careful. Storm presses BKB, forcing the both of them back. And the second tier 3 is now down as anti-mage comes in, looking to see if he finally has enough damage to kill Ilbirs. Not really, but Lina, she's definitely feeling it, and Beastmaster's there for the body blocks to make sure that Laney is still gonna finish the job. Double kill for the anti-mage. GG will be called. Neek's assassin gets himself zoned out. Back into the fountain, but will die there as the GGs are already in chat. What a game, what a series indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Holy crap, I do love me a good, really hyped opener. Because usually the opening series is a good kind of way to predict how the tournament is going to go. And if that is the case here, then we are going to have so much of a blast. Because this game, it was insane. I won't say it was insanely good from the side of Lynx. Because Lynx, they had one timing, they whiffed that one timing. That's really all that there is to say. But I think the learning experience and the way that they changed their gameplay up was definitely impressive. Because you got to keep in mind that Flocken, he, again, delayed the Radiance, he prioritized farming speed, which ended up immediately getting counted, immediately getting shut down with all of that healing coming out from the Warlock once the Guardian Greaves, once the Glimmer Cape were there. But look at Stoic. By the end of the game, he had 2 pairs of boots up. Go by Gabe and Logic. So Team Syntax, I think this game number 3, it still wasn't like the cleanest, it still wasn't the best game, because Laney, let's be real, he was finally online towards the end of the game, then killed himself once on a Blade Mail, or on the Neek's damage reflect, same difference really, and then after that still didn't have that much damage. But everybody else just played their roles perfectly. And Laney, if nothing else, being an anti-mage with that blink, with that Manta style, means you generate lots of space every time the enemy goes for you, whether they catch you or not. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna head to just a little bit of a break, as series number 2 was supposed to start over half an hour ago, but the players are ready to play, and we're gonna start the lobby and get everything ready in just a moment. So yeah, I'll see you all in just a couple minutes with series number 2 of the first day of the EPL Masters kicking off. I hope you're all enjoying the show, and more Dota 2 action coming up as always here at the EPL. Okay, there we go. My bad. Wrong button there. But yeah, next series is starting. Apologies for the delays. So the teams needed a moment, of course. Like whenever a game goes over half an hour over schedule, we'll start on the next full hour after that. Which is something that we used to do to make things a little bit easier for like different teams, like Team Lynx here. Because keep in mind, they just come out of a really long, really like multi-hour best of three, where they ended up losing the last game by putting it all onto like a big YOLO draft, and then they missed their YOLO timing. But also, chat, I got my little co-cast, and we finally have production again. So you're gonna get the kitty cam. Aren't you a cutie? Aren't you a cutie? This is Vendetta. The reason why, if Neeks Assassin Ultimates, I'm always gonna call it Neeks Assassin Ultimate and not by its proper name, because the moment that I say Vendetta, this little cat is gonna come and bother me. But I'm glad that we got the kitty cams back. I'm also glad about the drafts that we're seeing here, though I'm not sure what to make of that lone druid. Because the Lone Druid draft here is already looking extremely freaking solid. We got ourselves a Lone Druid, we got ourselves a Phoenix, a Dark Willow to kind of help protect those Phoenix eggs, but more importantly, to allow this draft to be aggressive, right? Because Lone Druid is very prone to being kited around, Phoenix is more of a defensive hero, so you want something like the Dark Willow to set up those stuns, to set up those brambles, and we'll have a lot of burst damage as well to kind of finish the job with and to kind of make sure that, you know, at least the laning stage, at least the early fights are going to be going really well for Team Lynx. PugChamp, though, they're going for the full 5-man. The Slaughter was a bit of a misdirection, but after that Slaughter, instant pick Keeper of the Light, instant pick Pangolier, so it may very well be a Keeper of the Light position 4. It's not too bad this patch after all. But the Pangolier is huge. Necrophos picked up though. So Team Lynx, they realize, hey, we're up against so much teamfight, we're up against so much AoE, having some AoE sustain and having that reliability that the Necrophos offered. It may not be bad, but do keep in mind Necrophos lost Team Lynx last game. Like last game, they also had a really good Necrophos draft, and the Necrophos did do work. He did come online, but he came online a solid 5 minutes too late. With the Lifestealer band. That's interesting, because this would not have been the freest of Lifestealer drafts. I wonder why they need to ban it out. Like, maybe they want to pick something incredibly tanky. Maybe it's just because of the Lone Druid being countered by Lifestealer that hard. Because I think, like, when you have two really good things to deal with the rage with, like the Necrophos ultimates will still deal a lot of damage if Lifestealer is raging. And of course, the Phoenix egg. I don't think he's the biggest issue, but on the other hand, he is a really good hard counter to the Lone Druid, and we have seen one extraordinarily good Lifestealer game already today. But the last pick is gonna be an Axe. An Axe, of course, one of the main winners, one of the most potent heroes in this current patch, as long as he does his job well and doesn't mess up. PugChamp gotta come to the conclusion for their last pick. As well. Got the Juice? I know Got the Juice loves Templar, it's one of his main heroes, but I'm not sure how good the Templar is gonna be against the Necrophos and a Lone Druid, right? These are two heroes that have a lot of good, very well-versed answers to the Refraction. So I'm really not feeling this Templar last pick. I was really loving the draft from PugChamp up until now, and I can see that Psyblades can be really good if you get some lucky bounces, if you get some good synergy. I just don't really see this draft come together that well, though. Like, I don't know. Got the Juice? I kind of suspect he's just gonna get ganged 3 times in the laning stage. As we're getting ready to load on in. And no, chat, there will not be any late penalties, because it wasn't the teams that were late, right? Like, admin doesn't know how long a series is gonna go if the series has an extra game. So then we just delay the, like, time to the next full hour, so that both teams have a solid starting time and nobody is actually gonna be late, right? And yeah, I am really glad make it in time. Got the Juice is playing again on the Templar Assassin. So, they do have one of their main heroes, but I don't know.
I should know better by now.
I should know better by now. Because I'm a big fan of Ilbirs. Like, actually, since we have player cams, I started liking Ilbirs more. Because he always seems really chill, always seems really relaxed. Got the Juice, meanwhile, already seems super focused. Dual Race is just chilling, though. Dual Race knows it's the early game for like core plays, it doesn't matter. No brain, no thoughts, head empty. Just mentally prepare yourself for last hitting.
30 seconds to battle.
Breaks the smoke, knows there's danger and runs away. That's kind of the point of having the Keeper of the Light. One of the fastest heroes in the game in a position like this, where he can just skeet away. Hyuga. Being just annoying enough that his Templar can get into the lane safely. And got the Juice. He's managing surprisingly well against all of this pressure. It's Hyuga that may not be doing so well anymore. And first blood for the QBFY Dark Willow. Axe, of course, he's really good at tower diving. He's really good at being hyper aggressive. And yes, at some point or another, there will be enough refractions up for the Templar Assassin to survive the Axe dives with. But it's not going to be so easy.
But I am a young
Gothic. Oh no, he gets his blast off interrupted and the root will connect. I'm not sure if they have the damage, but they're definitely gonna try to commit for this Techies, and there is a nice stun to make sure he stays alive. QBFY meanwhile died on the bottom lane. And Ilbirs, he definitely wants to be aggressive, and an early kill would enable him to have a way better stage of this game here. Well, Lone Druid now back to a quiet lane, enjoying it a little bit more. Meanwhile, got the juice. He wishes his lane would have any chill. But no, instead, just zoning, just making sure that the Axe doesn't get too much of a lead. But level 5, I think level 5 there is gonna be enough value. Well, bottom lane, we're just waiting for those refractions. Over on top we see a little bit more chaos with that pull, and Lone Druid will try to set up onto Krollgash, but they do not have enough in the way of slows. And every time they try for a kill on top lane, somebody seems to be dying over on bottom instead. Because the Keeper of the Light has now taken 2 deaths on the bottom lane. And while it's good that Templar isn't dying, you can see QBFY and his Axe get more and more value, get more and more of a lead to try and dive the Templar Assassin with. But Krollgash kills off Cracker. And finally, after all that time of watching top lane, they actually do get a kill and not just somebody running away. Nicely played there.
Start plotting.
And a bonus kill. QBFY, again, at this point, him dying for Keeper of the Light is not the biggest of deals. But if you look at the last, you can see Axe is doing extremely well, and Templar Assassin is slowly but surely catching up in terms of money. Siuga. Womp womp. Yeah, both of these supports over on bottom don't get any human rights, but this gank rotation from Cracker was still really nice. Ilbirs may lose his bear for that, but even the bear can be saved in time. It doesn't get much more perfect than that as far as Phoenix plays go. But also the fatigue factor is gonna come in at some point. Like, Lynx, they just played a really long, a really heated, emotional best of 3.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that's gonna be dual race. Ran down, Necro ult on top of him. At least that will not get Flock in his first stack, but getting the kill there does mean Flock gets to regen all of his mana up and heal back up again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You really need a new moniker. Hope Pestilence isn't as intimidating as you think it is.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Mid tier 1 is gonna go down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Krollgash is about to pop off, but first Cracker goes down, so still a really good kill. But with the Pangolier rolling thunder, Necrophos needs to be careful. He will shroud himself up, perfectly timed. Dual race, really wants to go for the kill, but look at how aggressive Flocken is being. He knows full well that just sitting it out and using his regen is the best thing he can do, because even if he dies eventually, this is that much needed breathing room that Lone Druids are all about, and right now it's a 2k gold lead. We're already seeing Ilbirs get to a point where that bear is gonna become the real hard carry very quickly. And it should be, like, if Lynx can keep this up for another 10 or so minutes, a very free game, number one. But I think it's mostly the draft difference that's responsible for that. And if we see the Lone Druid make big enough of a mistake, if we see some kind of tilt or panic from Ilbirs, that's where I could really see the comeback happen immediately. Because Ilbirs, he's very calm under pressure. He's played very, very well this entire past series and now this first game of the second series as well. But he has just played 3 hours of Dota and he's bound to play more as Flock, and just being so aggressive with the Reaper Scythes, dropping them for the kill every time, saying, I don't care for stacks, I just want money. And bam. Gothic didn't get the deny, so the Phoenix damage over time got the last hit there and not the creep. But it's still an okay-ish trade. What's not so okay is the Axe going down on the bottom lane. Now, this makes Got the Juice actually be kind of sort of scary on the Templar Assassin. And that means he's gonna have to be dealt with. Refractions may be able to do work, but only for so long. Templar Assassin looking to rust the Desolator, so Got the Juice. He wants to go with the farming approach and switching to the gold net war fleet. You can see Necrophos is on top, but Got the Juice, he's already right behind. He's trying to catch up to this TA, and I don't know, TA needs to be involved in a fight to really start snowballing harder, or Flocker needs to die, depending on which team you're rooting for, right? Because those are the two people that currently dictate the tempo of the respective teams they're on. Lone Druid just wants to farm. Lone Druid is gonna be a big, big pain in the ass 10 minutes from now, but for now he just wants to farm, so you can kind of take your time.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
That Templar Assassin, as the call connects, and Necrophos right on top of her. Reaper Scythe, and that will be the kill. Making sure to shut down exactly the hero they need to, as Axe tries to enable Lone Druid to take the team fight, and Lone Druid will root up the Keeper of the Light. Keeper of the Light, punch down, a nice kill in the backlines onto the Dark Willow, but Techies, he goes for a very dumb jump. See, I know why he did that, I know why he went there, because he did not know that it was 5 people there. He thought it was still a 4v5 and they could go and turn it around. But instead, PugChamp, they're suffering even heavier casualties, and now probably this bottom tier 1 as a follow-up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lone Druid, the fact that he's having such a good time joining the fights early is terrifying, but at least a nice return kill into Tracker. Phoenix, it was very, very rich for a +5. He just died, and he's still very, very rich for a +5, but Ilbirs taking so much physical damage, it's still not gonna be enough with the double armor reduction. And now Templar Assassin, oh no, Got the Juice. He'd really like to at least kill off QBFY for that, but I don't think he will. Synergy! I will admit that was some good ass synergy for Lynx. That entire bottom fight, they communicated perfectly. They went in, then out, then in again, always as a team.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Regeneration!
Lone Druid gets jumped. Mines all on top of him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gothic, he's definitely dead with so much meat following him. I guess this is kind of the revenge for Flocken creating so much space when he died the last time. So Tegis kind of wants to do the same. Making sure, yeah, I die, but I'm gonna waste all of your time while doing so.
Dire's middle tower is under
Templar,
attack.
meanwhile, goes and hits some more jungle farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Axe gets smoked up by the Dark Willow.
This place was boring anyway.
Radiant are scanning. Blessings.
Krolgash needs to be careful. But we get ourselves a pause, it would look like. I mean, I got the time right. Like, this entire patch, I'm assuming we'll have a lot of pauses every game, and I have not been proven wrong yet. Well, beep beep, appropriate response, Pangolier. That's how I feel right now. But again, I get these players, like all of my pups are the exact same thing, where if there's a long pause, I'll just hit everybody with the like, such simple minds. I'm just kind of reading up on chat arguing. Because again, not a particularly interesting or super loaded game just yet. It's already looking scary because the Lone Druid is starting to farm really well. But if you stop the Lone Druid from farming, this entire game is magically just gonna stabilize itself once again. Go when ready is being called, and there's the unpause though.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Axe, catch a Slardar. Goes in, but that's the tank that they're all diving in for. The Phoenix Axe will come out defensively. Axe still trying to chase down Krolgash, but Krolgash, he just doesn't die. It's instead gonna be Flocken. And the moment Flocken dies, Igris dies on the Lone Druid. The Lone Druid actually being such a big kill. Totally worth the Pango from PugChamp. I think they're very happy with that trade. Making sure to shut Lone Druid down before it's too late, as now Cracker is gonna take a ton of magical burst damage. And Templar comes in, got the juice, saying, hey guys, I want my Desolator stack. Don't let him escape, but it looks like the Phoenix is gonna escape regardless. Lone Druid will farm where it's safer. He is going for the pretty meta Mjolnir build, so he is going to flash farm, but I am a bit surprised that he didn't go for the Radiance. no commitment for the big team fight, but everybody wants to take it as long as it's on their terms. Because Lynx, they really want to slam dunk somebody with the Reaper Scythe. They really want to go make their mid laner, make their Axe, get some stacks, so that they can make more space for the bear. And Axe, well, he will go in, find a slam dunk. It's just a pickup, but pickups get these stacks too, and get you the kill golden XP. Dual race, caught by the Axe. Necrophos just uses the Reaper Scythe as a stun to try and keep up with the Pangolier, but this is a wasted Reaper Scythe and Pangolier. Instead just droning Thunders and says bye-bye, beep beep. Having a good ass time.
Mine!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
On bottom, Vladix immediately set up on by 2, and that will make for another really nice kill. But over on the mid lane, the fighting is still going. He's tanking so much damage, while Dark Widow is the one that may need to be careful, but in comes a beautiful fear onto the Templar Assassin, at least keeping QBFY and his teammates alive a little bit longer, but not long enough. As QBFY goes down, and Cracker, he's gonna go for the Act, but for what avail?
Dire's middle tower is under
He's not gonna get any work done with it.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Well, no more possibilities to initiate for the Radiant, and as we're taking a look at the items people are building here, you can see that Pango, he's prioritizing the Aghanim Scepter as one does. But over on Team Lynx, Lynx are all gaming for the late game. Lynx all want to hold in this game as long as they can and kind of, you know, have good synergy, have a good time for themselves. Just going into that late game. Because Flocken, with the Radiance time, he's now starting to flash farm, and the longer he's alive, the more money he's gonna generate that way.
I could look at you all day.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Both teams just shoving out lanes. Lone Druid, he's kind of starting to split push with the bear, not really pushing much himself. PogChamp though. They will finally group up as 5 and smoke up all together. As there's gonna be a 5-man smoke up from PogChamp. PogChamp, they find the most valuable hero, Lone Druid, that all of the damage output removed from the side of Lynx. Lynx, they now fight this very slowly around the Necrophos, with the Heartstopper Aura doing some work, but the Reaper Scythe already coming out just to secure the Slardar. A nice Phoenix hack, though it will not connect on anyone. At least it leaves Dual Race in a bit of a predicament. But his teammates are there to save him immediately, and now instead it's gonna be Cracker that's gonna die to that. Axe gets a nice little follow-up kill, but Vladik immediately dies to all of his armor just being negated. Templar Assassin. Thanks to that bad positioning, will watch both of those kills get away from her, it would seem like.
Dire are scanning.
Necrophos looking for Lotus though. I do approve of their build decisions because again, everybody on Lynx just wants to scale, everybody on Lynx wants to have an answer, even going into the late and super late game, and I genuinely like that. Necrophos. Ran after, rolled after, and fine. Three-man smoke up from Team Lynx. They're gonna turn it into a four-man smoke. And will not connect onto anyone except for a couple of mines that give away their locations and force Lynx to once again back off and play it safe. Slardar looking to get himself a BKB up and running, wants to follow it up by an Aghanim Scepter next.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Got the juice. Definitely doing well for now, especially considering how hard his lane was.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Double damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Phoenix realizes just how many bombs are there. But look at that, Phoenix act to dodge the Techniques jump, and this time around Phoenix will be rewarded with one kill and some really good positioning for QBFY to try and follow it up. But answers are there in the form of dispels and items. And that's going to be Roshan. Quite easily taken with the double armor reduction synergy. That's going to be Vladik. Taken down by 3 people surrounding him and absolutely obliterated. PugChamp, unironically, if they win this one, then it's gonna be a 2-0, I'm afraid. But I'm calling it right now, so at least bettors can't get mad at me. Because they have kind of been outdrafted themselves, right? And despite the fact that they've been outdrafted, they are playing it perfectly here. And Templar Assassin is going to lose the Aegis for that, which may give them the opening they've been looking for. But instead Phoenix goes down and the bear goes down. And that's kind of the problem. You only got one Reaper's Scythe, but Templar Assassin got 2 lives, so... We're gonna see the X card, and with a lot of damage, X is going to get torn to shreds once again.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
The first tier 2 of the game just fell, and now we're gonna see the gold lead kind of slowly but surely escalate.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We got Slardar queuing up an Aghanims now that Krollgash got his BKB coming in.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Bottom tier 2 will get taken down by the
Radiant's
Templar
top
Assassin.
tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
A soldier's fortune.
The gold lead not really swaying either way, but at the very least Lone Druid is now farming on 2 places at once. Got the Aghanim so he can split up the bear and the hero. Which is only really an advantage when the game is quiet like this, but right now there isn't a lot happening, so that double farm speed is starting to pay off. And PugChamp realizing that are gonna start grouping up in the mid lane.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And got the juice, still doing some solid
Structures are
work.
fortified.
Templar really making sure to be fast enough to actually win.
Radiant structures are fortified.
PugChamp looking for some kind of setup or initiation, but not quite finding it. And that's going to be the bear killed off. Ilbirs getting punished for his ratting, but it's just a bit of gold. It's not gold that matters anymore. We're now more worried about the timing as we're past the 30-minute mark. comes the initiation, finally finding the Dark Willow once more. Necrophos will decide to take this opportunity to reveal himself, save his Dark Willow, keeping her alive, and Dual Race in a bit of a risky position, but Dual Race will immediately get himself out. His supports will force staff him to make sure he gets back in time. And there's the call out onto Techie's. Techie's Culling bladed down, turned into armor. And Krollgash will be zoned out by a little Dark Willow, who's now still alive in QBFY. 2 shot by the Templar. Even Axe takes a lot of damage from her now that the Corrosive Haze has been applied to him. 2 for just the Techies. Phoenix goes for the egg, wants to get more done, but the bear is still there and realizes that Templar Assassin wants to go. But Dual Race is like, nah, we attack. And that miscommunication, the first miscommunication we see from PugChamp through this series, is immediately going to cost them big time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Hey, Gris. Still doing his best to be very careful about it. With the bear, but the bear will eventually be caught. He has a BKB that he's just gonna press to try and kill off the slot, or at the very least make space for everybody else to play the map. And look at this bear go. 9-second BKB used, but that's like 12 seconds of space, maybe even more of one BKB present. Finally, the bear almost turned around on Keeper of the Light, but Slaughter in a perfect position to save him, so the bear will finally die. However, Hyuga... Yoink! More armor stacks and links. They're still very happy with the current state of the game. As that's gonna be Pangolier chased after Pangolier rolling up and keeping himself safe, as the top tier 2 tower will be taken down as well.
A soldier's fortune.
And PugChamp, the longer this game goes, the harder it's gonna be for them. Though it's still anyone's game, but if they don't end this in time, it's gonna be more and more Link's favorite once again. Mostly because of the massive outdraft and just how hard it is for God the Juice to actually get the maximum value squeezed out of the Templar Assassin of his. But Vladik, instead the target with the load, so he is gonna be fine for now. Goes for a call on the Slaughter. Slaughter locked down Reaper Scythe, blocking, getting himself some good ass amount of stacks. Meanwhile, the Pangolier makes sure to kill support. And the fight may not be over yet. Phoenix did connect onto 3 people with his Shivas, but they're not gonna follow up with aggression anyways. Templar might though. Nope. Templar jumps out. Techie's not quite so lucky. Will get pulled back up the high ground and murderized. Well, we may almost be back to an even state in goals and kills. Team Lynx, they're actually favored, even though they're behind on the objective department, but it's one good team fight for them to recover as far as objectives goes. A big smoke from the side of Lynx. And Slardar doesn't really dare to commit on the bear anymore. Phoenix goes in, scouts them out, finds the taggy. Axe comes, roar, or call, and back off again. Axe though will be killed. Slardar now in a perfect position. The bear already dead, and Necro, he's looking for somebody to be low enough for the Reaper scythe, but it is not gonna happen. Lynx, valiant effort, but they're gonna pay with giving up a Roshan for it, and that's about as expensive as it can be. Five more minutes, and I think this time around Got the Juice is gonna be really eager about aggression. It's gonna be really eager about ending the game before this Aegis is over. Because team fighting without Aegis is gonna get so scary once you reach the point where TA starts falling off and is really just there for high ground defense, because you're gonna have to be the proactive one here.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under
Got the Juice, starting to push the high ground, but he is the one person everybody is ready to save the moment that he gets initiated on.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire
Tower
are
taken,
scattered.
everyone's gonna get back. There is still 4 minutes on the Aegis, so it's not any particular rush for PugChamp. But again, Templar does fall off, Templar does in fact suffer.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower
Lone
is
Druid
under
ratting
attack.
top once again. So this Templar Assassin will need to actually commit, will need to actually get work done in order to compensate for the Radiant base slowly taking damage from a bear that can just rejoin the team fight at any given time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh no, PugChamp, I think they just threw. Well, they should be able to kill the bear. This is such a bad call to make. Ilbirs, this is exactly what he wanted them to do. Perfect stall strats as the bear is just running for its life. Axe with the BKB trying to spin down Gothic and will get him. Gold bleed ever so slightly decreasing, but the time on the Aegis is ticking out is a far bigger issue.
has been killed.
Hugo not getting committed on. But guess what? Everybody is pushing the Dire base again. So I think you can already imagine what the bear is doing to the side lanes. That's right, it's not Lone Druid, it's Lone Rat apparently. Doing some great work though.
Radiant are scanning.
3-man smoke on the side of Link still. Looking for a good setup with the axe, with the bear, and they will find the most valuable hero to go on. Templar Assassin lockdown, killed the first time. Still has an Aegis, so they need to be very careful. And a bit of doubt on whether to chase or commit or go back, but I guess a commitment it will be. Slings, they jump up on the Templar, but a call is still gonna cost Axe's life, even if they will eventually kill God the Juice. But Lynx, they are now in a bad position, and will end up losing QBFY for that, trying to keep the rest of them alive. Rollgash goes down on the Slardar. Phoenix, meanwhile, kept at bay by the Techies. Techies trying to keep his teammates alive, but Phoenix does so much damage to Shivas. Keeper of the Light though, instant purchase of the Shiva, saying nah, debuffs don't do anything to me anymore. And while Necrophos is still chasing, he's gonna get that bear once again resummoned and coming in. Well, as for Necro, he's gonna get himself an Aghanim Scepter, which of course, if you already have the heart, is huge. That's like a second Radiance, right? A Radiance that scales better into the late game and with Sadist. Though, now that we're going into the actual late till super late game, I think we're gonna see a lot more impact from this Techies. Because the slower and longer games are, the stronger Techies gets, just by having more time and more space to put mines in. Team Lynx. Still looking to be aggressive.
Radiant are scanning.
A soldier's fortune.
Dire are scanning.
PogChamp going for a very good wraparound. This positioning is definitely extremely favorable, but realizing that their position is very bad, Lynx will, almost all of them, except for the Phoenix, teleport out like absolute clockwork, make sure none of their actually valuable heroes are ever gonna get killed there. The Tormentor though very much will, like that thing is so weak to armor reduction. And as for the late game chat, in regards to the late game, well, armor reduction does not scale well into the late game simply because Guardian Greaves, Crimson Guard and Assault Cuirass, you can all stack those up. Slardar slam dunk down by blocking. Great start to the team fight. Rolling Thunder still active. But PogChamp, they're mostly panicking and looking for that one angle. They just need to find that Psyblade angle for Templar to do work across multiple heroes and they'll be fine. But instead, it's gonna be the Taggies that gets found. And now Templar's like, nah, I'm out. Heads over to the mid lane to push that and does not want to take these team fights anymore.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tier 2 over on the bottom lane is gonna get pushed in pretty fast and pretty hard by the bear.
Radiant are scanning.
The bear focused. The fact that the bear presses BKB may be bad though, because that gave so much information away and now Axe caught in hellish suffering. But at the very least the Phoenix Egg will save him and allow him to go on the Templar Assassin. Templar Assassin is eventually going to get caught. Pangolier still rolling thundering. Templar does have a buyback if need be and everybody else is alive again. Templar is gonna buyback and got the juice. Does he have what it takes to carry this against the super fat Necrophos? Yes. Because there's still no answers to the Templar. Like, where's the AC? Where's the armor auras? I mean, maybe Team Lynx are thinking like, we got time, we can build an Assault Curse when the Templar is actually making a comeback. But I don't know, I'm really thinking this is a build issue. Because the reason why armor reduction strats like this Templar Assassin Slardar combo aren't that strong, and the reason why most teams don't take them seriously, is you just get like 3 or 4 armor auras and it doesn't do that much anymore. But 3 or 4 armor auras are very expensive and they currently have none. At least let me double check that real quick. No auras, no. Lynx, they built 2 Shivas, no Assault Curse for some reason. And I think that's why this game is falling apart. Because a single Assault Curse and Lynx would be winning this right now. But they don't build according to the enemy draft, they just build according to their own win condition. Because 1 Shivas I get, and 1 Shivas did a lot of work for them. I'm not complaining about getting a Shivas instead of AC, I'm not complaining about delaying the AC. But if you don't have an AC, while your base is being destroyed, but you do have 2 freaking Shivas cards, not 1 but 2, then that's 1 too many. Because you need that AC. Slardar, meanwhile, guess what he has? He does have an Assault Curse. So the armor reduction difference every single team fight is already not gonna add up the way it should by 5. But it's really just an Assault Curse and a Crimson Guard, I promise you, chat. That is all that they need in order to stop Templar from doing nearly as much damage. Well, usually a Guardian Greaves on top of that, right? Like, if you go armor aura build, then you usually stack 3 of them. As PogChamp wanna go for the high ground push. Pangolier goes in, rolling all over the Necrophos, and Axe with the BKB, keeping himself alive and in it. But Templar Assassin instead obliterated the first time. That's the A is hitting the floor. But Floppy gonna die in 2 shots again. Because the stuns are there, but the defensive Phoenix that comes out perfectly. Still Tech is dying to the bear. And now Pangolier, the kill that they actually need to get is going to be found still. Okay, well done. Because Taggies, every time they're about to get a more valuable kill, Taggies jumps in and is like, nope, you get me or you get nothing. But here, The cleanup is actually looking really good for Lynx. Lynx, they may not be able to catch up to Krollgash thanks to that Slytherin sprint. But that's a 2-for-0 and a good chance to kill the Templar Assassin one more time.
Soldier's fortune.
A soldier's fortune. Necrophos officially going to be 6 slotted from here. He can swap his boots, I guess, or upgrade them, because yeah, he does need to chase. So if you swap your boots, then it's for a Blink Dagger. Slardar tries to catch the Willow. Willow, though, playing it safe, has the Axe, has the Phoenix, all sitting behind her. At least the vision is still there for PogChamp.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And PogChamp, they just need one fight and one push in order to end the game, but right now they're once again on the back foot, have lost a lot of their wards and map control.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Coin for me.
Axe. Not the target you should be focusing. They just Lotus him, have him run in and do so much damage, but at least Templar Assassin is gonna stay safe thanks to that. Is going to kill off the Necrophos once again. They're getting some armor, they're getting tankier, but the Assault Curse difference is just so big. Dark Willow now popped as well. Lynx. They're very worried because they are about to face down angry ass mega creeps just walking down the lanes. Templar managed to blink out, not getting lit on fire and cooked up by the Phoenix just yet. Dual race, rolling thunders around.
Dire's top tower.
Necrophos. Actually carrying the team fight, holy crap. Templar Assassin now dead for 100 seconds. I'm still not sure if it's gonna be enough. But if I'm not mistaken, there's still Rex. Yeah, there's still one Medirex standing. So one Medirex keeping them in this game, keeping them away from the mega creeps here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's gonna be Axe finding a beautiful call combo onto the Keeper of the Light. Keeper of the Light slowed up, and the moment the Shivas catches him, he is dead. Maybe Templar is just not an issue, and that's why they're not going for Assault Curse.
Radiant's top
And
tower
Lone
is
Druid,
under attack.
he says screw it, we end.
Radiant's top tower is fallen. Radiant's
That's
middle
exactly what
barracks
that angry
are
bear
under
is
attack.
doing. Ilbirs, he does need some healing from the necrophos, but that's one tier 4 down.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
As the Baron now realizes hitting Rex is probably the safer way, because Pangolier about to respawn, and Templars as well.
Radiant's middle barracks is fallen.
As the bear once more caught, once more BKB is there, though the bear instead of the one catching Slaughter. With a bit of help from the X, a nice kill. Pangolier got a double rolling thunder, but I don't think it's gonna do enough when your main Pepper Eater does not have a good angle to go in. Templar, is there anything that they can find in order to facilitate a comeback? I don't think so. Because it's really not looking like it right now. The aggression is just, once again, overwhelming. And keeping everybody from catching up to this lone druid as far as net worth goes. Looking at the buybacks, there's only 2 of them left. So Templar needs to be very careful to use hers at the right moment once again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top barracks is falling. The Radiant now have mega barracks. Dire's middle tower is falling. Dire's middle tower is falling. Radiant
I hate to say it, chat, but they're the better team. They just took a very clean team fight there. Also, Cat, say hi. Because I know it looks kind of naughty when my hand is like down in my lap, but it's in my lap because otherwise I get yelled at. So, to recap that game, I think it was a really good draft. I think it was a far superior draft by the side of Lynx here. And Team Lynx, it was the synergy, it was the teamwork where it went wrong. We can look at the first few Necrophos ultimates, which you could say, but that's how Necrophos like to commit their ultimates, right? You want to use the ultimates for, like, timing. But there was at least one situation where Necrophos having 5 health regen per second more would have literally saved him. And there was a few crazy decisions from Team Lynx that I don't really 100% approve of. The Assault Chorus being the other big one, right? Because where's the Assault Chorus, where's the Crimson Guard, or even Guardian Greaves for Team Lynx? They have none of those items. They have one Solar Crest, which is great for Phoenix, of course, and you can kind of put that on people to save their lives. But it's not as reliable as an Assault Chorus against a super obvious armor reduction strat. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are gonna head to just a little bit of a break as the next lobby is already being made, and there really isn't that much to say about it, except I'm sorry to say, but it looks like PugChamp are a way better team, because they got outdrafted, but they out-itemized their enemies, they outplayed their enemies, and they won late game with a Templar Assassin, which is supposed to never be happening. With that, I'll see you all for game number 2. As Lynx, the tiredness of these long series must be affecting them, But they must have some ace up their sleeve, right? There must be something more that they can pull. With that, I'll see y'all after the break to find out what it is. And ladies and gentlemen, back in we are, game number 2 of the second series of the day, but do keep in mind it has been Team Lynx playing it back to back, and they did just have an amazing draft, but they were just not able to stand up to PogChamp. The timing wasn't on PogChamp's side, the draft wasn't on PogChamp's side, but the team play, the actual skill, they managed to make it work. Just by punishing every single mistake and playing around their Templar Assassins super well. There was safety calls, there was some really good reactions left and right. And yeah, I'm really scared about this game number 2 because it looks like PogChamp are, at least with their current lineup, because do keep in mind they do have a really strong stand in Got the Juice. But I do think that PogChamp in their current lineup are the stronger team. Because as much as I love Ilbirs and Flocken, they're technically still a little bit of a downgrade if we look at like the skill ceiling, right? At the like best that a player can play. Meanwhile, PogChamp, they're playing with Got the Juice, who's not only a certified tier 1 player with a very long and successful history, but also somebody who was actually on the old, like, PogChamp squad. I'm not sure if they were called PogChamp then, but more or less the same players with Got the Juice in there, right? So he knows this team, he knows the team he's playing and standing in for. It's not a random stand-in that you may be on good terms with, right? That you may have a good relationship with. No, this is somebody that actively knows them. Well, PogChamp, this draft is definitely looking scary for them. Because they got a Void Spirit Shadow Fiend combo to open up things with, and that seems really up their alley. Those are the kind of heroes, especially the SF, that not every team plays anymore. And you gotta be really confident in picking aggressive drafts and picking in-your-face drafts. But last game, with the Templar Assassin, they went for the early game. They played all around the early game. Lycanthrope does hint that hyper-aggression and trying to end the game super early is exactly what PogChamp are shooting for. Team Lynx, they do have an okay defensive draft, really good Tombstone synergies with the Dream Coil, with the Dark Willow Brambles, and with the Darkseer Vacuum. So there's 3 good synergies to kind of set stuff up. But also, chat, please stop flaming my precious plants. Like, this one's a gooseberry, which I know looks really banged up. But that's from it being basically free. Like, I got this plant at the plant store when it was almost dying, and I was like, hey, I obviously not gonna buy this at full price. It's missing like 80% of its leaves. And I got a really good deal on it. So all 3 of my plants behind me I'm actually quite happy with, even if, like, this one and this one look a bit mangled. But guess who's to blame for that? My little, as people in the chat put it earlier, Lynx mascot. Are you a Lynx mascot? No, I don't think you want either one to win. You just want me to get fired, isn't that right? Because this little bastard, she really hates Dota. Not because she has any concept of Dota or whatever. She just does not like the idea of me yelling and not being able to spend time with her. So if it looks like my hand is like in my lap all the freaking time, that's because I'm gotta pet the little black bastard or else she'll yell at me. But as for the draft, PogChamp's hyper-aggression has led to some interesting bans, because Team Lynx, they're expecting both a Tusk and a Clockwork, and I would have loved to see either of those heroes, especially the Clockwork though, for the massive vision advantage. But PogChamp, with both of those aggressive options taken out, let's see what they are gonna go with instead. Because, again, it seems like they're already kind of drafted into a corner. And they just want to be aggressive, which is exactly why they've kind of been drafted into a corner. Then again, last game they also had a bit of a hard-looking draft. And eventually it was the Templar Assassin coming together with their mid laner that made things work out for PogChamp in the end, right? So here I can see something similar, where maybe the thought for the last pick is which hero can both get enabled by having Void Spirit gank your lane, and the other way around. Use that opportunity, use that timing to gank and punish the enemy team instead. I mean, it's not bad. I don't mind the Disruptor. He's not that great with the creep army, but I think it's picked all about the glimpse, all about the ultimate, because both of those things are going to be huge here, especially if you can silence the Darkseer, disrupt this entire combo with a Disruptor ultimate. But I will say, they will be putting a lot of faith into Hyuga, giving Hyuga that last pick Disruptor. As we're getting ready to load on in. But, chat, if you're asking, like, oh, why is Got the Juice playing here, then you're not very well familiar with the history of, like, tier 1 players. Because, again, Got the Juice, Krollgash, and Dual Rays used to play together almost all of their stacks for a really long while. And those three are really good friends. So, they're actually close. They've actually played on a lot of teams together. It makes sense that if you ask Krollgash, hey man, we need a stand-in for the position for our mid laner, by the way, or for our hard carry, then they're gonna think of tier 1 players, because half of that lineup used to become tier 1 and half of them didn't. Like, they all used to be a Navi Junior together. Oh, literally, as I say that, on the 5-minute chat delay, dude, I pointed out in real time. Thank you, my man, for giving some of the, like, Dota-related intel to the people.
Prepare for battle.
In as... Well, again, I'm really worried about Lynx here, because Team Lynx, I think they really deserve at least one victory in the second best of 3. But also, that last game, they had the outdraft. This game, the drafts are looking a lot more 50-50. So if both teams play as good as last one, it's going to be an insane back and forth. And the smokes come on out. So as the level 1 potential goes, the potential for First Blood is definitely higher for the side of Lynx here. And Team Lynx, they may want to try for a First Blood with the insane level 1 from Undying and this insane burst from Dark Willow. The kill potential is definitely there. PugChamp, meanwhile, they don't have as much kill potential, but they do have the Wolves, and they will immediately defensively smoke up to make sure that nobody accidentally goes out of position. Cracker really hates life. And that's gonna be Got the Juice. Not quite dying. Though you see how scary Cracker is at level 1 as he's still trying to get Hyuga. And the decay is adding up for so much damage. But Gothic in a perfect position to turn things around. Lynx. Yeah, no, they're literally being outskilled here. This is not supposed to happen. Because Shadow Fiend, don't get me wrong, Shadow Fiend, just to be clear, is one of the strongest level 1 First Blood heroes you can have. But there's no stronger First Blood level 1 heroes than Slark and Undying, because of the way that Attribute Steal works, right? Like, both Slark and Undying are always going to be the mathematically, on paper, strongest heroes. Bottom lane. At least Lycanthrope, like, once he gets level 2 in the Wolves, he's always going to be able to last it against Undying. Because Cracker, the strength steal's basically going to zone Gothic out completely. It's going to give Windranger a really easy time farming, but most other strength heroes would be broke because of that, right? Because, oh, no strength means you can't last it now. But Lycanthrope, he got those Wolves to deal all of the damage for them, so... No worry about the last hits, no worry about actually being able to pick up those CS. The first kill or first kills is what I'm very worried about though, because PogChamp, they did lose their SF, but they are going into this top lane with a massive freaking advantage already. Got the juice, he is playing a super momentum-based hero after all, and picking up the early gold will allow him to be so aggressive, do so much damage as Vladik trying to run away is going to get blown to smithereens. At least Puck is a really big difference maker, so the Puck can always come online and snowball.
This one was not for you.
And Void Spirit against Puck, like as chill as the lane is for Void Spirit, Flocken is way further ahead than he should be. Because Flocken was the one person who kind of sort of actually got a small victory out of that first blood trade. Had a way better time blocking the creeps going into this level 1 mid lane. But Puck shouldn't be ahead anymore. Void Spirit has a way better time harassing and catching him. Meanwhile, Undying goes for a super aggressive Tombstone just to pressure the Lycanthrope. I'm not sure if he can get Trollgash with that, but it looks like, thanks to a really good power shot, it paid off regardless, because they did get Gothic, and Gothic's definitely worth quite a while. Void Spirit, he is recovering quite a lot in the last department though. So dual raise, he should definitely still have a super good mid lane once he's kind of able to snowball, once he's kind of able to bring himself online. And another nice catch onto QBFY. QBFY gets himself yeeted back into position. Shadow Fiend though misses the raise and will finally finish the job. Got the juice. Not quite going down as Darkseer. He did need both of the Iron Shells there, so if one of your heroes dies, your damage is gonna be cut in half basically. Because I know somebody in chat is gonna be mad, because I've seen a lot of people not understand Dota today, and somebody's definitely gonna be mad, like, oh, why did he let SF live there? Because with one Iron Shell, a Tango is gonna stop him from getting the kill without dying to the SF.
Radiant are scanning.
But this quiet laning stage, it is actually really favorable for the side of Lynx right now. Because Lynx have two heroes that need some time to come online, that really need to come into their fullest. Which is why SF is being so aggressive, which is why the top lane of PogChamp is trying so hard to get a gold advantage.
Radiant's top tower is under
But the moment that Puck or the Wind Ranger are getting just a little bit too much money and can go for kills on their own, things are gonna be very hard, because again, it's a super in-your-face draft from PogChamp. PogChamp are gonna be phased to initiate every now and again to not fall off. And having early answers to that is kind of what this Lynx draft wants to do, but whether they can remains to be seen. Nice dodge from Flocken though, not getting himself killed off in this mid matchup. Because I think both teams are realizing just how important the mid lane is here. Got the juice clipped. Get bullied, says the Darkseer. And force Shadow Fiend to waste the TP. Meanwhile, Puck, however, he is gonna more than just get bullied at this rate. However, he still decides to just dive in for the kill as the Tombstone comes out. This is gonna be rough for Dual Race. Dual Race makes sure to right-click down the zombies, uses up all of his spells to get away. But Puck is still on his tail with silence. Dual raise. Infused Raindrop means he should get away, but Puck, every charge of that he wastes is still very good money.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So you gotta follow him all the way to the, like, Radiant base there. Oh, I love these little interactions. I'm really hyped for the tournament now, because the first day of a tournament is usually kind of the... mark of what the rest of the tournament is gonna be like, right? More of an omen, really. I see it as an omen. Like, if there's a lot of pauses, there's gonna be a lot of pauses all season, more often than not.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As F, the few supports behind him is able to push very early here. I wonder if Darkseer is gonna try to set up a defense with the Dark Willow. They definitely wanna try, and there's the Puck revealing the Dream Coil. Where's the vacuum to break it? Not here. As SF will escape the Dream Coil in one piece. Puck needs to be very careful, but will survive. Oh no, he died. Puck still died to the Got the Juice ultimate there. So it looked like he survived because he got away, but he wasn't out of range. Still, Gothic and Hyuga go down for that, so it's a 3 for just 1. And Lynx, they get themselves exactly the kind of teamfight they needed, but it did cost them their insanely valuable, insanely strong mid laner. And that's going to be QBFY. Just a little bit more burst, but it's not quite gonna cut it. As Got the Juice ran after next. But he's gonna be fine. So yeah, with chat making so much controversy about Got the Juice, like, we've had the original Na'Vi Junior stack that went on to become Na'Vi play in the EPL. So like, we play higher tier people a tier lower. And yeah, he may be one of the most talented people in Eastern Europe right now, but I think it's more so unfortunate that Lynx are missing 2 of their players, right? Like, I think Lynx at full strength, it wouldn't matter that much if there's Got the Juice or not. Lynx already being down, playing with 2 stand-ins, and then the other stand-in for the enemy team being an actual upgrade kinda sucks, I get that. But it's not like Lynx couldn't have asked, I don't know, Fata or Stormstormer or something to stand in. Because I know for a fact... Well, no, actually, shit, that was Keitsu. Because I know for a fact, like, at least here in my corner of Europe, there's a lot of connections going on like that too, where a lot of tier 1 players will immediately play for the tier 3 teams just because they're from the same country. And that's going to be a nice catch onto the Lycanthrope. The slow game being sped up. Once again for Team Lynx though. And Team Lynx, while they are looking really confident, having the gold lead, having the kill advantage, they are not yet stopping the Shadow Fiend.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Puck also blown up by Dual Raise. Now that they're kind of past level 6 and are actually starting to get items, you can see the Void Spirit coming in to counter the Puck all the harder.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Listen, chat. Listen, everybody's being salty, but I'm telling you right now, you can get Yatoro. You can get whoever you think is the best player. And if they're not currently in a different team, they can stand in. Like, yes, it does work for every player that's currently on a team that has disbanded. They can just stand in for other teams in accordance with the EPL rules. Windranger also gets herself blown up. And again, I think Ilbirs, he's a really talented player and really good under pressure. But I think him being a stand-in is a bigger issue here. Not because he's been playing bad, he's been playing really impressively, but the synergy from the safe lane has been lacking a little bit, when that was always one of the strong suits for the side of Lynx.
Radiant structures are fortified.
as the tier 1 tower is going to get destroyed. Shadow Fiend. They need to kill him, and they know it. Because SF is the one hero that can still close out this series in favor of PogChamp without needing a third game to do so. A nice disrupt ultimate to try and let him get that Requiem up. SF not quite getting the Requiem, but he will blow up the Pog. They will eventually kill the SF for that though, and Lynx, they're committing all in, making sure this is as worth it as it can be. But there's the Lycanthrope coming in from behind for the cleanup. A 2 for 2, not bad, not great. Let's see who it's gonna favor by the end of it, because with Cracker stealing strength, anything can happen, but even that good Tombstone will not save Cracker, making it a 3 for 3 instead. Vladik still running.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And in comes another initiation attempt, this time around on the Darks here, or I guess onto Krollgash instead. Krollgash, not great fighting against Puck because all of that AoE just makes it easy to kill his wolves, and that will be a double kill for Ilbirs. Lynx, they may be feeling the effects of having a stand-in, but bringing in the Wind Rain there still does a lot of work to Yuga. Trying to get the deny, but nope, Dark Widow will close out the deal, making sure they get all of that money in their pocket and are going to be very happy with that.
Tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, SF has decided to farm where it's safer. But he's going to Twin Gate back into the top lane. Trying to find a catch with the Requiem, but the Requiem does not hit. Flocken dodges the Lion Earth Spike, and a nice jump away. Void Spirit should be able to catch up if he doesn't make any mistakes though, and that will be the kill on Flocken. QBFY goes down to his finger. Gothic immediately dying for that, but Lycanthrope and his wolves are dealing with the Tombstone, and no Tombstones means you need to run if you're Lynx, but Team Lynx. Yeah, this is what I mean. Whenever it's the 5v5s, whenever it's the big team fights, that's where everybody looks so much better on the side of PogChamp. But I don't think it's Got the Juice's skill level. I genuinely think it's the fact that Got the Juice played like 1,000 or so games. Together with his team, like with the current stack of PogChamp. I think if you make Ilbirs play 1,000 games with Lynx right now, he would also be looking as good as their regular carry, right? Because all of his issues, I don't see him miss skills, I don't see him miss last hits. The only issue I have with Ilbirs is Ilbirs and his support do not know what the other one is thinking. And that is something that's kind of expected of you at a tier 1 level. Hell, all of you that have a friend that you duo queue with probably know that moment and that dynamic really well, because I have a friend like that. And we can stomp our lanes so hard we both get reported for smurfing. When we both are really bad at Dota and just know how to communicate and how the meta works really well in order to win. As for the game at hand, it's currently almost a 50-50. The win rate says like 15% chance in favor of PogChamp though. So, I guess the SF is still not sufficiently shut down, and SF needs to die a few more times in order to tilt this win rate back around in favor of Team Lynx. But Team Lynx, they are farming on all 3 of their cores extremely fast, so just farming space will kind of benefit them at least a little bit. Undying.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's pointing out that everybody is coming into the bottom lane, but I don't think that Cracker knows that those wolves are sitting right on top of him, looking for a kill. And we're just gonna watch everyone farm, as there's way too many big items queued up right now to break tempo here. Because Dark Willow, I'm not sure why she's sitting on that much gold and not buying the urn. When buying urn, you should always do ASAP, just to get that 1 or 2 extra charges worth of value. But the Undying, I actually really love his build. And I think going for the Solar Crest is just a huge difference maker if he can get it out at a decent time at least. Speaking of decent times though, guess who's not having one of those? The Darks here over on the top lane. As he is struggling to keep up with the tankiness needed to deal with so much freaking damage all the time.
Radiant's middle tower
And that's gonna be
top tower is
Disruptor.
under attack.
Kept alive by the creeps as Lycan brings in his own creeps, but just a little bit too late to find anyone. They should be able to get some objective out of this, but first need to protect Hyuga from those creeps that's trying to kill him.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Double damage.
We're gonna see a big smoke up on the mid lane
Dire
once
are
again.
scanning.
From the side of PogChamp as PogChamp. Getting a 2-0 here would be amazing. As Wind Ranger ran after, not killed yet, they will get the Lion, and then finally Wind Ranger perishes. But Wind Ranger for a Lion is already a really good deal, and that's gonna be a follow-up attempt on Hyuga. Hyuga will die to the Tombstone. Dual Race kills the Tombstone in time though, to make sure that now Undying is running for his life. Cracker, not enough healing, and DK to save him. Still an okay trade for Lynx. If they're already gonna lose their carry, they may as well get a lot out of it. But QBFY will die to the Lycan Wolves anyways.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
And that's going to be the Roshan. Absolutely torn to shreds as we got ourselves a pause. Got the juice. Seems to be having some issues with ping today. But it's okay. I mean, these games can be very interesting. Well, the pause is just gonna continue for a little while here, I'm afraid. If it's gonna be like another minute or so, I'm gonna ask production to do a little kitty cam so I can bully my cat for the stream's entertainment instead. Thankfully, all of the disconnects this far have not been that long.
Living things die.
Living things die.
I hate
Your anger.
Internet troubles. Uh-oh. That does not bode well, ladies and gentlemen. Undying hates life, though.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't think so. Well, more waiting, I guess, but at some point this is gonna turn worrying, because then we have to worry about admin telling them, hey guys, reserve time is over, we're now gonna have to play it out. Though, hopefully a router reboot should fix it, right? So that should be like 3 to 5 minutes at most.
I hate life. I hate
I don't
life.
think so. I don't think so.
Well, the pause is gonna resume. At least the incredible intelligence of my chat is keeping me entertained, and I mean, the reconnect is there, so hopefully the unpause should come out right now as well. Complaining always works, you just have to do enough of it. That's the golden rule after all. Though if this Aegis goes to the side of PUCChamp, I don't think there is too much that can be done from Lynx's side. Because again, Lynx, they rely on the big 5-man team fight, and the big 5-man team fights is what is currently being very intentionally avoided by Got the
Radiant are
Juice.
scanning.
Undying. The one to be initiated on, but he makes sure that his team fights an opening. But the perfect remnant into the Disruptor ultimate is gonna lock down the puck, making room to kill off Ilbirs in the backlines, while Hyuga will finally die. But that was not the trade that they were looking for, because guess what? Everyone from PUCChamp coming in from behind, trying to set up these kills, and Cracker, the moment that he sees that one particular ancient creep walk up the high ground, I think he knows that he can keep kissing his dreams of a TP goodbye there. And it's gonna be 3.5 more minutes where Got the Juice can do whatever the hell he pleases, because after that Aegis, killing the SF is gonna make for a massive swing around. But while that Aegis is active, killing him twice seems so incredibly hard.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Great.
Flocken killed off, giving Dual Race a dominating streak, and from here things are only gonna look worse, because guess what, Shadow Fiend, he's still looking to be aggressive with that Aegis of his, and eventually Wind Ranger cannot defend against him, because Wind Run does have a limited time, forcing her back. It did cost him the Requiem though, but Ilbirs knows full well that there is nothing he can get out of that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
And bottom
tower
tier
is
2
falling.
taken apart. Look at how aggressive Got the Juice is being, though he wants that position to get more. And if he can't get more, then he's just gonna take the creep wave while saying, come at me, Wind Ranger, I know you can for another 2 minutes. Once that Aegis timer is gonna be over, they're gonna find themselves in such a hard game state.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's courier has been killed.
And down goes the mid tier 2. One tier 2 left. They're probably not going to be able to push the high ground just yet with the first ace of the game. But the gold lead is still growing, and helping the enemy's half, farming the enemy's half of the map is not going to be enough to help. Even though Flocken is trying and is biding his time.
Radiant are scanning.
Nice creep cut at least. That will make pushing a bit harder.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Darkseer with the finger to open up on him. Will not be long for this world either. Gothic, he has maximum certainty. That's gonna result in a finger stack. He's just gonna throw the ultimate right off the bat.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that's gonna be Gothic. Killed off. At least one return kill, so we're not getting into Owned territory, but it's only the supports that are still dying from this dire side and wind range. He really wants a carry kill. But SF, he still has that Aegis, it's about to be reclaimed. Final team fight is starting to brew, slowly but surely. As the real Lycan isn't even there and the Radiant will try to go for a smoke to set something good up. And that's gonna be Lion. Silenced and getting run after. Nice vacuum wall. It's not just gonna be Gothic dying from this one, as Got the Juice gets the Requiem and immediately dies for it. Double kill for the Darkseer. Finally he found one vacuum wall good enough to kill this carry, but Disruptor is still alive, saving himself, but nope. Will take out to Agris with the power shot. Lycan and Void Spirit now gotta run, but this was a really beautiful fight for Team Lynx, and they're definitely feeling good after that one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Every coin helps.
Puck has himself a haste rune, so maybe Lynx can somehow, with a smoke or some other kind of opening like that, find themselves a good team fight here. In theory, they definitely have the resources so that they're able to. In practice, though, finding an opening and making an initiation like that work is not gonna be so easy.
Overzealous.
And Gothic kills off QBFY.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And PogChamp, they still need to be aggressive, and they know it, but they need to be a lot more careful, because another fight like that, and they may very well stand to lose this game still. Respecting the vacuum wall, now everybody is positioning a lot more reactively.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Lynx, they even get themselves the wisdom, so the spot push definitely getting rewarded, but PogChamp, They're now smoking up themselves, looking to take things over.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And in comes another initiation. Dark's here, he really needs to find that vacuum wall. And the BKB will make sure that even Disruptor cannot stop him from finding it. Out comes a massive Requiem though, to allow everybody to focus the Tombstone. But Windranger will try her very best to defend her Undying. Blinking into the backlines, killing off Hyuga, but definitely not a worthwhile trade. Dark Willow still in a really bad position as F though dying to his own illusion because the juice is gonna go down to the Darks here. An okay-ish fight, like Darks here is the one that keeps Lynx from losing every single team fight because he finally managed to come online. It's such a slow hero. He struggles so much to really be able to like kill the enemy hard carry like this. But now he's finally online and can make some real chaos.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
And that's going to be Gothic.
Gates swing.
Ran down and punched down. Nicely done. PogChamp still making sure to firmly remain in control of this map, but you can see how nervous they are not to get gone on by that Darkseer. The moment they find anyone that isn't Darkseer, they will try to set up those combos, they will try to let the creep army go to town on the Tombstone in this case. Andy heals it up and immediately hides away again. Beautifully played there though. And I hate life, he says. Just bullying everybody else about it too.
Radiant are scanning.
As that's gonna be Disruptor, ran down, and a Vacuum once again to finish the job. Flocken, he's enjoying this. Everybody spread out, being able to go for pickups. It's actually where Puck really shines. Dual race though, has the BKB, has the resonant fuel to try and keep him alive, but Gothic, none of those defensive options available to him. Krolgash, he has to BKB and walk away, but even pressing your BKB like that feels really bad. Got the juice, was hoping for a kill, and he'll still find it! That absolute Giga Chat. They knew he was somewhere around, but they didn't have vision, so Got the Juice is just gonna go for the wind rain to walk up the high ground, kill Tracker on the Undying with the BKB active, and SF. He may be able to carry this game after all, because QBFY just got caught in the backlines by the Void Spirit while that was happening, and it is right as the Roshan is up and for the taking. So everybody is gonna get everything that they're looking forward to. SF now looking for that MKB, and the MKB, that's gonna be the item that they really need to end with.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Dual race. This time around barely misses Flocken. A puck kill would be so huge for him, and he's still looking because he has that amplified damage rune. Oh! Flocken! He did not get seen by the Remnant, and he gets out just before the Remnant spins his way. Puck just escapes, making so much space, and is now able to cut further creep waves to farm for free in the enemy jungle, do whatever he wants with that space he just created. Well, Shadow Fiend, he may still have an Aegis, but without mana, he's gonna have to get himself back and reset. And that's gonna be Hyuga. Very nicely done.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Without the Disruptor ultimate, maybe this can set up a good fight for Lynx. They will definitely take the mid tier 1, because that one should be a freebie. And the win rate says this game is almost certainly won for PugChamp. The chances of a comeback here seem to be really low still. But I don't know, because especially with a Wind Ranger carry and an MKB coming out for her, anything can happen. And Lycan finally going to approach the high ground and start slowly but carefully pushing that one.
It fills me with nothingness.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lycan just slow pushing though. He's baiting somebody into going out of position to defend, is ready to go on in, but nobody's falling for it. Instead, behind them, Lynx once again sends somebody to split push. In this case, it's just QBFY, and he's not gonna... Is he gonna make it? He's gonna make it! With just a sliver of HP. That's ridiculous. Shadow Fiend, meanwhile, caught by the entire enemy team on top of him. Got the juice, gets the Requiems, but dies. Igris immediately killed for that one though, and Lycanthrope, he's still not answered well enough, even though the Dark Tier makes his life really difficult. Now the Dark Tier goes down as well. Hyuga trying to keep himself alive, not quite getting the glimpse of in time to do so, but Lycanthrope is just gonna keep working on the kill, as Cracker is now running for his life away from the tombstone, but he's already dead with the nullifier being there. Flocken instead wants to do as much damage to dual race as possible. Dual race needs to play this very, very carefully, but manages to get away. Dark Widow trying to set up for him. Dual race dodges the puck, right click to keep his spirit vessel, healing him some little while longer. Puck though, now the one to go on the run.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Definitely a beneficial fight for Team Lynx though, since it makes them time for all of their teammates to respawn.
Good for me.
Lion now looking to go for a Glimmer Cape. Needs that last second save basically. But it's gonna be QBFY instead, finding a nice kill onto Gothic.
Radiant are scanning.
Shadow Fiend being kept alive. Disruptor though. Yeah, he's been having a rough game. Good ultimates, but a really rough game.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wind Ranger finally able to open up more for Lynx.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Tier 2 taken down. The push is definitely terrifying if Wind Ranger can hit a tier 3 or a Rex with that focus fire for a little while. Lynx trying to find a setup, but they did just give their position away just to connect on a creep. Not quite how they had planned that out. Smoke tries to find the initiation. It will be beautiful. At least if you're rooting for PogChamp. Void Spirit got the juice, finding the perfect two-man engage. AoEing down both the Darks here and the Dark Willow, and now setting up a beautiful follow-up glimpse on the Undying. Up onto the high ground, the Lycan army goes, but those melee Rexes, they are falling so quickly already. The fortification is definitely gonna have to come out. Buyback force, but just from the support Willow. Not enough to stop me, says got the juice on the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend makes sure to hide from the puck, gets himself into a corner where the Wind Ranger can shackle shot him, and that's another kill. QBFY, that Darks here immediately forced to buy back. Darks here definitely extremely terrifying, so everybody will immediately turn around and run away from PogChamp. PogChamp though, they turn it around on the puck with a Hex! Tombstone for the rescue by the Undying. There's a massive Requiem, keeping Got the Juice in the fight. Got the Juice a little bit more damage on the Wind Ranger, he will have her. But Got the Juice instead gets jumped by the puck, will be killed off first as Wind Ranger gets healed by the Undying and is now chasing for more because PogChamp, they realize they're out of resources and they need to back off. Lycanthrope though, he's already gotten a full restore and he's just gonna come back in saying, nah, this ain't over, I just had to go back to base real quick. Flocken goes down to the Void Spirit, Cracker still running for his life. Krolgash, he knows how to play that late game on Lycanthrope. Even if Lycan isn't the best late gamer, disengaging, telling his team to run, and then coming back into that team fight was so good from him. Lycanthrope looking to go for an Assault Chorus now. So they're finally able to push maybe, because pushing is still the difficulty for the side of PogChamp. Lynx, they have an amazing amount of high ground defense and saves with that, well, everything really, but the Tombstone, being able to press it on people is definitely the biggest one. Mid lane of Rexes is gonna go down, and that's gonna be QBFY killed off by Dual Race. Dual Race trying to connect, but not quite getting more. Still no puck for 20 more seconds, means for 20 seconds, PogChamp can do whatever the hell they please.
Your anger is useless here.
But both the puck and that really strong Darks here are about to respawn. And Roche, let's see what the RNG says, but it does not look fortuitous right now. Are they lucky? Yep. Because the thing is, there's a contest coming in right now via the triangle, but got the juice. He has so much damage that he should be able to get the Roche, and yeah, he will kill the Roche. Puck actually stole the last hit on the Roshan there, but the Aegis will still go the way of the Shadow Fiend. Imagine if they didn't have vision the second that Roche spawned there, though. Like, imagine if Lycanthrope would have just briefly gone out of the Roche pit to farm one camp or whatever. That would have been so costly. As out comes a massive 5-man smoke once again.
Radiant are scanning.
And Flocken, the first one to get killed, but Flocken immediately buying back, because he knows if they kill that SF twice, this is their chance. Out comes the Tombstone immediately, but in comes the Void Spirit just as immediate, with the silence making sure Wind Ranger goes down. Wind Ranger now also forced to buy back, but all of those buybacks having to be committed, and it's going to be very expensive, because Undying is dead for 90, QBFY dead for over a minute. And in comes the Darkseer trying to kill the SF with his own illusion, but SF, he has a Void Spirit to help him out. Triple kill. Puck still on the hunt, but if Flocken dies, it's instant GG's. Igris instead goes down. I mean, Wind Ranger, believe it or not, is the smaller kill compared to the Puck here. Because Wind Ranger doesn't have as good of a deep push, can't cut 3 waves as safely as Puck can. But I think it's GG regardless, because got the juice. They just can't stop him. As F fakes out a Requiem, making sure Puck has to go all the way back to base to hide from it, and then just goes and finishes the Mega Creeps.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Puck blinking back and forth, making sure he's still staying alive.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle
As the Ancient is gonna die though.
Radiant's middle tower.
Valiant effort from Lynx. They're still gonna eat their Puck in one more time, but Puck just does not have the damage against BKB, so QBFY is gonna die one final time. And that will do it, ladies and gentlemen. GG's in chat, and it was truly a good game number 2. I really wish that that first game would have been this freaking close, because it was kind of close, but not this exciting. So game number 2, I'm really happy with. I definitely have high hopes for this tournament. There's going to be a lot of games to go around every day. It's going to be a huge prize pool, and there's going to be a bunch of tier 1 teams coming in the later stages. For now though, 2 series done, 3 more to go for today. As this one, lots of stuff happening, lots of action. I think the Vladik Darkseer, like, he's unironically who deserves the MVP more than anyone on PuckChamp. Because PuckChamp, they had Krollgash, Dual Race, and Got the Juice doing well, but all 3 of them were basically playing their main heroes. Vladik, I think, actually delivered a lot more than you would expect. But PuckChamp, that's the thing, they're just the better team, and they have a stand-in that makes them even better, whereas the other way around, Team Lynx have a stand-in that, well, 2 stand-ins that they're not that used to playing with. Because again, I think Igris did really well, and I think if Igris plays more games with them, then the synergy is going to be flawless here. But, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are going to be going to a little bit of a break, as my good friend and colleague Dudai is going to take over the next best of 3 for you. I hope you enjoy, as I can assure you, you'll be left in the best of hands, and I'll see you all another time, maybe even in chat, as I'll definitely be watching some more of the EPL Masters. But first, I'm going to go make myself some food. Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a great one, and peace out.
Heralds and Immortals and everyone in between, welcome back to EPL Masters, the first season. My name is Dodai, and we are looking to continue with Zero Tenacity and Amiga Gaming. Sorry for a little bit of a delay. We are almost at the end of the draft, that is, and it's looking like an interesting one. Amiga Gaming, the second place of European Pro League Season 39, have opened up with the Shadow Fiend and have gone for the quick route and a little bit of safety with the Ringmaster and the Tusk. So far, Zero Tenacity, kind of following the Lynx route. This Undying Dark Willow, it's just not jiving well with me. Sure, you have the Brambles, you have the zombies coming out from the Tombstone, but generally the game just feels a little bit lackluster in terms of the damage. You have the lock, you have the slow, but yeah, getting people to that low HP so that the Undying gets the kills is generally the tough part after the laning stage. And if you do go for the Undying offlane, you do rather prefer less of the lockdown, but more of the cooldown reduction. So the fact that even with the Coddle Band first phase, you still go for the Undying, it really, really makes you think that you truly believe in your damage numbers. And with the Drow Ranger, the scaling gone, basically the Tiny for the flash kills also gone, doesn't leave you with much. Of course, the mandatory bear and pocket bands also being present. As I think the pick 18 Pangolier is not bad at all. As for Z10, of course, they did skip season 39 of European Pro League. The team took a little bit of a break before the ENC team, and currently I do believe Desire or Desire will be substituted by Amaryllis on the offlane. But I also see Nesphere budging in here as a little bit of help on top of everything else. But yeah, I'm just a little bit skeptical. I'm not going to lie. Overall, here at EPL Masters, as Zero Tenacity, they've been a little bit lackluster at season 38. I had a little bit higher of an expectation for the team, but Moose and crew just could not deliver that well. Or rather, the question is, after that season 38 fiasco, or, the making it all the way to third, I believe. The last time they actually won was in season 35, I believe. So all the way in March was when Z10 was on top of its game. Of course, with a little bit of, how should you say, friendly conversation with LeBron from time to time when I raid him over from my weird streams and whatever. Overall, getting beaten by Cheeky Bamboni didn't really feel that good for the team. Of course, you do get some income, you do get some little bit of positivity, but Z10, they've had higher and higher expectations all the time, and them just basically not even qualifying to tournaments in general, it just feels rough. Not even making it to the close qualifiers of TI this year is definitely the biggest slap in the face they've gotten. And obviously, maybe the mix is not that great. Maybe something is not clicking. Every time I bring that up, sometimes you just need to switch one element and a whole team, a whole lineup just absolutely makes sense. And I think Gaming Gladiators is the perfect example where, of course, Quinn comes in after Boom. I think they finished 9th to 12th in Singapore. And suddenly, oh, wow, they win 3 majors in a row. And it's nothing to say that Boom was a bad player. Maybe just something didn't jive with their strategies. And suddenly everything clicks, It's sometimes that's all it takes. You switch one element and suddenly you are a tier 1 team. So until then, though, we shall see with this draft. Will they make it work? As Nesphere picks up the TB last. Into the Dawn, I'm not really sure if I like either of these drafts. I'm not going to lie. Overall, the global presence and the Pangaea Roland does give you a little bit of teamfight control, but Namiga's, I should say, lack synergy with me here. Of course, the tempo is great with the SF. Don't get me wrong. At the same time, if they can get this tempo off the line, then possibly they can hit the TB. But TB at that 35-minute power spike, there's nothing better on the map compared to it, unless it is just being dusted in the first 20 minutes of the game. So If you take my 2 cents in any shape or form, or if my opinion as a former coach of Team Hungary here at the recent ENC matters at all, I'll just say this. In general, I am for the Z10 draft, but the recent results of Nemiga in the previous season, even though a lot of our teams were actually attending EWC,
30
or anything to
seconds
go by, Nemiga should be more in shape. Yeah, let's see how it shakes out, of course. Amaryllis is a stand-in, so Nemiga in general does have the better chance to actually make a catch. But we'll see, overall. If they can make it work at all. There's a little bit of rune battles working on the top side of the river.
The
Young
battle
Giamiksha.
begins.
A little bit of meet and greet. But yeah. Is that also a notable stand? I'm seeing Bune play on the SF, actually. A different player on my list previously, but nope. Supposedly that is the main lineup situation. Yeah, we are also getting information a little bit late here on the caster side of things, but, you know, it is what it is. Should be Natty Narwhal, though, according to my original list. At the same time, in the bot lane, we have a little bit of a meet and greet. Doesn't really look like anyone's in true danger. It's mostly just warding warfare from one side or the other. As for this bottom matchup, I don't really believe there's much of a chance for Covis 9 and Ariel to do anything until they get to that level 3 mark. Nesphere just basically picking up the Conjure images and then just last hitting to his heart's content. All Moose needs to do is just put someone to sleep from time to time with the Nightmare. Let's go for the level 1 Brain Sap, so it does mean that Nesphere and Moose are planning, trying to set up a kill, but as you can see, the Brain Sap doesn't really secure anything for you until you are level 2 and you can get that Metamorphosis. Here we go. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Covis 9 moving into the Conjure image, limiting the damage immediately. Although up top, we might just have that first blood. Good catch onto Yanter. And the Tusk does go down. Amaryllis and Miksha. Good connection. The Sunstrike seems to be a little bit off, but the Decay is not. As Bune will go down. Yeah, interestingly enough, it does look like Nemiga have kind of gotten tired of the double mid laner comp that they've been running in the previous season. Even though one of my sources says as that Bune is the main lineup carry for Nemiga, my other sources actually telling me that it should be still Natty Narwhal on that position 1. But yeah, overall, Young G and Natty Narwhal on the same team didn't seem right. Because of course, both of them being mid lane players just felt a little bit off. Yeah, speaking of the 2 mid lane players, Young G and Warwick duking it out on the mid lane. So far, it's been pretty okay for the Pangolier. But if any of you were watching EWC Paris yesterday, you could also tell that it felt like a little bit off once sometimes seeing the mid lane with GPK and basically no one playing on the opposite ends, with GPK not playing the Invoker and no one actually playing the Invoker and GPK playing the Earth Spirit. At the same time, when it comes to Young G, he should be the Invoker and basically work. Should be playing something different as Bune once again getting caught. Now with the Tombstone though, the zombies will be shaken off. And you will make the disconnection. That's all you basically need to do if you want to survive the Tombstone onslaught. And with this being the backbone of their strategy of shutting down the SF and giving their TB a bit of space, does give a nice chance to basically make moves on the bottom side if they want. Good one, the Sunstrike at the end of the Nightmare, joined up by the Decay. I don't think moves can secure a kill. At least I would say not. Easy con to the Bane as Nesphere gets a little bit low on the HP on the bottom side of the map, but at the same time, he seems just nice and dandy unless the Whippage connects. Okay, that one's good, but the hammer ain't not. Still, Ariel with the right clicks will get the kill onto Nesphere, evening up the scoreboard for Namiga. So far, though, on the last hits, it's Young G and Bune in the lead. Even though Bune did die the once, their previous plan of moving moves onto the top lane kind of went up in smokes. In the 3v2 situation, Janter and Bune actually did secure that kill.
Our flesh.
Back up to the top side, where we can see Misha already level 4 with the Undying. Going for the Tombstone build, and nothing but the Tombstone build. The beginning of the time when Miero, I believe, reintroduced the Undying into play. A little bit of a nightmare on the gates that we're not really watching right now, but good connection onto moves. Ariel coming over for the play as well. The Bane will die, but out comes the Tombstone. Those boys are pretty low, but Ariel and Bune together will destroy the zombie horde. At the very same time, Misha falling a little low on the mana, but he will just eat the mango and take out the kill onto the SF. Over onto Ariel and Yenter as they run away, but there isn't really much of a spell that can basically catch them perfectly. Sure, you can bramble them, but what will that decay do? At half HP heroes, it's a little bit much to handle. As Sunstrike down onto the bottom, Coastline falling low, but once again, no kill secure with the Bane. Looking for draft alternatives at the same time as we're gonna get caught on the mid lane. But I don't think there is anything. Okay, never mind. The Swashbuckle just slides over, just like the guy she tells you not to worry about, and they will secure the kill onto Carl. Carl, get it? The other name for Invoker? No?
Radiant
Sure.
structures are fortified.
Oh well, watch some lore, people. As on the bottom side, Covis9 will get put to sleep, but eventually that will fail while we're watching up top. Shrine of Wisdom timing is coming up indeed.
Radiant are scanning.
Unsurprisingly enough, Young G in the lead of the net worth. That secure on to the Invoker kill is absolutely massively valuable, but Nesphere securing a tier 1 tower is not to be ignored either. Ice Shards onto the blockage of the Undying as they will secure the zombie first, despite the Tombstone for them standing around here with the Ceaseless Dirge, a return from Misha. Will only get you 1 kill as Moose is sliding over. I don't think. Oh, he is going to make it in time. We'll try a Nightmare Janter out of the play. But at the same time, that circle will eventually fill up as the Tusk will secure the kill, and Misha will die a second time in a row with the rotation from the Pangolier.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Once again, I gotta reiterate what I said at the end of the draft. Namiga just seemed to be in better shape and form. Z10 with a stand-in. This might not just be what they practiced.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Because don't get me wrong, sure, you can make it to Immortal, top, whatever, at the very same time. But the team is just not one mind, one mentality. Things will go awry really, really quickly. Second power rune will be an illusion rune. Amaryllis will secure it. I think the first one was an invis rune. So we are still waiting for our haste, our regen, and our DD. Sure, it's amplified damage now, don't I? What are you talking about? I'm fun at parties. Shut the hell up. It's still going to be called double damage because when the heroes activate the rune, it's still called double damage. And it will forever and ever be called double damage, but Warwick. Speaking of damage, he's going to eat a lot of it. As here comes the Solar Guardian, as it will star break the shit out of him as well. Put to sleep is the stuck Janter, trying to run the hell away from here, but he is getting decayed hard. Tries to lay things with the snowball, but it is inevitable. All the zombies and the Fort Spirit will follow him down. Warwick gets the post-mortem kill onto the Tusk. Not an equivalent exchange by any means necessary, but if Misha does secure some of these neutral creeps, he could definitely get some bonus gold for himself. I'm curious when Amaryllis and Moose will actually realize that the only reason they're diving on work, so there's just constant stacking going on in the Radiant Triangle. But so far, that aspect is going to be ignored. And with the Flesh Golem going down, it is time for a catch. Good with the Snowball, good with the Shard. As Moose tries to come in from the side to put the Immune to sleep. Here the Souls goes out, but it is way too late as Nestor comes in from behind with a Metamorphosis. Float like a butterfly, sting like a Terrorblade, as they say. No one says that. I say that. But Metamorphosis does hurt. And even though, on the traditional late game, ultra late game timing, TB just feels bad after a while, right? You'll win a few fights, but ending the game just feels impossible. Echoing the words of the ever so loved Avery. I think these distraction fights up top coming out from Z10 could eventually give enough space to Nesphere. Could. But we shall see. Misha having gone down 3 times. I do feel for the Serbian team, by the way. At ENC, where they only got 3rd against the Greeks.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Teammate versus teammate from the Z10 side of things, trying to duke it out to actually make it to the tournament. And Misha eventually lost to the former Adfin boys.
Dire's middle tower.
Now, honestly, I do believe the Greeks absolutely deserved it. I'll be the first one to admit that I underestimated the lineup, as obviously, sure, at that point you can say that we underestimated all the lineups, or the stronger lineups that were coming against us. So we did lose out on the Romanians. But we never even got to meet the Serbs. And I did want to say hi to Misha, and of course, LeBron and Milan, but didn't even get the chance to get a little meetup,
Dire are scanning.
even online. Yeah, Warwick down now with the Meme Hammer timing. Coast Knight going for the Echo. As Young G, they gotta figure out how to take over the Radiant Triangle. That is the territory where most of the pokes and prongs are coming through, and it is allowing them to just keep on twin-gating and bullying the top lane. Even though they are in the lead, Namiga will be the team that needs to be aggressive to actually
Radiant's bottom tower
at
is
least
under
attempt
attack.
to shut down the Terrorblade. Double smoke on the mid lane as we do see a twin gate rotation out onto the TB. As Nesphere's sixth sense
Radiant
is
are
tingling.
scanning.
He is kind of feeling that he's in trouble. 2 Conjure Images walk side by side into the lane. As
Radiant's
the
bottom
full
tower
5-man
is under
squad of
attack.
Namiga are searching for the TB.
Dire's top tower is under
But
attack.
we do have him on camera, so we do
Radiant
know
structures are
that
fortified.
that teardrop
Radiant's
should
bottom
be
tower
fine.
is under attack.
And as the smoke breaks, Ariel will be found. And he will immediately just stab Moose in the back.
Dire's top tower is under
Well,
attack.
at least they will be securing the tier 1 tower for all of this.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It does kind of make the bottom lane a bit of a no man's land. Just kind of reminiscent of what the other MOBA kind of feels. But, of course, Dota is one of a central mirrored map. That's why safe lanes are horizontal, off lanes are vertical. Safe lanes being just a tad bit longer, and of course, off lanes being just a little bit shorter. But, speaking of, still a big, nice catch onto Kovis 9. Mune will die off screen. Damrose did find the opportunity to get that kill onto the SF. but the catch onto Kovis9 as well does not give them the double core kill that they've been vying for. Sphere still a little bit low, but it doesn't seem like Youngji wants to overcommit here. So we do have a bit of a fight between Amaralis and the good old Janter Tusk, the Bedlam, along with the Soul Rip. It will eventually be way too much to handle, with Warwick securing the mid lane tower, but causing his life in the process.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bit of map chaos going back and forth between the two teams, I'm not gonna lie. Tower for tower, eye for an eye, bit for a bit.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And as the top tower is being secured, Bune loses his HP, then dies. Now it is Nesphere shoving in the tier 1 up top.
Dire's top tower has
But
fallen.
let's just be honest, the first 15 minutes with 20 kills on the board, it's just a little bit messy. Not like yesterday messy, but with a Y at the end. Kind of chaotic. I don't really watch a lot of football, but yesterday's match I did watch, because of course it was the World Cup Finals. Wasn't impressed by the Argentinian performance, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think anyone was impressed by the Argentinian performance at all. Man, color me biased, but I think the Spaniards just basically deserved it. Well, speaking of what's deserved and what is in front of our eyes right now, the scoreboard still representing that Namiga are in a clear lead, but it is not that big. That 2,000 network differential is basically the equivalent of one bad team fight for Namiga. And they are definitely on thin ice with basically 4 deaths on the SF already, which kind of indicates as well that during EWC the SF was figured out. I believe during the 2022 Last Chance Qualifier was the last time that Shadow Fiend was this popular in the meta in general. As Young G gonna eat the Sunstrike, gonna get gripped without his consent. The meatball will be stuffed on top of his head as well. And Zero Tenacity could solve the teamfight issue with this as well. Going for these weird-ish pickoffs, I'm not gonna lie. Terrorize into Bramble Mazes and Fiend's Grips.
Radiant are scanning.
Their lineup is not a Beastmaster-ish Lycan type of thing due to the Undying. With the zombie, you do prefer these mass team fights in general. But if Misha just wants to avoid these and just basically keep on the K stack farming for himself until he finishes up that Shiva's Guard, which he just did. And that could also be understandable. Work on camera as well.
Dire are scanning.
Full focus coming out from the Prodigy. But up top, something is a-brewing. Just below Janter. On the edge pan, we also can see from the right side the Amiga boys are coming in. It's Mixa will be making it out of there. Moves. Let's pick up the amplified damage rune all on his own, but here comes Young G to punish that. Generally can't really do anything against the move itself. Could have laid things a bit with the Nightmare, but that's just about it. Roshan coming out from the Amiga side. Just at the perfect timing. We'll turn it into a rotation into the Radiant Jungle once more. And that excursion could grant them a little bit of Observer Gold if they wanted. So they go for the safe option and go back to their side of the map. with Bune. Only having just finished the Dragonlance. Actually, the first component of the Dragonlance, not even anything of meaning. But it is turned into tier 2 pressure. Fortification not available on the dire side of things, so it's up to Nesphere how fast he's going to take over this tower. Demon Zeal was committed for this. Nesphere's moving away. Kovis 9 at least will lose 4 of his strength. Just a fragile 2k net worth lead, nothing else, and 0 tenacity. As always, we'll be putting a bit more of an emphasis towards Tormentor. Up in 3 seconds, they're already prepared. They even have the Tombstone and the Flesh Golem if they want it. Showing up on the lane with the zombie. It's not giving them that great information. As soon as they move into it, Warwick will join in as well. Downfall to Sunstrike and moves, of course. Trying to keep distance with Amaryllis. They're not... Oh my lord. It's a little bit too close in terms of the HP for me. Let's say they're not really going to survive this, are they? But eventually they do, as moves. The healing self heals back up to full fortification. We'll give a stop to the siege of the tier 2. Yeah, both teams are trying to beat each other on the lanes. Beat for beat, Bune immediately deleting the Manta illusions. 21 minutes on the clock. They switch targets onto the mid lane. They do have the Aegis on the Nemiga side. But as we said, one bad T-fight is all it takes. Goes with a jump, the Walrus Punch immediately onto the zombie. But the zombie looks at the Ceaseless Dirge. Basically an empty kill as Yanter loses his life. Can they start off a chase? Is the question. Solar Guardian still available for Nemiga, so overextensions should not be in the picture. But getting the zombie back this quickly could be the mass negative that Nemiga are not taking into account. Full mid push coming out from Nesphere and his illusions. But as he disconnects from his boys, people are going to realize that the TB is trying to leave. At the same time, Moose coming on over. As soon as the illusions get back the Metamorphosis, here comes the Cavalry, Nemiga. They're showing that they want to fight. Showing teeth just a little bit, but as the Sunstrike is a kind of a hit or miss. Tenacity are not going to push their luck. Once again, the Walrus Punch out onto the Undying as the zombie just tries to survive. Does not have the decay back that is truly needed for survival, but does not want to commit the Flesh Golem either.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A bit more gold on the Z10 side, and once again, this 2k net worth lead is re-established by the Nemiga boys. As Gaben, at the very same time on the win probability graph, is on the belief that Zero Tenacity are in the lead currently. What gives him that impression, I'm kind of confused by, as Moose almost gets the hunt down on the SF. But even if they would have broken the Aegis, it's only about a 42-second reclamation timer, so wouldn't have been that big of a kill. But Warwick, turn off on Amaryllis, good with the Bramble Raise and the shutdown, but here comes the Escape Act. Dawnbreaker, not truly broken by the Willow. Even though, I must say, the Warwick setup with the Invoker wasn't bad at all. The Dawn just survives. Warwick on his way to an Octarine Core as we have Nesphere on screen. Now done with the Hurricane Pike, moving over to the Scotty. Definitely on a massive timer, but I'm more than curious to see who will get to a Butterfly first, if we even get a Butterfly this game. Miksha now only moving over to the aggressive build and getting the Blink Dagger online. Has the Soul Ring, has the Phase Boots, has the Shivas. But jumping into initiations, so that finally Janter's little blink-ins and Walrus Punches are not going to be that substantial. Still a little bit of a ways away. 2 more waves-ish away, to be precise. And I will be curious to see if that blink reveal will be the timing they're looking for. As Work has finished the Octarine Core, is moving over to the BKB. On the other side, Young G, done with the Diffusal Blade, getting the Aghanim Scepter almost done, with 800 missing, and a Blink Dagger of his own. The Vunes, Manta, and the Mask of Madness helping him to get closer and closer to the BKB of his desire. As you can see, as supports usually are, Moose and Emeraldus don't really have that many of the items, but both support pairs actually having their Blink Daggers ready, giving a blink count of 3 on both sides. I don't know what's wrong with walking. Why you gotta blink everywhere? Suddenly everyone wants substitution no jutsus all over the place as Bune, Spidey senses tingling once more as Work disappears in the Ghost Walk, still has the smoke on him. And wondering where the confusion is coming from as Mixa.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
It's a little bit quiet, even though there's an amplified damage rune. Is there a tenacity? They're still not looking to engage. There's no more Aegis to worry about. These should be fights they're willing to take as... Over the Terrorized Catch, Escape Out going through, the Sunstrike once again missing. Gamarala is gonna eat the good old Soul Release from the Essence Distiller. Gonna be saved by the Soul Rip. Just a little bit. I thought it was going to be the Tornado, but it wasn't. The Willow goes down as the Undying is in the middle of everything. We'll have to Soul Rip once again, this time on himself, as the roly-poly continues on top of the zombie. Lisa, at the very same time, looks for the right click, does not find the Pangolier. At the same time, the bottom of the fight, Reckoning of the Souls will actually be just the death of the SF. As there's no more Sunder on the TB. Another kill, this time for Covis 9, but he will be dragged down to hell by Work as well. Team wipe achieved by Z10. And 1 team fight is all that is needed for the Z10 lineup to actually take the lead. And make it a commanding one. Oh wow, it's like this guy's been working in casting for the past whatever decade or holy crap. He's predicted what the game's going to happen. Wow. Nah, obviously I just know these teams and know how they play, but in general, pretty satisfying of a team fight. Sad that they did lose Nesphere for it, but Bune going down the way he did is definitely in the calculations. Despite the BKB, all you gotta do is just hit the guy. And just do as much damage to him as possible. Bune for a total of 2,600 HP, only 2,100 HP. So more than likely it did take some damage from some other source. A lot of zombies, according to the death summary, as I can tell. And of course he did get sundered in the middle of that fight. That was the majority of his HP just literally gone.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Sadly, we didn't get that on camera, but it is what it is. At the same time, with 3 dead, you'd expect it to be a push from Zero Tenacity. At the same time, you can't really have it because their main pushing power is the TB. Work. Still needing a BKB and apparently a Shiva's Guard of his own. Not trusting Mixa's in general.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A little bit of a smoke group up coming out from Z10 as well on their jungle side. With Namiga's expires, it could just be Z10's time to hunt. Good arcane pickup. No catch onto the Pangolier whatsoever, though. Just by the reflection, it's just not enough. Kind of a failed smoke coming out from the Radiant whatsoever. Well, the wraparound could still be successful. Smoke is expiring in about 4 seconds. So don't make a catch in this jungle. They're just going to be caught with their pants down. And they will be projecting that they're doing Roshan number 2. There should not be a roar, since of course the first one was taken by Namiga. Will the Sunstrike and Alacrity help? This should be a fast Rosh from the Sphere. Picking up the goodies immediately. It's possibly a bit of a catch. Here comes the cat and mouse game. Good with Shiva's Guard. Reveal 1. But get whipped immediately. Renji's Pangolier just rolling through. Hey ladies, we learn, hey fellas, we learn the people who don't give up. Whatever. 15 to 19. 4K net worth lead, Zero Tenacity. It's not a commanding lead yet, but Gaben is giving an 85% approval to the strategy so far. I would have been with Namiga till the end if during the 20 minutes in they would have killed the TB 2 more times at least, but they only got that 1 kill onto Nesphere so far. Post-mortem, and of course in the middle of that big team fight in the wipe situation as Yanter gonna get stuck on a bramble and gets executed by Miksha.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Even at the same time trying to hold the high ground. Here comes the tornado. Gonna dodge that. Not even the illusions die to it. There's a Requiem to chase away the enemies. With that cast range reduced from the Enfeeble, it's not even worth it to throw out the spell. The banner eventually gets deleted, but not before the tier 3 falls. 33 minutes in. It is Z10 that actually breaks through first. Experience matters, ladies and gentlemen. Tormentor number 2 is proving to be a little bit of a tougher cookie. They're already going to indicate starting on top of it, as Janter will also check as well. But despite the janky exclusion, it doesn't really look like they will overcommit on the Nemiga side either. And all the outer objectives literally just gone on their side of the map. They are choosing the safer approach, and as Nesphere is pointing out, with the Aegis, they could just literally walk up to their enemies and take out that last. Actually, it wasn't all of the outside objectives gone. The last outside objective is going to the bottom tier 2, and should be amply deleted in due time. The catch on to work, but the sacrifice of the Invoker's not in vain. A tier 2 fallen, a tier 2 gained. With all the illusions pushing down on the bottom lane, we shall see if Clovis 9, how much of the damage can he mitigate all on his own? Well, actually, most of it. Tier 3 on the bottom hardly even took 100 for all of this, as the deep vision right above Nesphere's head could just be the end of him. Oh no, don't go in there! Oh, it's just like watching a horror movie. Nesphere sacrifices the Aegis. Where is the rest of the team? Some people coming to the tier 2 tower, some people coming to the other side. They're broken by the Fiends. At the same time, Bune will still blow the hell up with the Reckoning of the Souls. Each trying to cause some chaos with the Tombstone as much as possible, but the zombie goes down. The Ceaseless Dirge returns, but there's no more TP on the Undying. And Nemiga gained back 4k of that lead. The whopping 39 kills on the board at 36 minutes into the game. Just reflecting the constant brawling that we've been having at 741.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think the 741 patch was always this aggressive.
Radiant's top tower has
There are
fallen.
games, of course, where we just have massive passive gameplay, but
Radiant's courier has been
741D, or maybe it's just because it's the Dodai patch, I guess, it's just massively aggressive compared to the other ones. Deafening Blast could be the kill. There it is, of course, with the Chaos Meteor as well. But Clovis 9 does not want to move on. Amplified damage rune in the river, perfect for Bune.
The perfect infusion.
TB returns to the land of the living. We'll be the first one to build the butterfly. Kind of strongman forcing the SF to go for the MKB eventually. Which will take away an essential slot in the itemization of the SF. Yeah, with Nesphere basically finished with the item that is truly needed for his mass survival. We shall see. They kind of even Steven on the effective HP chart. 29 armor on the SF with 3600 HP. On the other hand, we have 3400 HP with 46 armor though. Even though their HP counts are the same, the amount of armor on the TB is absolutely not. As the Nemiga are hogging their triangle.
Dire are scanning.
The essential territory of teamfights, so we call it. We shall see. We continue to watch Meech's farming pattern as he tries to go for an Octarine Core of his own. But begging the question, why do we need 2 Shiva's Guards and Octarine Cores on this team? Wouldn't a Lotus be just a bit more effective? I mean, there isn't really much to Lotus Orb besides the Tusk's Walrus Punch. Right? Everything else is basically non-target ability. And since there's no silence on either side, maybe just something against that Abyssal Blade and the Fusel Blade. the Pangolier
I've got
and the
all day.
Dawnbreaker have been throwing out. Goes just to clear off the Diffusal Blade slow. Might not be ideal, but maybe having been targeted so many times with it, I guess it's just not in the cards. With the top push still threatening the Amiga side of things. MG and Janter will need to move home. Or taking care of the creeps, and of course sending in the Force Spritz in the meantime. The Conjure Image is taking over the mid lane. Yoon is also illusion cutting on the mid. Could be a weird interaction at this Roshan number 3. Minutes into play. Rose should have shouted earlier, but just keeps his silence. And it is the second time the Amiga are picking up the Aegis. I do feel that it's a little bit of a weird mechanic. Maybe it only roars if it's the same team twice in a row or something like that. I always forget that one. Even if it would have been indicated to Z10, by the time they would have made it over there, it would have been over. One way or the other. As Youngji has a haste rune, he could try and quickly break the smokes and get back into position, but somehow Namiga are just not reading that. In comes the top approach. Fiend's Gate, it is the Dawn, escape back for the save, but feared and controlled. One way or the other, even with the double stacks from the Ags of the Escape Act. Ariel is gone as Kovis 9 tries to push on forward with the BKB, the low sword Young G. Will try and roly-poly through, but Kovis 9 eventually melting to the onslaught of damage coming out from Z10. 2 lost for the price of 1. Even that 1 was the boss 5. Back to the high ground goes the TB and its illusions. A lot of zeal. A little bit of help from the Metamorphosis. And the TB goes back and forth. And goes the Tornado. As the creeps get fortified. Let's just see. Zero Tenacity continues to break high ground even into an Aegis. But they are in a number deficit on the Amiga, so it is absolutely understandable that they don't really want to fight here. They need the Dawn ult to basically save them in the damage onslaught. And as I said it multiple times, the only weakness of a Dawnbreaker lineup is the Dawnbreaker itself. As soon as you leave her out in the open, she's going to be target number 1. And Zero Tenacity with discipline. Right after they take the racks and the tier 3 tower, they will back off immediately. What was the cost of the looming threat of the Dawnbreaker buyback, and then of course a little bit of a swashbuckle slide in from the Pango. But it's a risk they were willing to take, and of course Z10 were positioning accordingly. The Flesh Golem Tombstone available, along with all the ultimates off cooldown once more. Looks like Zero Tenacity will once again try and catch you off guard on the top side. They see Kovis 9. Once again, they will go for the Dawn. Escape for the save, but the Terrorize with the control. Feared and rooted. Here comes Young G to try and shake them off along with Yoon and everyone else. But it is just a well-executed check. I'm sure most of the audience doesn't play chess in general, but it is kind of common for Dota players to actually play the game, and yeah, keeping the enemy in a situation when they're forced to do something. It's just a nice thing to have in the back of your mind within Dota. Keeping them on the high ground, keeping them in a situation they don't want to be in. Yada yada yada, etc. etc. As nice little arrow pointing down on the mid lane is drawn out. I do
Dire are
believe
scanning.
it was from Young G. I have a hard time distinguishing the two yellows in between Emeralds and Young G's player drawing colors.
One of my favorites.
But as their tenacity is reading a little bit of a jungle invasion going through. Neither side is actually right as to where is what. Emeralds is just speculating, I'm guessing,
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
as to what Namiga could be up to. Who's in hiding? Could just be meeting up with none other than Ariel. Perfect find on the Bane as he puts himself into the Nightmare. Will turn around with the Axe play. The Fiend's grip will be broken. And immediately, it's a run, and run away situation for the Bane. The Aegis will get reclaimed as Bune moves on forward with Jenter. But I don't know how much longer the Tusk will survive. Sure, an Aeon Disc will help along with the Escape Act. But as soon as it explodes, as soon as he's out of the box, he will just get immediately deleted. A good reach with the Tornado onto Bune. I don't know if Misha can keep moving forward. He does. Throws out the Tombstone, a little bit of a reach, but does not want to overextend. As soon as he sees Young G, he will be backing off. Nightmare play out onto the SF. But as soon as that decay goes through, another Tornado coming in, throw him into the air, along with the Cataclysm. Good with the Manta Dodge, but as he loses those illusions, in comes good old Nestor from behind. And they will sandwich the SF to death. 10 minutes after the power spike, the TV's still going strong. And as Warwick is looking low, in comes the Solar Guardian. They do manage to keep the Invoker alive as Nestor comes in from behind and will kill everything living. One by one, they fall as Clovis Knight and Ariel join the dead. Buybacks are coming out left and right. Dieback on Young G. And that will be the GG. As Sunder will be exchanged and a little bit of HP back and forth. Death by 1,000 cuts on that base. But before we can witness it, Zero Tenacity take game number 1. It's 26-25. I mean, it does show that the two teams are kind of dead even. At the very same time, I will jot it down to experience. The Amiga played really, really well compared to the fact that, you know, they got second in season 39 of EPL. Masters, and you gotta come out and play. And Zero Tenacity definitely did that in spades. I was a little bit confused by the double Shiva's Guard being built on the Undying and the Invoker. Weird, to say the least. At the very same time, and of course, a little bit of wonkiness from Nesphere dying with the Aegis. At the same time, it's just TB late game. The fall off eventually would have come, I guess, 10 or 5 minutes later or so, where Bune would have figured out the itemization that he would have needed. I don't think the Swift Blink was it. You definitely need that MKB to actually kill off the Butterflied Terror Blade or something to actually reduce that armor. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are off to a bit of a break. Zero Tenacity take game number 1 over Namiga. I'll be right back after the break with game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to draft number 2 of Namiga versus Zero Tenacity. Hopefully our audio issues are fixed now, but sorry for that first game. But we are back with game number 2, Zero Tenacity. Having chosen first pick Namiga going for the Radiant, it does look like both teams are kind of ignoring Nature's Prophet for now. With pick 18 on the Zero Tenacity side, things should be pretty interesting in just a few seconds from now. As Namiga, a little bit of back against the wall, I think, for a first game showing. It's not the best start to the season for them to actually lose out on the first game, but playing with a stand-in is always a little bit of a tricky thing, which Zero Tenacity are also dealing with. Having to have Amaryllis instead of Desire should definitely kind of throw them off guard, I would say. Well, yeah, this playing stage will definitely keep your interest in most aspects, right? When it comes to tier 2, tier 3, or whatever rate of Dota you want to call this one. As, of course, after this series, we still have the 4th place Spirit Academy, or actually 3rd place Spirit Academy from last season, coming in to basically prove again if they are up for the challenge of this level of Dota. Because, yeah, last season they did place 3rd, lose out against Namiga Gaming, who are currently in an 0-1 position. But, yeah, my colleagues and I were actually discussing if Team Spirit Academy would have made it to the grand finals, would they have given us a better show, since they were the team that actually took a game off Rune Eater's Arise. Although, to be fair, Namiga Gaming did the same as well. At the end of the day, of course, we'll never know if the 3-0 would have still been a 3-0 for your eyes, of course. But they just seem to be the better prepared team. Overall, with that result, they do make it to the group stage invitations for EPL Masters 1. And, of course, the question does remain, what are the 8 teams that are going to make it next to Glyph, Power Rangers, RERIs, and Team Bald to that group stage? Because, of course, another thing that we're going to have revealed either today or tomorrow is the last playoff seed invited. So far, we have Mouse, Rune Eaters, and Yellow Submarine in the invited team list. And obviously, the bigger question is, which team is going to make it through here? As I think our drafting production had a little bit of a bug, but we're back. So the live studio gets picked up on pick 18. A little bit of a weird approach, of course. Not paying attention to the draft as much as we can. Well, with the Lion on the Clockwork, once again, Namiga, kind of a counterintuitive approach in their drafting style. Over aggression this time around, where you had a very defensive approach in the previous one, and still you couldn't save Kovestein, so let's just go aggro this time around. But of course, Janter always having that little bit of a jump in with the Tusk, and then basically just raising Miksha into the air. At the same time, with the Pangolier being kind of an option as to where you want to put it, Namiga, they rather focus on offlaners that they're scared of, basically setting themselves up for success. To me, this felt like a little bit of a freer Ursa game. I would have not gone for Lifestealer myself, but I'm pretty sure Nesfear knows what he's doing in terms of choices. So beyond the Beastmaster, is there any danger of any hero that I'm scared of? Well, the question is, do I want Miksha to not have the Lycan, or do I not want him to have the Centaur? I'm not really scared of an Axe in this lineup just yet. But then again, the question of the carry comes into mind. Slardar feels like a decent ban, but I wouldn't play mid Slardar with the offlane Pangolier personally, or I wouldn't play offlane Slardar with the mid Pangolier personally. I just don't think the two heroes jive really well. To some, the Centaur might feel a bit of a bait, right? You don't make Rolling Thunder faster with the Stampede. Overall, you know, some people would say that it's just not that great of a matchup, but I think getting into a better position for your Rolling Thunder makes it more advocable. And of course, with the Winter Wyvern, Arctic Burn, you can just fly to that perfect position to drop off the Winter's Curse. Yeah, very, very healing lineup or backline coming out from Zero Tenacity. And it's a very hard to approach one as well. If you make the attack way too deep, if you do it way too late, Winter's Curse will always be dropped on you. Eventually, Will-O-Wisp could come out with the Aghanim Scepter being acquired by the Caudal. And they could turn the whole draft around as well. If they want to keep the Keeper of the Light in the middle against the Invoker, which I don't think is a great matchup, but you can definitely do it, they do have the option of picking a new position for. Zero Tenacity go for the Miksha Largo. A little bit of a disrespect pick at the end of the day, isn't it? Right? Largo is not as strong as it used to be back in February, where in Blast Slam 6, the Largo bow was just all over the place. And of course, Blast Slam 7, where we got the good old Largo Batoon from the Blast Production Studios. Overall, just a little bit torn as to what Namiga Gaming should be going for. They go for the TB on their own, but into a Radiance Builder hero, it just doesn't feel right. I'm not happy with this, for sure, if I'm Namiga. Invoker TB Underlord. I don't see the solution here. This is just a go lineup. And Zero Tenacity is the stop lineup. So I don't see the safe approach into all of this. Generally, Warwick could be a great taxi for the Lifestealer. Miksha will keep you alive no matter what. Amplified by the Cold Embrace. Sure, you'll get a few kills here and there with the Firestorm and, of course, the Finger of Death, so you can finger people to death. Sunstrike on top of the Cold Embrace, etc., etc., but that's one kill. There's 4 other members of the enemy side you still need to eliminate, and I don't see enough crowd control, period, on the Amiga side. If they make this like a super fast game, like if they get to high ground at like minute 21 and start deleting barracks by minute 25, sure, TV can win any matchup that way, right? But I don't see the approach angle into the lineup that Z10 currently has. I think this is a Z10 2-0, just from the draft, that is. But as we've said, Amiga are in the better shape, in the better form. They've had number 1. Can they achieve it in game number 2 for a second time? That is the question we're about to answer here at EPL Masters. Yeah, game number 2. It should be an interesting one. Of course, our first 2 series was a 2-1 for good old Syntax, and the second one was a 2-0 for PuckChamp themselves. Question is, which one will this be? I'm pretty sure production will be happier with a 2-0, as we are a little bit behind schedule. But at the very same time, of course, we're not rushing the players to anything or alluding them to one thing or the other.
30 seconds.
Once again, we see Warwick on the cam. This time him on the Pangolier instead of Young G. And Young G now on his proper Invoker hero. There are just these players and hero pairs, right? That you always think about as on the top side we have a little bit of a smoke break, but no engagement from either side. But eventually, Kovis 9, his curiosity gets the better of him. A little bit of an earth spike on to Mr. Rager, but of course, necessary with the feast. Start looking at it. Plus, it's one of the weirdest and most pointless chases we've seen in the history of Dota. But, sure, Morales and Janter definitely had fun with it. top side. Oh, they're locking onto Nestor with the Earth Spike, but no one Firestorm. This light's clearing out a few of the creeps. Isn't really gonna do much.
Dire's turret has been
Sure, global presences is something you also need to consider, but at the very same time as Ilbirs gets approached, we can definitely see that Leicester isn't really scared of the Underlord in general. This matchup, I would say, is won by the Leicester 7 out of 10 times. Of course, the support pairs also are a big factor, but in this case, the Arctic Burn joined by the Feast, it's just a lot of percentage-based damage for the Underlord to handle. It's not to say that either side is without its kill potentials. Yeah, the first 2 minutes without a kill so far. This pizza is being eaten up top. Down bottom, the chase for Amaralis continues. The TP's not having the worst time of his life, but neither is the LS. Ilbirs on the other hand. Afterburn not committed. Ariel with the wraparound. They've had enough of the matchup. We'll try and give the Underlord a bit of a break. You go back on the mid lane. You can definitely see that Work is having a great time with this matchup. Him now on the more dominant position against Young G. He did die, I believe, twice during the laning stage in the first 10 minutes in the previous game, if I'm not mistaken. Now you could kind of say that Work did kind of win the lane stage in game 1. I could check actually now that we have production. You know, I don't have to handle camera and audio and all that and yeah, the first 10 minutes it's 1-2-0 on Works Invoker, 3-0-3 on the MG Pango. Down bottom, finally, Battery Assault along with the Cogs. The Cog block on Miksha is kind of too much to bear, but the Metamorphosis TB would rather have a better laning stage than anything else, and we'll continue to control that instead. Great to see Misha's forehead and Bune's black out camera as the Frog Stomp comes out. Enters blockage and the Sunstrike connecting. Will not truly be connecting onto anything, and neither will the Cogs. Zero kills in the first 4 minutes of the game. Either side is truly getting the advantage. A lot of aggression coming out from the Amiga. They try and make a Firestorm approaches as Ariel. And I get licked, but let's see if the Lion can finally die for that first blood. For Nesphere, the answer is a massive yes. Ilbirs has been the target of the abuse, mostly, for the beginning of the game. They finally pivot. Sarchi killing off the support first. Yeah, down bottom though, Namiga have also made the approach again and again and again. As on the mid lane, we also see the Caudle making a little bit of a lick, possibly at the Invoker. Tabia Underlord all alone, could be in a bit of trouble. Young G backing off, does have the Cold Snap Sunstrike. And the possible assist coming out from the Janitor Clockwork. TP was cancelled for this, and as Amaralis shows his high knee, the Gandalf could be in trouble. Good connection with the Battery Assault, but Warwick does have the jump with the Shield Crash, making it to low ground. As there's your Spike and the Sunstrike. Once again off the mark, no neutral creep deny for you today, Mr. Gandalf. Would be way funnier with Doom or Warlock in the game, right? Golems trying to find off the Pegasus Rider. There's a little bit of blockage comes out from Janter. Morales work, and of course, Moose could just hang out on this mid lane for a while. 6-minute power runes coming up as the Fort Spirit tries to block off the Pango. Janter will still pick up the shield rune and just walk away casually. Tippage back and forth, a little bit of a mistake on the Pangolier's part, but the swashbuckle connection on to Ariel to get the second kill on the board.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower
The
is
Cold
under
Embrace recheck as a Metamorphosis chase out onto Miksha. It did leave the Largo out in the open for a bit too long in my opinion, but Largo does seem to survive. Stick charges are healthy. And as Moose is picking up the stacks made for Kovis 9. I'm pretty sure he's going to be mad about that one. Morales not having Illuminate just yet at level 3. For the more tactical Chakra Magic and everything else that entails. Moose trying to make it to the Shrine of Wisdom. In comes Warwick with a little roly-poly. The Sunstrike will hit the Pango, but Kovis 9 is in massive trouble. In comes Nesphere. Open up those wounds, and it's an easy kill with both Shrines of Wisdoms going to 0 tenacity.
Radiant's top tower.
I did say that Amiga need to crush this early game for them to even have a chance at this one. But currently it just seems like the Radiant territory is starting to be painted red. By 0 tenacity's heroes, that is. Possibly a kill secure coming out on Moose as he walks into the Ancient Creep. There's an Impulse Bomb right there for the Clockwork. Janter knows it a bit too late. The Sunstrike will still secure a kill on Moose, but at the same time, the tier 1 on the mid lane is already being pressured. And Young G, as soon as that mid is open against semi-late game drafts such as the Spectre, such as the TB, the map just becomes extremely difficult to play. We've seen it time and time again in pro games. And no matter how much you disrespect or respect the players, honestly, just losing tier 1 towers sub 10 minutes, especially on the mid lane, is just not a way to go if you're gonna play TB. See if Namiga can fight off the onslaught, fight off that siege on the tier 1. Bune is slowly making his way over here. He did pop Metamorphosis on the bottom. Trying to establish some kind of farm. Not even close to the Yasha just yet. Kind of indicating these first 10 minutes haven't gone super well, but he is still ahead in terms of last hits compared to the Lifestealer. It's just that the problem that while Bune is on triple zeros through his KDA, Nesphere's Lifestealer is already at a 201. And while we do hear the roly-poly, we're going to finally see it on the other side of the map. A good little Fiend's Gate for the help, Cold Embrace, and a bit of a push going on onto Warwick from the Deafening Blast. Kind of messed up his own Sunstrike. As Young G, I believe, or Warwick continuing to chase. And with the shield crash, and of course, a Rolling Thunder onto Kovis 9. Back and forth he goes as Morales not really having much, but another shield crash. He does not want to jump in to the tier 2 range on the chase. I guess Kovis 9 did see my headset. Or maybe he's just taunting the enemy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is
4-4-2 on the map, and as the tier 1s fall,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
one after
middle
another.
tower is falling.
I just cannot emphasize how rough this is looking. for the Amiga side. 3K versus 2K compared to the previous game, but of course that lead is in Z10's hands, and they are the tempo draft compared to the Amiga. It's not that Gaben level of shellacking we tend to talk about with our good friend Tolchus and Joe, but it could definitely turn into that one, unless the TV gets the lid out. The Yoshidun, it's a start, but Bune's farming space will definitely shrink down to half its size, and then things are going to be looking rough. Because compared to the previous TB game to this one, right? There, Nesphere got the tier 1 tower on the offlane really quickly. Of course, by forcing out Clovis 9 out of the lane on that little Dawnbreaker. And eventually, did take a lot of the farm from the triangle in his own territories. Sure, in Amiga's early 5-man rotations did secure them all the tier 1 towers on the Radiant side, but a lot of clanky fights were in between that chaos. And this time Bune once again linked back into the Frog Stomp, which is doing his best to just uphold the pressure against the TB and not even let him close to the tier 1 objective at all.
Dire are scanning.
And we're listening to work, a little bit of a smoke play inside the jungle. Let's see who will they find. Obvious target, of course, is the TB. What else would be what you're going for? This is Janter on break position. Neither the pause 1 or the tier or the pause 2 are going to be approached. As soon as the break happens, here we go. Swashbuckle up to that high ground.
Radiant's bottom
The Illuminate connection, but it's only a level 1 Illuminate despite the Solar Bind. Janter will make it home, even though doesn't really have much of that HP left.
is under attack.
Hookshotting to safety never feels good though. Spoken with several Clockwork players, hookshotting aggressively is kind of what you want to go for, and that is what Namiga's lineup is designed about, but they can definitely not go on the aggressive right now. As triple runes are being picked up by Zero Tenacity. Oh, in the olden days, this would have been worth so much more gold, but
Radiant's bottom tower
of course
is under
now
attack.
each bounty rune is fixed and mounted to the time they
Radiant's
spawn.
bottom tower has fallen.
But his Bune will be found, Miksha. Not really making the connection. On the other hand, they are, I think, painfully aware that Feeds Gate is available, so big global moves, if they overextend on Zero Tenacity, could definitely be punishing for them in the long run.
I'm sorry, who are you again? I'm sorry, who are you again?
Which is the question from Lorenzo. I don't even know who I am. But I do always think about the sheepstick voice line when I hear this one. Who do you think you are? I am. $50 minutes of play, 6 kills on the board.
Radiant's
Party
top
Vision
tower is
versus
under attack.
XG. Last year's TI flashbacks are kicking in right now. Not gonna lie, extremely
Radiant's middle
strategic
tower
match
is under
overall,
attack.
but the kill count was so low. I actually saw people falling asleep in the stands. Which, by the way, is not the opinion I share, but for entertainment purposes, let's just say I was bored in that game. Not true. So we had a blast. And of course, one day, hopefully, EPL will grow up to be actually a tournament organizer. Actually makes lands happen at this point. First 100k tournament from the organizer. Definitely an achievement of its own. But let's see if an achievement of an aggressive move from Namiga will happen. No. Jantar and Ariel immediately pivoting over to the Largoba instead. But to Largoba, they'll just TP. I'm not that worried for Misha. And I'm sure you guys aren't either. As the TB's farm is just diminishingly slow due to the tier 1 towers just absolutely being battered to shreds. The question remains, what now, Namiga? As Nesfear is done farming, he will just insert himself inside Warwick. Let's see, will they roll into the fingering, or will they get hooked? An immediate contact straight onto Ariel. They'll delete the lion immediately, and as for the hooker, Jantar will actually make it out of there alive. The threads of his pants ain't really much of the approach, as Musa Miksha are just looking to basically dissolve the territory of the TB on the bottom side. Nice and slow, Namiga are going to be pushed inside this little cage of the tier 2 line. Might not be the fastest siege Zero Tenacity will ever do. Not that many tower takers on their side, let's just be honest. But they'll just keep on shoving the lanes on every lane with the Keeper of the Light plus the Largo. And that is more than efficient to basically keep shrinking the TB's territory. Conjure image on the lane. Misha just easy frog stomping, but as soon as the rocket flare comes out, they know what's up. Moose trying to fly away, flies almost immediately into the twin gate. Goes for the Winter's Curse. Let's see if the TB will kill itself by its own illusions, but the answer is no. Bune's so underfarmed that he doesn't even execute his own play. And by the time Warwick and good old Amaralis makes it his way over here, the Omega lineup will be out. Back to perfect safety.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sunstrike search. I'm looking for the point of impact actually, but I can't really find it. Jantar looking to place down deep vision. Extort a bit of money. But the bottom lane still in danger. Ariel on protection duty, but once again, the biggest problem with the backline of Namiga, it was not made for protection, it was made for aggression. Ariel trying to shake off the adversaries, but as his TB dies, so will he. Bune and Ariel just gone. And they're gone. And Beep Beep is absolutely right. Zero Tenacity on their direct way to just steamroll through this game number 2. Catch onto Jantar. It's just a clockwork kill. Its significance is rather measured in the fact that the territory keeps on shrinking.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
As the mid-tier 1 finally falls, Young G makes the play. Will attempt to get the hell out of here. Cold Snap with a bit of catch. The Meme Hammer coming through, but Warwick forced out of the play. Teleportation escape attempt coming through, but Young G will still not make it out of here. And with Ariel on the run, Frog Stomp will actually be a miss. Ariel just sitting in the trees.
Top tower is under attack.
35 seconds until the Lion could safely escape, but Ariel, of course, with a smoke up, will try and make it out of here as fast as possible. The lane's just constantly shoved in your face. Bune is catching up to Nesfear, but will a TB on its own be enough? The beautiful thing about the previous game, right, is that Bune was basically just keeping up with the rest of his team. works Invoker eventually reaching Cataclysm status as well, along with, of course, the good old Octarine Core and everything else needed for some good kills. But the dire scan will find Janter. Hook shot for the escape. It will connect. The Clockwork will make it out safely. As soon as they see the Conjure image, the hunt is on. Or at least they want it to be on. Sanjay and Yasha.
Top tower is under attack.
Haven't seen this item in ages. One of the biggest discussions we've had about Sanjay and Yasha still being a staple item or not. And some of my high immortal friends was basically that SNY status is just not worth it. Ariel gets a Finger of Death kill onto Moose. As with the Aghanim Scepter at Fiend's Gate, can they get a bit more on the Amiga side of things? Young G and Nesphere do collide up on the top side of the map as the Invoker will burn. Let's see if Nesphere can make it through in time to actually join the action. TPing away is the TB as Janter tries to deny himself to the Tormentor, but will get tormented instead. And Morales. A little bit of heal back, a little bit of Rue smiles coming out from Janter. And we're just having the time of his life on the Pango. 11-4. In just under 23 minutes. The Shrines of Wisdoms have been a little bit ignored. I'm pretty sure in Amiga will finally come to their senses and pick it up in time.
Dire's top tower has
When
been
you are
denied.
behind, you will take everything you can get. Some players actually say that even if they're position 2 or 1, they'll never actually take the Shrine of Wisdom. It's a waste of their time to actually get into a farming pattern groove. I'd still argue if you're behind, prioritizing cores in terms of XP isn't a bad approach in general. As the Winter's Curse will be thrown out to Kovestein. No escape for the Pit Lord as Nesphere not even activating the Rage to eat the Pit Lord alive. And the first tier 2 tower will officially fall on the bottom lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are
MG
scared.
looking to met the creeps on the bottom. As on the top side we have Ariel just running for his life. Popping a smoke. Maybe looking to attack. Moves from behind. Yeah. Nesphere's and the boys' attempt at actually chasing down the TB will be a failure. His moves playing with fire just a bit, in my opinion, with the Winter Wyvern. In the mid lane, we might just have a triple smoke break onto Janter. They will see him, and immediately, with the Solar Bind and the Frog Stomp, just delete the Clockwork. Good smoke break, though. It could lead to a kill on the bottom side of the triangle. Possibly stop any kind of adversary movements coming out against the TB. Or will it? Conjure images disappear along with the Fort Spirits. Ariel stands by to break a few couriers, or actually no, he'll just let them go, actually. Interestingly enough. Ariel dodging couriers left and right, actually, on the behind. Reminds me of Matthew's Bounty Hunter or Ricky gameplay. I do forget which hero he played, where he did kill the 40 couriers. I always forget these number stats. That's what Knoxville's for. Great guy, by the way.
My vigor was dead.
Not just a number analyst, but really, really nice chap that just wants to talk about Dota with anyone who's willing to listen.
Radiant's
away his position. He's still sitting in the triangle, letting couriers go by with ease. He finally engages and finds Amoralis's Gem of True Sight Courier as well. Janitor punished within the jungle as we're watching the Roshan be beaten to death. And as the Aegis gets claimed, let's see if the hunt for the Invoker will truly happen. Good reveal coming through, but with the BKB, it will be exit time for Young G. Ariel still standing here in that triangle. Let's see how much more damage he can do. Nothing else is the Lion focusing on. No farm, no moves, no nothing. He is just here to right-click your couriers. And as there's the escape attempt from Bune. Good with the contact, but there's no bash on this Pango. And neither is there an Abyssal Blade on the Lifestealer. But I think that Aghanim Scepter infestation is going to be coming into play soon. Going to continue the beatdown. Ariel. Good find this time, but Moose still does not die even to the Sunstrike Finger of Death combo. Finger of Tickle. Finger of Mortal Wounds. And several other questions. As Misha is now looking for Lotus Orb elements, I'm pretty sure this game is going to start going downhill fast. The hook shot misses. Jenter is just gone. We're continuing to tip his friend. The bullying just never ends.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Orchid play. Coming out from Bune. Kind of an unexpected buy if you ask me, but I mean it's decent against the Radiance builder. But in the end there, he will get knocked off the bridge, but still gets infested by the Lifestealer. Good with a Sunder, as moves will be secured with a Sunstrike, but once again, the TB will be secured by his own illusions. The Radiance together. Good catch with the Pit of Malice. Hex onto Gandalf, but Gandalf is a resilient bastard. Have you not seen the movies? But credit for Namiga, despite the fact that they've had the Aegis disadvantage for the past 2 minutes, they're still doing their best to actually get pickoffs on this map, one way or the other. Even though they're, I would say they were not super successful and they do lose the TB, the beatdown is just continuing. Massive HP and recovery coming out from Misha and the boys. Let me get me started on the Croak of Genius. All of that HP and speed coming out from the Amphibian Rhapsody.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, triangle takeover indicated for Z10. Looks like Misha's kind of done with this game. As their first tier 2 is about to be pressured, Moose is more than ready to make the exchange happen. The second tier 2 falls. They could just keep holding on to this territory in the tier 3 or the tier 2s. Pretty sure this high ground approach is kind of unnecessary. As the Conjure images and of course Young G keep on pushing. And the fact that they've already lost a tier 2 of their own on the top side. They will find Young G, or at least try to. With the BKB activated TP, the Nightfall move will once again save the Young G Invoker. A Basher is needed, and a Basher was actually here this time on Warwick, but it did not proc. along with the Aghanim Scepter, it's a bit counterintuitive, right? Because as soon as the bash procs, you can't bash multiple targets with the Aghanim Scepter, but at the same time, you know, someone is going to get stunned. I think that's the main point here, as with the Winter's Curse, Kovis 9 is not going to be stuck in there for long, because there are no other heroes in the circle. Cruella's... what? A Cruella's Crozier. That was not a Ghost Scepter. You guys absolutely heard it right if you're paying attention to the sound. That was a Cruella's Crozier on the Underlord, which I don't really understand. I mean, guess redirect some of the enemies healing towards yourself, but yeah, then just don't use the healing while the Underlord is there in the fight. I'm pretty sure there's plenty in the game for it not to affect them that much.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Quick shot contact to the caudal. And the edge of the triangle, as we see Emeraldus just die. Well, actually I see it. You guys don't get to, because production is keeping an eye out on Young G's little cut moves. But can they finally catch this pesky Invoker? The Basher finally procs through, and they will kill Carl. Poor Carl. And at the same time, once again, just 1,000 gold away from the net worth of Lifestealer. Full Bloodthorn done on the TB. And his time to shine is coming along nicely. It's just... everywhere Z10 move together, they are finding key targets, unlike the lineup that is designed for the aggression. Ariel with the Hex, the Infestation Bomb was dropped, and the Lifestealer, that is a big mistake right there from Nesphere. Moving down onto the bottom lane, all on his lonesome. I'm thinking, did he think that the TB was on the left side of the map? Possibly, because otherwise you're not going down there on your own. Conjure images and all is kind of writing on the walls right now. And with the Lifestealer gone for 65 seconds, this could be an opening for the Nemiga lineup. Hook shot will be a miss. Warwick still gonna get caught with the Sunstrike in the meta. And the Metamorphosis is truly forming the play. As I said, it is his time to shine. Demon Zeal looking for the contact. Reflection out onto the play. Out goes with the silence. On with the Bloodthorn as Kovestein joins in with the play. The Invaders Force innate ability is helping, but it's not helping enough. Kovestein will fall as the last tier 2 tower to be taken. The gold Nemiga will finally be claimed.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Young G continuing to make plays with this Invoker, as you do.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Twice the amount of kills on Z10, but that net worth lead that they managed to build up at the 20-minute mark is starting to run out. Said it last game, I'll say it again. Time to shine for the TB is at 35 minutes in. And so far, it's looking like the Nemiga is looking to shine. Snowsphere continuing to bomb the waves, but this was the thing that killed him the last time. Zero Tenacity. I think they should start having a fear of momentum. Or maybe the stoppage of momentum for their own side. Snowsphere basically just having a Conjure Image on the side lanes and just continuing this push of death with the TB. Could eventually be threatening high ground. This Roshan take from Z10. I don't think is without its risks. They are definitely looking to sacrifice tier 3 for it.
Dire are scanning.
Demon Sealed Images, along with Manta Illusions, are going to hurt a lot as their Tenacity decide to go on the defensive instead. Wards on wards action. Eventually the Keeper of the Light, Amaralis, will be the one playing the sacrificial role and will deny that vision away from Namiga. Nesphere on the hunt. All he sees is the Manta Illusions.
Dire's top tower is
And
under
sure,
attack.
he'll just drop the bomb on the next wave. But that doesn't satisfy me. I don't think it will satisfy you, dear audience. This is Manta style is done. He is moving over to the Abyssal Blade next. Ariel. I don't know what he Finger of Death, but he did Finger of Death something. And as moves on the rest of the team comes on over, Janter's in danger, and the 5-man of Z10 does secure the numbers advantage. Young G in the meantime pushing relentlessly up top, while the Conjure Images and the Manta Illusions are going down the mid lane. They gotta make this quick, or they will lose a tier 3 tower. That's the game, that's what we are looking for. Now, some would say Namiga are trying to rat play, but that's, I think, just the pushing power of the Invoker and the TB. Plus together, it's not bad at all, as Roshan number 2 will be picked up by the Zero Tenacity side to at least establish a numbers advantage in the next fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Young G, having skipped the Aghanim Scepter build, went for the BKB and Octarine Core just like Warwick did in the previous game.
Are scanning.
But Warwick eventually did pivot towards the Cataclysm. Unlike as though Ariel, just walking casually by the rest of them. Are they finally aware that the aggression is coming out against them? Ariel will still get blown up pretty quickly. If they can get the Invoker, this will all be worth it. Miksha looking to join in, as with the infestation, they cannot let the Invoker get away with their LS, and they will get the kill onto Young G. And at the same time, tend to their wounded lanes, as the tier 3 on the top side is already at half HP. All Bune needs to do is to keep his first position in that network chart. Just continue to farm the creeps and keep shoving them. While Zero Tenacity is mustering all their strength to basically at least stop these wave cuts. Warwick, having disengaged from the previous fight, is on the defensive while the rest of the team tries to go on the aggro. Well, Nesphere, what's the decision going to be? Are you going to go up to that high ground all on your lonesome? Amaralis and Moose cannot follow you up there. As the Firestorm comes out, along with another Pit of Malice, Misha tries to play the song as best he can. Meanwhile, up top, Bune continuing the pressure. The tier 3 is looking low, I must say, but finally the TB goes home. Janter will get exploded. They will try and lick the Lifestealer out of danger and Lotus him up as best they can. (22-9), a fragile lead for Z10. And with their safe lane tier 3 tower looking pretty low, they need to put things in order on their top lane. But it's just going to be musical chairs with all the 3 lanes. TB can just basically keep sending out illusions. Something similar we've seen from Naga Sirens, or not so much from PLs, but yeah, Nagas have been playing this strategy as well, along with the TBs and other heroes. Their illusion-based focus as Sphere continue to force the issue, but there is a Crimson Guard made by Janter that will try and mitigate some of the damage the LS is doing. Nesphere having just finished the Abyssal Blade. The question is, which slot is the item going to go into? Of course, there's no Aghanim Blessings yet on Nesphere. And with the full Abyssal Blade coming out, what will be replaced? More power to ya, Young G. Good with the tornado, good with the meatball sub, but eventually we'll see the Lifestealer be pulled out. Back up to that high ground he goes, once again with the rage. One tower, any tower, as he will settle for this mid lane tier 3. Put inside the pit once more. Nesphere tries to go on forward and throw out the Aghanim Scepter. A little bit of a Hurricane Pike push out onto Kovis 9. Let's get his HP down on the Underlord. But eventually, all Nesphere will want to do is infest, as he will manage to blow up Janter. One of the smallest Fiend Gate instances we've ever seen, but it's just pits on armpits all over the place. As Bune is looking to get the executions off. He will get work and is turning his attention onto the Lifestealer. The Lifestealer's down. Nesphere has to get on the run. Rage to get the hell out of all of this, but as the Lifestealer is just stuck in this, he will go in for a second infest straight onto Bune. Out with the Sunder. He will sacrifice Janter and go for the buyback. As the Lifestealer's in trouble, out goes the Cold Embrace and a little bit of a save. The Frog Stomp is surrounding him along with the Croak of Venus, but as he gets pulled up on to the fountain, the Lifestealer is dead. Nesphere is just gone, along with Nisha. Two buybacks was the cost for all of this, and it will be a 3-for-3 exchange. They do manage to save the TB, along with the Invoker. Their buybacks were not spent, and of course Kovis 9's wasn't either, but he didn't have the gold for it. So actually made the execution, but all the pits basically kept everyone in place so that Bune can go one by one with the right clicks. And again, we are facing that situation where at 43 minutes, it is looking like the TB lineup can start cleaning the base of the enemy side.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As we've seen, the Lifestealer from Perry Vision yesterday, Satanic didn't have an easy time either, so I would definitely straight up argue that him not being able to catch the Drowned Ranger. It's not out of the blue. The LS, a little bit of that comfort that the Rage will protect you can sometimes put you in very, very weird positions. Although the resistance and all of that is better than the BKB. At the end of the day, get into those weird positions. And speaking of weird positions, Moose is out, but the Lifestealer's back in. Buyback will be committed by the Winter Wyvern. What can they catch? As Nesphere TP's on forward. Janter will try and cog block him, but it will cost him his life. He does manage to save the TB, but that is a dieback on the Clockwork. They're not totally cleaned up by the Amiga side of things. And the Radiant base does have a lot of things to take over. G playing with a bit of fire up on the top lane, but with a Conjure Catalyst, he has every right to. Trying to Fort Spirits and continuing to pressure up top. Let's see if Zero Tenacity's next attempt at a high ground will be more successful than the last, or will it be a failure? Buyback or not, Nesphere is looking to secure the mid-racks to at least put a bit of pressure on the mid lane, if anything else. Anti-Stalin infest into his own illusion, Nesphere. Try and continue the pressure at least on this melee racks, but the creep wave is just so damn far away, and the Clockwork's back up in 13. Tornado to try and chase them off. As the wave finally arrives, they will be met with the pit. Still, Nesphere is just adamant about this melee racks. With a bit of shove, with maybe the double catapults, it can be done. Meanwhile, on the side lanes, there's a bit of skill push coming through from the Radiant Creeps, as with an infest, Nesphere is just done. 20-second cooldown on the Infest is truly the value here. And as finally, Nesria will be going for the Blessing, but I personally think he should buy it above the buyback, which will take a little bit more of a while. I'll need another set of 1,600 gold. Just able to do that safely to keep his buyback and to basically not say goodbye to any more objectives on their side of the map. Now Zero Tenacity are positioning themselves
Radiant are scanning.
for a possible catch or a wave shove on the bottom lane. If Namiga spend too much time over here, the super creeps will be shoving the mid lane against them. But as their creeps are actually right here, right now, Namiga could just try and basically gun for 2 super creep lanes on the sides. Because of course, Zero Tenacity are in a similar situation. They are having trouble with the top lane, that being opened by the super creeps as well.
Dire's middle
Of course, their first tier 4 tower already being attacked. Morales already going home for the defense. Amplified damage rune in the river. Will be there for 30 more seconds. Will Ariel or Nesphere be the first ones to find it? Both of them just walk by it. Oh, I can't. I'm just losing it by watching this. It's there for 10 more seconds. Can someone please pick up the power rune? Anyone? Check. It's right there. Oh, Warwick gets it! Very last seconds right there as Misha will pick up the arcane. Janter looking to sacrifice themselves for this play. Nesphere will pop out of the ball and they will get the kill. Dude, it's just an illusion. But as Roshan is right then and there, Roche number 3 with the cheese refresher and the banner. And of course the ever so loved Aegis. And of course, the eternal pressure coming out from the Invoker
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
will once again distract the Zero Tenacity lineup.
Dire are scanning.
Warwick plus the Infestation combo will be needed to actually contest this whole thing as Nesphere all alone will try and slide on forward. Roshan left alone inside the pit because of the Swift Blink TB disengaging. Young G will be locked in position. And it doesn't really look like this TB will get caught out. Going for an ultra late game possibly at this stage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane still pushing in by the Radiant as Janter will get caught and he will not succeed in converting the outpost. "50 minutes into the game, will we get to that stage where the TB is no longer a threat?" According to Gabriel, we are right there.
Under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
With the win probability once again swinging hard towards the Zero Tenacity side. The age is secured, and the bottom racks just basically ripped to shreds.
Radiant's bottom
An easy kill onto Corvus 9, as all buybacks are absolutely available on the Namiga side, but they're not willing to spend them just yet. Maybe to prevent the Megas, or not even that. Corvus 9 finally returns into the game, but let's see if Janter can make the connection.
tower is under attack.
He will get one, but even with the Pit of Malice, I don't think Amoralis is in any type of trouble. Ariel trying to make the distraction, as of course Nesphere trying to make the split push happen, to try and secure Megas, make this into a base race, make this into savable something, but it's not happening. Ariel is gone as Young G and Janter try and push on forward. Kovis9 coming through with the BKB. Still not looking to activate the Perilous Crozier as the BKB ends. He will try and go for it, as with the triple Earth Spikes as well, Nesphere will be cut off, but he still has the Aegis. Reconnection from Janter, as with the hookshot they will try and keep him there, but Janter will just reinfest the Clockwork. He'll massively blow up the corpse of the Clockwork, and out comes the buyback. Bune having died in the middle of all of this. Nesphere is just still roly-polying in with Warwick. They just don't care. Easy with the kill, as it's a triple for the Lifestealer. Warwick in trouble, as Mr. Infestation does not have any more mana to save the Pango, and the Pango will fall. Bune, with the Wave of Terror, could just basically try and at least break the Aegis. Buybacks coming out one by the Dire side, but Nesphere is in trouble, and he will be gone. 100 seconds without him, as Amaryllis moves and Misha are just about to be caught with their pants down. Buyback will be committed by the Lifestealer, as well as we only have Misha's and Misha's buyback only left on this map. But as Bune gets caught and is out of the play, Janter is last, and I think that's GG. Bune getting caught out by Amaryllis and moves and dying almost before Nesphere arrives is truly the tragedy, where Namiga just had some great defense, but immediately all the buybacks coming out from Zero Tenacity as well would just be the last play card throughout this whole game. Young G inside the fountain trying to survive this, but will get shut down. As the Ancient is open, there is no more fortification. Young G is gone, and the GG will be written out. 54 minutes into the play, with one last aerial kill, as no Simba shall survive. Zero Tenacity. It took them a little bit longer than I expected, and of course with the early lead, they did delay Namiga's little catch for a long time, but honestly, we called it. This lineup of Z10 is just too sustainable, and there isn't really much that you can do against it. As despite, I will give it to Namiga, the attempt at making a split push happen, an attempt to take out the objectives of Namiga, did make the game a bit more exciting, and they delayed things until Bune was actually on his power spike. Once Janter and Bune got their combos down, and maybe Ariel joined in from time to time, as long as they were not a person short, things were looking okay. But the amount of times Janter went in and got infested and got blown up, and the amount of gold he gave to the enemy, it kind of ruined the game overall, right? Overall, yeah, Janter's death loss money amount is not as big as, for example, Bune's and Young G's. But at the same time, you gotta wonder, the 01410 scoreboard on that Clockwork, it's just poking in your eye and is just making you disturbed. As once again, the double Shivas did came out from the position 2s and 3s from both sides. That was an interesting part of this game. But one thing's for certain, I do believe our next set of games are ready. Of course, hold on there for a second. Yes, Team Spirit Academy versus Team Gen Z is about to be up. So, ladies and gentlemen, since we are behind schedule, thank you for your attention. Zero Tenacity versus Namiga will be a 2-0, and Team Spirit Academy versus Team Gen Z is about to be coming up, brought to you by the lovely Toltress. See you tomorrow.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the EPL Masters. Joe and Dodai took you through the first 3 matches of the day. I'm here to cover the rest of the 2. Team Spirit Academy, they came in 3rd at the last regular EPL season, but now they get to compete for $100,000. But their very first match is going to be against a very renowned figure in the Dota 2 community. Well, actually, multiple of them. You have Parker on the other side over at Team Gens, and you have Noob as well as Russell playing with Parker. So it is a mix of, not to mention Yudomi too. It is going to be a mix of South American as well as Middle Eastern talent in the form of Team Gens. I would imagine that this team could go pretty far, but we'll have to see what they can actually muster up. Of course, I would point out that Team Spirit Academy is the underdogs, but I have a feeling that is who they like to be, right? Team Spirit Academy come in with spirit mentality. That's not me saying it. That's Killian. That is, every single time they're faced up against with 20,000 net worth disadvantages, they somehow are able to muster up a comeback. Team Gens are going to be picking up a Treant Protector, Alina, Rubik, Enigma, as well as a Luna. Meanwhile, Spirit Academy, they have the Shadow Fiend, the Largo, Willow, as well as the Oracle. I would point out that the Shadow Fiend is a hero that Parker knows through and through, not to mention, of course, the Luna as well, right? And he is the first South American player to actually take his region to a first international win as far as a Tier 1 LAN goes back in PGL Wallachia, but now he is over here. It is a decent stage, of course. He will have some Tier 1 teams as well competing in. A few have already been selected. Rune Eaters, who made a spectacular run at the just ended EWC, is also going to be waiting for every one of these teams at that stage. Right now, though, Team Spirit Academy, they are missing a mid lane hero. They see the Lina on the other side. This is a hero that we have been seeing more often. I was crossing Southeast Asia just this morning, and I saw the Lina. Except I saw the Lina on the carry position. For Gens, this is going to be a mid lane Lina, likely to be played by Noob. And for Spirit Academy, Lina isn't exactly an oppressive hero in the laning phase. Sure, you do have the overtime burn coming in with a Dragon Slave. You have a bit of I would say the high attack range of the Lina makes it so that it's very hard to actually trade against the Lina, but there are heroes that can actually do well against it. Now, the Pangolier as well as the Puck have both been banned out. Keeper of the Light and Snapfire to niche mid lane picks won't be available either, but the totality of the Spirit pool outside of the Earth Spirit, which is banned, is available for Team Spirit. I just wonder which one of them they are going to go for. It is actually going to be the Kunkka that comes out for Spirit Academy. This is a hero that they know how to run quite often, but taking a look at both of these two drafts, I would point out that 1, the experience is certainly in the hands of the Dire, and 2, for Spirit Academy, I think that it's a risky pick, right? Kunkka, you need to get off your X-Mark Ghost Ship combination. You're going to be playing into an Enigma, so you don't want to get hit by that black hole. And since you have the Overgrowth as well as a setup for that black hole, it will eventually follow an Eclipse, a Light Strike Array. There is so much AoE damage coming in from Gens that Spirit Academy cannot afford to get caught in it. They are playing with very squishy heroes like the Shadow Fiend. The Oracle, sure, is a backline support, so you can always get your False Promise out, and no matter how much AoE you throw in towards the False Promise target, Kiseki will stay alive. So there is going to be a lot of eyes on Salian on whether or not he can actually keep his carry going. That is going to be the win condition for Spirit Academy. Not to mention, Batchick has to be the frontliner, 86 has to be the frontliner, and Idar has to make the rotations that he is known for. I will add that if there are any two supports, if there are any two, I would say, underdog supports in the scene that can actually pressure Parker, it would be Idar as well as Salian. These two lads at Spirit Academy, they make the perfect rotations, and I can't wait to see what they'll have in store for us. We had two heavyweights going at it just before this one, Nemiga versus Zero Tenacity, but now we will have the, I would say, I wouldn't say that Spirit Academy are somehow going to be very overwhelmed. I will add that Spirit Academy are a team that likes to play under pressure. They are a team that can sustain themselves under pressure and will likely put up a fight. their comeback potential and just recognizing how to actually play with that comeback is pretty strong. But we'll see what they can do.
When you play
As
well,
overall,
you tend to get burned.
they are going for a topside rotation, but no one's actually used that Smoke of Deceit quite just yet. I think they're waiting for it. There we go. Smoke of Deceit finally comes out as they are pinging the Radiant jungle and will likely attempt to go there, but there's no one that's standing there. They're going to be meeting ghosts as 86 disconnects from the game, so we'll have to wait for him to reconnect into it. I wonder where they are going to go, as I do believe that the name over there is wrong. It is not Batchik. Spirit Academy have a different roster, but things like that they happen. We can figure those out later. For now, though, we will have to just wait for the pause, and we get to talk a bit about the laning phase over here, right? We get to talk a bit about the fact that you have a Shadow Fiend. There are going to be a lot of eyes on the Shadow Fiend. There's a target on his back, and there are a lot of rotations that can come out. Both the Rubik as well as the Treant Protector are pretty good at making those rotations, and coupled up with the Enigma, I think you can actually get it done very easily and effectively before the Oracle hits his level 6. So you have to make those rotations at least twice. If you can take the Shadow Fiend out twice within that 12-minute mark, I would say, which is normally when a Pulse 5 is able to hit his level 6, if you don't lose the Shrine of Wisdom, then you can take this SF down. And Kiseki has to play the lane carefully, but it's also going to be a scenario where your lane is going to be shoved right in your face, right in the face of your tier 1 tower. You're playing into an Enigma, and one of the strengths of the Enigma is not the fact that he has that big black hole, right? It's not the fact that he has that AoE disable. It's the fact that he is just so oppressive in the lane. He can build up to those auras. He can farm up the jungle simultaneously, right? He can do all of those things at the same time. And that is precisely what Spirit Academy have to be careful of. They don't exactly have too much counter push outside of the Kunkka and the Shadow Fiend's raises, which, if you're using the Shadow Fiend's raises to counter push, you're putting yourself in a precarious position. You're making yourself out to be vulnerable. And that is probably when gens will attack you. So you have to keep those two things in mind.
No, just no.
Again, another pause comes out. Let's see. While we wait for the teams over here, Rubik plus the Enigma is a pretty good combo because it's kind of like the Frog Stomp, right? It's kind of the fact that you can lift someone into the Malefice. Sure, they're not going to be stunned off of that, but they will take an extra bit of damage. Not to mention, you have the mini stuns coming in from the level 1, right? From the Malefice itself. You can lift someone up into the Midnight Pulse, is what I meant to say. I do think that this could be one of the games where this Luna, the Parker, could be going for an Aghanim Scepter rather than the standard physical DPS build, because just physical DPS wise, the Shadow Fiend comes out ahead against the Luna simply because it's easier to position yourself. You have this Requiem, which gives you additional, and you have a much higher attack range, which means that you're probably going to be winning the exchanges just 1-to-1 against the Luna, but rarely in a game of Dota are you ever going to be 1-to-1 as a carry against the carry. You are likely to have the opposing team, or even supposedly your own team, to back you up. So we'll see which team is going to be able to do that. I do believe that, this 4 Protect 1 draw from Spirit Academy, it has a lot of chances for failure, because Jens is likely to know exactly where the Shadow Fiend is going to be farming, when he is going to be farming those spots, when he's going to be going in a triangle, when he's going to be in the jungle, and so is likely to be potentially getting caught there. Because I expect rotations. I expect a lot of team fight and early game tempo coming in by Jens. So we'll see. for the moment, they didn't actually venture deep inside of enemy territory. They chose to stick around inside of their own part of the map, which is a bit surprising, but I suppose it's okay. No facets to talk about though, so we don't have that. Treant Protector plus a Luna is an interesting dynamic because against you is a Largo, and he can just lick away your living armor. So it's not going to be that effective in protecting your carry, at least for as while as this Largo exists in this lane. And so it's going to be interesting to see how he can actually manage to get that protection in for Parker. And it is actually Batchik. It might actually just be a stand-in for them, as it's supposed to be Kai who is playing for Spirit Academy's offlane, but maybe he's a stand-in for this match, or maybe even the tournament. Well, we'll have to find out. We'll have to see how that actually goes. Towards the bot lane, Shadow Fiend. Okay, decent-ish start, I would say. You want to conserve your mana on the raises because you want to keep them for the Eidolons. So you can't secure too many of those creeps just on those Eidolons, or rather just on those creeps, because you need to have it to make sure that the Eidolons are not going to oppress you, or rather suppress you. The current point in time, Lina is doing pretty well on that mid lane, so is the Kunkka. That is great to see. I would add that it's easier for the Lina to dodge away the Tidebringer hits simply because of the attack range that the Lina possesses. So you kind of have to get up close and personal with the Kunkka to be able to harass the Lina. Meanwhile, the Lina is, well, right now Noob is able to punish 86 just a little bit, full HP on this Lina. But 86, he really wants his first key items, which is going to be a bit of an interesting task, right? I wonder what he's going to go for. Is it just going to be the Spirit Vessel? You will need an Aghanim Scepter in this game. A BKB is a hard requirement for this. If you want to do anything in this game, really, I think all three of your cores will require a BKB at some point as they go in towards the Luna, licking him inside of the Frogstorm. That might just be first blood, but the living armor comes out by Yadomi after the lick. That is key to keeping your Luna going. You can't use the lick before you, or rather, you can't use the living armor before. Yadomi has to keep it for Parker. And once the lick is used, then you drop down a living armor for some added protection. And I would actually imagine that Largo doesn't actually use the lick, right? Make sure the living armor doesn't use, and make sure you don't use your lick. So you just keep the Luna in the Frogstorm. As a Batchik, he takes down Yadomi over on that top lane. The Treant Protector wandered off a bit too far trying to contest that Lotus, as he will be going down. Mid lane again, a constant harassment coming out towards that Kunkka. He simply, right now he's getting pushed out of his lane. Right now he simply cannot play the lane, and we'll see how exactly he plans on doing that. Willow attempting to go back, and will be able to do so. Enigma has very few CS, 13 lost hits compared to the Largo's 19. And it is surprising how the Lina isn't able to get as much CS, or rather the Enigma isn't able to get as much CS in. I would expect him to have much more in an Oracle lane. But the Rubik has rotated away. He's on that mid lane trying to secure, or rather deny away the Water Rune. In fact, Noob will actually be able to acquire 2 entire Water Runes away from the Kunkka. Now sure, the Kunkka has a lot of HP, but you also want that mana, or that sustain. Another attempt on towards Parker. This one might actually be successful. Living armor has come out, and Parker will be able to run inside of the safety net of his tier 1 tower. And again, the lick came out very early. Probably because you want to keep someone inside of the Frogstorm, right? You want that additional bit of damage and that additional bit of mini storms coming in. But it's clearly not working out, even though they made that play at that level 3, level 4 mark. And Kaseki, he takes out Russell over on the bot lane. Things are looking pretty good for Spirit Academy so far. The Enigma low on CS and now has dropped his life to Kaseki. You don't want to give too many of these kills to these cores, right? The Shadow Fiend has a kill, as well as the fact that Batchik has a kill. Both the Largo, your pause 3 and your pause 1 have a kill in this lane, and you kind of have to be aware of what kind of advantages a snowballing Shadow Fiend can possess. I do wonder, though, if we're ever going to see a rotation over on the mid lane. As soon as the Kunkka hits his 6, I do believe that with the Willow coming in, you are going to be able to take out that Lina. However, there is a rotation. Oh, Noob, he takes out 86! While I was talking about potentially coming in for a play on the Lina, this is why, back when Nigma Galaxy were playing with Noob on the mid lane, he turned out to be an absolute monster on that mid side. Very difficult to contest, and as he's won his lane all by himself, Shadow Fiend in a bit of a bind. Treant Protector is here too, so Kiseki, he kind of has to hold that front line because the Oracle can't do it for him. But they have to huddle up inside of the radius of that tier 1 tower. Can't wander off too far. The Rubik is just hanging around. I'm surprised that Spirit Academy aren't making the kind of rotations that I would expect them to. Kiseki securing the wagon creep, and so at the 5-minute mark or the 5-6 minute mark, Jens will not be able to push the tower with the catapult. Nicely done by Spirit Academy just to make sure they don't have that kind of pressure. But Noob is here, and he has an amplified damage rune. This could be devastating for this Shadow Fiend, but Kiseki, he's able to get the kill on Jing. The stuns do come out. Malefice, as the Treant Protector is there too. Kiseki will pay for that kill. They find a bit of revenge on Team Jens, as it seems like it's not done quite just yet. The Oracle, now the one in trouble. Salient can't really go too far now, can he? However, Noob isn't chasing, so it does seem like Salient can go very far. He'll just continue running. And Salient is level 5 on the Oracle. That is... he's level 5 7 minutes in. I'm not even sure how you are able to get that kind of experience on a pause 5. He has been involved in the 3 kills. I suppose that plays a part into it. But I mean, we'll see. As the game will be paused once more. Still not a bad result. Although I do believe Jens were able to find yet another kill. It was... oh, right. It was just 86 that they did take down. It's also interesting. It is exciting for me, since we are in a bit of a pause, to mention that I'm the coach for Team Pakistan, and we qualified to the Esports Nations Cup. There are a lot of players on this lobby in the server and the next match who we'll be competing against in November. I believe both Russell and Noob represent Team Lebanon in the Esports Nations Cup. They were directly invited, I believe, or actually they had to qualify. Either way, they will be at ENC, and even in the next match, you will have players who I will mention, who I will point out, who are going to be heading to that big event. Shadow Fiend running back for now, and we'll be able to make it out. Again, there is a lot of presence of Jens over on this bot side. They had the Treant Protector here, and Spirit Academy will bring in Idar too. So they will match 3 for 3. We are having a bit of a blast from the past, as a tri lane has been built up over on the off lane, as well as on the safe lane for Spirit Academy. 56 CS for Kiseki, and Parker is at 52, so he's not that far behind. The Luna can match the Shadow Fiend in terms of farm, simply because you have those Lunar Glaives, so I expect a similar amount of farm. But what I also expect is Spirit Academy to make some kind of a move, because what we're seeing right now is Jens applying a lot of pressure on the SF, but Spirit Academy are not applying the same kind of pressure on Parker. And you need to match the tempo, particularly as it's going to increase once the levels come up for Jens. Once you have that Spell Steal, that Black Hole, that Overgrowth. Laguna Blade is of course at the ready, but Eclipse has yet to be skilled up. Those are a lot of spells, and most likely the firepower coming in from Jens is going to be a whole lot more than what Spirit Academy have to offer. So you need to pressure Jens while you can. I do think that...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top tower is being pressured and might actually go down over here, free of cost. Living Armor is doing its best to keep it topped up, but the glyph has been used, and once it expires, they should be able to pressure it more. It's just a Largo as well as a Willow So I would actually expect that you should be able to go up here and de-push this tower. It's a very slow burn. The Largo is just kicking the tower or punching it. Either way, it doesn't do that much damage, guys. As the Treant Protector will realize that, Yudomi will teleport towards that top lane, plant down that living armor once more. You also have Parker with the Eclipse. He sends it out, dishes out a decent bit of damage on that Largo, but not enough. Noob was also here to try and capitalize on that little bit of damage, but just a bit too late. Batchik is already disengaged from that position. Idar is moving away towards that mid side. So, at the very least, Gens will keep their tower alive. No, Laguna Blade! It comes out on towards Batchik, but he is, of course, a very slippery fellow. He will just run away.
Radiant are scanning.
We'll see. We'll see what the case will be, because it is right now a very even laning phase. Kunkka, 86. He is here. He'll apply the X mark as well as a Torrent Ghost Ship is going to land on top of the Treant Protector.
Dire's turret has been killed. Dire's top
As
is under
the
attack.
Treant Protector just stays alive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Kunkka trying to push out that mid lane. It is a healthy tower, and when we switch over to the net worth, we'll see exactly where everyone actually stands. Largo very low on his HP, but his capacity to heal is aplenty. Over on that top side, we do see a bit of a play happening, but the Largo has once again already disengaged. Enigma is, well, going back as 86. He will X mark himself back and be able to acquire the rune. So maybe Gens need to give just a little bit more respect to Spirit Academy, because they're making some fantastic moves right now. They are demonstrating the skill required to actually, at the very least, match tempo with tempo.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Lina at the very top of the net worth chart. That is expected, considering that Noob got 2 kills. He found a kill on the Shadow Fiend as well as on 86, all by himself. Level 11 Lina with the Boots of Travel at the 12.5 minute mark. And he can now teleport any lane he wants, anywhere he wants, and make any kind of a play. Laguna Blade at this point would be too much magical damage, and I doubt anyone can survive from that apart from maybe the Largo and the Kunkka. Those are 2 very tanky heroes, but I know who the target for the Laguna is going to be. It is obvious. It's as clear as day that it's the Shadow Fiend that you do want to target.
Are scanning.
Kunkka, X-Mark has been committed towards the Enigma. There's also that Ghost Ship coming in, and a simple raise from Kiseki will do the trick. There is the overgrowth that you have to deal with. Idar will be the trade there. A 1-for-1 for the Enigma, for the offlane Enigma, is going to be worth it as the mid lane tower gets pressured by Noob. Gens, again, right now they are just simply matching the tempo. Black Hole has also been skilled up by the Enigma, so the next time you make that kind of a play, there will at least be half a second or a 1 second Black Hole that can come out as a counter response. I'm just not sure if he'll expand it that way, as he is very close to his Blink Dagger as well. Has the Drums of Endurance, so this is going to be one of those games where you want to play with that AoE. Lina going to get hit by the Terrorize, but no real follow-up available, especially not against the Living Armor. It provides you with too much sustain, and I do wonder how Spirit Academy are going to overcome that protection, because I don't see too much damage on them. Maybe they need the Bedlam, They need a few raises to come out because otherwise it may not be enough. As Noob, he's gonna run into a potential Requiem, but no, he was able to use the illusion rune to back himself away. Requiem is still in the pockets of Kiseki as he's thinking about throwing it out. Noob thinking about also going back in, but he will abandon Jing to his fate. The Rubik will be the only casualty in that small skirmish of a fight. But maybe not. It's also Yadomi who gets caught underneath the Radiant Tier 1 tower. Simply nowhere to really go. He will just be punched and kicked by Batchick.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Six to 3 right now, 8,000 net worth on that Shadow Fiend, as he seems to be doing pretty well.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Kiseki, Yasha opt for the Shadow Fiend as well as the Mask of Madness. It's not the most amount of farm, but he keep in mind he also has a diadem in his courier. He should be able to get to that Manta style soon. And I would say he's keeping up with the Luna. He's actually the highest net worth hero in the game. And considering he has 2 kills, oh, Salient, he went down. The Shadow Fiend, not too long for the world either. Kiseki to be executed by Russell. Both cores finding Kiseki's kill, right? And you also find an easier tier 1 tower. And that was, by the way, without the Blink Dagger. They haven't seen it yet. Sure, there's no black hole, but you can still blink in and use the Malefice, and they won't see it coming. And I do believe Russell is going to go exactly for that. He blinks in for a stun on the Kunkka. 86, taking in a lot of damage. Throws out his ghost ship as a response, but he simply can't hold his ground. Not even Idar can take out the Lina at this point, as the Treant Protector tries to hold that backline of Spirit Academy, but pays for it with his life. A 1-for-1 as far as that is concerned, but it got really hairy for that Kunkka. But now they see Jens having that Blink Dagger on Russell. They know the Enigma has that, so they should be playing around it. And 86 has the BKB built up now. He only has the BKB though, so that is perhaps something that maybe it's going to be harder to take a fight there, as they're waiting for Parker, but Parker's spider senses are going to tingle and he will just back away, farming up the safe parts of the map. Well, it's not exactly safe, but he knows what he's doing, clearly. Still has a Manta style Dragonlance at the ready, overtakes the Shadow Fiend as Kiseki did die earlier. Idar is gonna run into the Luna, and he doesn't have his Manta style. Rooted down, Bedlam is also gonna be coming out. Rubik is there as the Eclipse comes out in response, and Parker will turn it around on towards Idar. He will be able to grab himself that easy kill and the killing spree to boot. That was pretty impressive, considering the fact that he didn't have that Manta, was able to sustain all of that damage. Sure, the living armor was probably also a factor, but still a bit hard. They dealt about 2100 damage and weren't able to take the Luna out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Luna doesn't even have 2100 HP, so that damage is always, of course, before reduction. As Russell continues to push out, he is very deep, and I am very surprised that no one from Spirit Academy is actually targeting this Enigma. You want to target Parker, I completely get that, but look how deep this Enigma is. He is essentially a sitting duck, but no one wants to go for him. Instead, it's going to be a brute force attempt at that mid lane as an X-Mark comes out towards Parker, but the Kunkka 86 missed his torrent combo. And Salient will unfortunately pay the price for that mistake. Spirit Academy lose their support once more, and this time Gens are now on a 2000 net worth advantage.
Under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
It is
Dire are scanning.
3,000 net worth advantage now. There's not too many kills on the board, but I do think that the kills there are are skewed in favor of gens because Parker hasn't died. Meanwhile, Kiseki has. Noob hasn't gone down once either, or maybe he's gone down just the one time, as Yodomi will get picked up. That is a clean execution coming in by 86 and his ghost ship, but he needs to get to that Aghanim Scepter. I think this is a game where things are going to start to become desperate unless the Kunkka has that fleet that can fly out and deal additional amounts of damage. As Parker, he is inching closer towards that butterfly, already has that eagle song, and will be going for the claymore as well as the talisman, and should have it by that 23 to 24 minute mark. I would actually suggest that maybe he gets it even earlier, considering how quick he is farming. But we'll have to see about that, as Kiseki wants to go towards that Lina. This could be a potentially good kill, especially as Roshan helps them out. But Roshan throws the Lina Noob further away from Spirit Academy's roster, and Noob will just brush that one off. He'll just disengage and get back. Kunkka still wanting to make some kind of a maneuver. It's just going to be a bit hard. Meanwhile, bot lane, there's a smoke of deceit coming in by gens. Kunkka, 86, activates his BKB. Overgrowth, though, is going to hold him in position, and you have to be careful of that black hole. That's why Spirit Academy are trying to desperately to get back, but Idar's given them the information. They know where Russell is. Is someone going to help him? Turns out the answer is no, as they abandon their support to his death. The perfect timing for the Tormentor. Well, it's not exactly perfect timing. We are a minute away from the Tormentor. Oh, a minute too late for it. But they'll grab it nonetheless. Gens will secure it, and it is going to be Jing who will have that lift up for his ally. Whoever gets caught, it is amazing. Against the Frog Stomp, against the Willows Maze, even the Cursed Crown. It is fantastic against the Kunkka's X mark. So perhaps this is going to be one of those games where I think the strongest defensive spell in this entire lobby exists in the hands of the Rubik right now. You can even lift someone up out of the Requiem AoE. I mean, it's just insane how good that ability is in this game.
Dire are scanning.
We'll see though how exactly Jing makes use of that spell, as Russell doesn't have too much farm. He is going towards the BKB, but right now he only has a Blink Dagger. He could potentially be an easy target for the side of Spirit Academy if they're able to jump on top of him. But something that I didn't touch upon is the fact that they have no one to initiate. Like, who's going to do that? Is it Idar who's going to go in with his Blink Dagger? He doesn't have a Blink Dagger. I mean, or are they really relying on 86 to start things off with an X mark combo? Either way, it doesn't exactly bode too well for them. It doesn't really spell out confidence, because if your only play is to use the X mark, there are numerous ways that gens can actually accommodate for that. They can just build up a simple BKB and suddenly your X mark doesn't matter. Yule Scepter could also be built up, not to mention the 4 stars that will likely come out by this Rubik, or maybe even the Enigma at some point. But there's the X mark coming in towards Parker. A few raises, as well as the Torrent Wave that catches Parker and brings him in, but only as a setup for his own Eclipse. And as soon as that Eclipse comes out, you have to get back. As soon as you start a team fight, you have about 3 to 4 seconds in which you need to get something done. Otherwise, the threat of that black hole is going to simply be too much. As Noob has gone for a Dagon. That is an interesting pickup for the Lina. Also has used the Smoke of Deceit, has the Aghanim Scepter, so I understand why he has this Dagon. He wants the ability to snipe away anyone he sees on the map, including Kiseki. Or rather, especially Kiseki. As they go in for a Smoke of Deceit, knowing or recognizing the fact that the ghost ship is going to be on cooldown. Walk inside of the triangle and they see the perfect target. It will be Kiseki, but the false promise has already come out by Salian. He will provide the space for Kiseki to exit and potentially save his life, but too much damage was planted down on him. Parker will be able to secure the kill as Kiseki and Salian both fall. Gens on an 8,000 lead right now, and as much as they like to call upon the spirit mentality, this is going to be a hard game for that, but maybe they're going to be able to fight back, but no! There's that lift up, safety net coming in for Noob, a very simple execution coming in by Jing, by this Rubik. There's not too much you can do against it. You can take Jing out, but the damage has already been done. You've lost your carry right now. Taking out the Tree and Protector, though, an additional kill would be kind of okay for you, as Spirit Academy do, at the very least, manage to punish Gens a little bit for that deep incursion inside of their own triangle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
10 to 11. Completely even on the kill feed, but you see one team having the tempo, you see one team in possession of their tier 1 towers, you see one team being able to make the moves, while the other team being unable to successfully execute their own moves. Right? We've seen those X marks, and it's not the fault of 86. It's not the fault of any of their players. I do think that there is a bit of a draft differential as far as the initiation mechanism is concerned, where it's just completely lopsided. Blink Dagger up for the Rubik. Parker now has his BKB, so he literally has nothing to be afraid of. He can just simply tank everything right now. Most of the damage coming out by Spirit Academy is magical in nature. Outside of the Shadow Fiend, of course. As 86 has the Aghanim Scepter up now, he will plant down that X-Mark. Parker, though, has the BKB. He will simply activate it. There can be an incoming black hole as well as Parker. He will just run rampant towards Spirit Academy as 86 backs away, has used his BKB, so at the very least he'll be able to do so, but that is only one kill going the way of Gens. It's not that bad considering they expended their BKB for it, but man oh man, the threat of that black hole is simply too much, and you can feel the fear in Spirit Academy as they disengage, how they disengage, just completely in disarray. Spirit Academy have that ghost ship again. Requiem being charged out, thrown out towards Parker, but there's going to be a lift up coming in by this Rubik. There it is, but the torrent wave, it brought him down. They might be able to get this Luna out. No ghost ship or Requiem though, so you're gonna have to think very carefully about this one. A black hole on that backline as Noob seeks to take everyone out, but hasn't been able to dish out the damage. Parker though, meanwhile, has been able to take out Idar as Kiseki holds his position, dishes out the right clicks, and Noob, his life is potentially going to be forfeit. He manages to line the stun, and Jing will be able to lift him back to safety as Parker takes out 86. At the end of the day though, what was supposed to be a tricky situation for Gens comes out to be an advantageous one for them as they find the numbers advantage. And as long as Parker as well as Noob stay alive, as long as those two cores in this game are uncontested, or rather don't die in those team fights, I'm afraid that that is a win for Gens. Luna has the Curse Crown on him, so Idar will be able to escape. Has the Hurricane Pike as well now built up, so he now has a disengagement mechanism. He now has the repositioning mechanism should he need it. He can dodge away the Requiem on his own time. He didn't actually spot out the fact that 3 Radiant heroes walked right past him. It's going to be Jing, the one in trouble. Hit by the Curse Crown, a few lost right clicks coming in. Ooh, Noob narrowly missed his Light Strike array. Could have been a potential setup, but Parker, he's going to look to play cleanup over here. False Promise kicks in at the very last second, but that's too much damage. I fear that Kiseki's life is going to be forfeit. Spirit Academy have lost their Oracle, have lost their Shadow Fiend, but they look to fight back and will be able to take out Noob. Now turn their attention towards Parker, bringing him back with a torrent wave, sending him up to the air, but no, he's still on his ground. Trying to run away, he has no Aegis and is so darn low, they will lick him back and take him out. Gens will lose the fight, and for the first time, Spirit Academy will come out as the victors. That was perhaps a very surprising result for Team Gens, as maybe they did not expect that big of a fight of Spirit Academy, but
Bottom tower is under attack.
I can expect that. I've costed so many of Spirit Academy's games by now that I know better than to count them out. There is a lot of doubt in my mind. I will say that there's always going to be doubt in my mind when Spirit Academy go up against such renowned players. But every single time, or rather, a lot of times where I have that doubt, Spirit Academy seem to dispel it away. Seem to prove me wrong, as they seek perhaps to prove the world wrong, because this isn't Team Spirit playing for a $100,000 tournament. This is now Spirit Academy competing for it. As Yadomi? Overboard indeed. Overextended as well.
Dire's middle
For
tower is under attack.
stealing away the rune. Now, there is the fact that you took away an amplified damage rune. That was perhaps the best rune that the Shadow Fiend could have gotten. So it's not that bad of an exchange, sacrificing yourself for that. Unfortunately, you're going to lose your tier 1 tower, but by all means, by all the metrics of a regular Dota game, you should have lost your tower by now anyway. That tower should not have been standing for 30 whole minutes, but it was. Largo also continuing to farm as they spot out the Lina as he gets rooted down. Noob is in a bit of a bind, but he has Russell as well as the Rubik right beside him, so he should be okay. There's not enough damage between the Largo as well as the Willow to actually take out Gens. They might seek to go in. It's difficult to assess whether or not something is a bait, and that's what you have to be careful of if you're Spirit Academy. It's the fact that Gens can keep their Treant Protector tucked in, can keep their Enigma tucked in, can keep Parker tucked in, right? And then suddenly an Eclipse, an Overgrowth, or a Black Hole can come out of nowhere as you're trying to find yourselves a pick off, and the fight can turn in a blink of an eye. As Noob will now have that shard built in, supercharge available at the back of that Laguna Blade alongside that Aghanim Scepter. He now has the ultimate set of abilities
Are scanning.
to dish out serious damage even if he's not playing a physical damage, Lina.
On a loyal warrior.
Yasha Kaya, Aghanim Scepter. His Laguna Blade comes out really quick, right? It's a bit of the classical Lina back when we had the facets still. This is how you will play the Lina. And I do believe this is, Noob likes to play this hero. He sees value in it, and a lot of teams are seeing value in it nowadays. As Yadomi going to get caught once more in that torrent and will be taken out.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Luna has the Aghanim Shard in his courier. Oh! 5 heroes on Parker over on the mid lane, but he's able to activate his BKB and attempts to fight back. Instead, though, he will decide to teleport away and will leave Jing. And Jing should be falling over here. The overtime damage is kicking in. Living armor not going to be enough.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
9,000 of a lead right now. It was 11 to 12,000. Spirit Academy have managed to bring it back, and now they are applying significant pressure around the map. Parker has to be careful considering the fact he doesn't actually have his BKB up. So if he gets caught again within this window, he is going to die. It is going to be Gens going in for a Smoke of Deceit. BKB activated, and it's a solo black hole on Kiseki. He had nothing to do in that scenario. nothing he could have done. But they will find a revenge kill on Noob. They will take apart the mid laner from Jen, so it is a bit of an even exchange. But can they find more? As 86, he's looking for the X mark. He is going to be able to find it on that Treant Protector. BKB activated as they seek to find more than just the Treant. They want Parker. He has no BKB for about 5 seconds, and they'll be able to bring him to his knees. Gens! They will lose the 3. Spirit Academy, somehow, someway, they are clawing their way back into the game. As Russell, very close to his teleport, but turns out he was too far away. 86 will be able to find that kill, and that's 4 heroes down. And perhaps that is the problem of having committed your black hole. As soon as you do, regardless if Kiseki is down or not, Spirit Academy realize that there's no big AoE threat against them outside of the living armor that they can just BKB and get out of. Turns out it's a pretty... it's not exactly a one-sided game now, is it? In the early game, I was thinking that maybe this would be just Jen's rolling, or rather, the steam rolling through Spirit Academy, but Spirit Academy are able to fight back, and they are able to make, I would say, similar moves. I would say, you know, when we talk about strategy and theorizing of how you want to engage upon your opponent, they are able to get it done. Right? Similar to how Gens were able to sneak up on the Shadow Fiend, Spirit Academy were able to sneak up on the Enigma, on the Luna, on the Lina. And dare I say it, maybe this Dagon purchase by Noob may have been a bit too preemptive. May have just been a bit of a mistake. As you need some other items. Maybe you even need a BKB for your Lina, which he, to be fair, now has. So something like what happened to him last fight is probably not going to be possible, at least for as long as he has his BKB up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
3,000 of a lead right now.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Yudomi
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
has the gem, so he can effectively strangle Spirit Academy's vision around the map. Since Treant Protector is one of the best heroes to actually do that, just roam around the map with his own invisibility, have the gem so you can just take away all observer wards that you find. At the same time, it is a bit of a head-to-head. 5 heroes in the smoke of this seed on the Dire jungle, while Gens, they're in the Radiant jungle. And they will go for a smoke as well.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Thinking about how to approach this scenario, Lina, not right here. Barker is there though. He'll activate his BKB and now it has turned into a 1-for-1. Black hole will be set. Then 86 will be caught beside Kiseki. He will be able to throw out his ghost ship as well as his storm wave and will attempt to teleport away, but Nu will blade him down. Spirit Academy were unable to take out a single target and will lose 4 of their heroes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Roshan will be an easy pickup for Team Gens, as there is nothing to fear right now. There is the Largo, but who's afraid of a frog? They should be afraid of this particular frog though. I mean, he's 24,000. He has 24,000 net worth, this Largo. And Batchik, seemingly pretty calm, from what I can tell. But from what I know of Dota players, even my team, even in the scrims where things were going badly, staying calm is something that you have to practice. Tier 2 tower has been taken out too.
Radiant's top tower.
As Parker is in possession of that Aegis, so going for a Requiem Ghost Ship combination on Parker may not be worth it. You need to somehow take that Aegis down. It is a very It's a devastating timing. It's a devastating objective to actually give up, because you're also saying that you're going to give up all of your tier 2 towers without any kind of a contest, and maybe even some of your tier 3s or even your barracks, because defending against a black hole is going to be so hard. You need to let one hero take care of it. But as we have seen, Russell, he doesn't care. He will just use his BKB and go for a black hole on your Shadow Fiend, and they will throw everything they have at him. They will throw the kitchen sink at Kiseki. Because they realize something that I'm sure Spirit Academy are very well aware of, that most of their physical damage comes in from Kiseki, from their SF. 86 though is in possession of that refresher, so he has that double BKB, double ghost ship, and in fact double fleet. He can dish out so much of that damage, but needs to find the targets to be able to do so. Now, the one good thing about the refresher is the fact that you always want to use the refreshed abilities after the BKBs from the other side have expired. But speaking of refreshers, you'll see on the right hand side of your screen a very special purchase by our man Russell. He has a refresher for that double black hole himself. Kunka probably going to go back with his X mark. Parker was waiting for him. 86 has gone down. Batshik has to get back as well. Activates his BKB. Has taken in plenty of damage as Kiseki attempts to take out Russell with his right clicks. Unable to do so, especially against the Light Strike array that has come out. Noob can take out that Shadow Fiend, so you have to be careful. Spirit Academy, they don't have a buyback on 86. You have to defend your high ground somehow without your big initiator. And it's so hard. Roshan's banner, one right click away from being taken out as he does manage to find it. But Parker will soon go back in. There's 2 minutes on that Aegis. How do you defend right now? You are going to be forced to give this one up. Maybe even the second lane of barracks, as there's still 50 seconds without a buyback on 86. Train Protector, Yodomi, casually just waiting by for anyone who comes wandering in for some fresh, juicy farm. But I don't think anyone's going to go there. That is a death sentence to make their way there. Noob completes his Dagon build. He builds up to that Dagon 5 now that the game has stabilized in their favor. 18,000 for the lead right now. And as far as the win probability goes, it is around 97% in their favor. And just to let you guys know, since I see a lot of you guys talking about how fast Parker farms, I want to tell you how much CS he has. He has 714 lost hits. 714. 42 minutes in. He almost has 20 CS per minute. You can see for this on the screens yourself. I'm not exaggerating. 723 right now. You know, and if it wasn't for these objectives that he has to take for his team, maybe he'd have more. That is... I don't even know what to say. Like, how does he farm that much? Are there even that many creeps in the game? I want his breakfast routine. I'm very curious about that now. Aghanim Scepter up for... Or rather, I assume he's going to be going for the Aghanim's Blessing, because he needs the item slots for his probable Arcane Blink, but you could also go for a Swift... Actually, Overwhelming Blink wouldn't be that bad for the Lina. It is spell damage, right? Just blink on top of someone, it'll give you a lot of HP as well. You slow them down, easy to land your Light Strike array after you use the Overwhelming Blink. I think it is a pretty good item on the Lina now that I'm thinking about it, and maybe he should just go for that. They go for a smoke feat in the opposite direction. Gens are not there. Gens are on the bot lane. They're still inside that smoke of deceit as they look, perhaps, to go in. Still, trying to probe, trying to find which angle they can approach this from. Gens, 23,000 right now. The lead pretty much insignificant since the Shadow Fiend has plenty of farm. Not that much though. I would point out. He's actually nearly 20,000 behind the Luna. This is where the Spirit Academy's so-called spirit mentality will truly be tested. Will their resolve be broken, or will they, against all odds, take down Parker, Noob, Russell, even Yodomi, who was one match away from qualifying to the Esports World Cup in the South American closed qualifiers? Those are the players that Spirit Academy have to prove themselves against. Taking down tier 2, tier 3 teams and then calling it spirit mentality, you know, that's something maybe any team can do. But to truly prove what spirit mentality is made of, you need to take Gens down. There's a fight starting to brew up, but Parker decided not to fully commit. No Moonshard available from Parker. That is surprising considering how many lost hits he actually has. 954 gold per minute on this Luna. And again, I will point out that the kill feed is completely even, guys. Right? You take a look at the score line, 22 to 23. It's just which kills have happened, who have gotten the kills. Right? Those things separate, or rather create this kind of a difference, because Parker is 12-2 and 5. Noob is 6-2 and 10. Right, they've gotten the majority of the kills on Team Gens, secured the majority of them, so they get most of the gold there. And since they're also farming away creeps, they have most of the net worth. Batchick has done a phenomenal job in making sure he can keep up, as he has, I believe, he has enough gold for his Scythe of Weiss. He can actually purchase his Scythe of Weiss if he wants to, and have enough gold for the buyback. But he wants to, for some reason, hold it in his pocket. No, but the where is the hex? Okay, he will go directly himself to purchase that hex in the secret shop. He'll wait for the illusions to expire because he doesn't want Gens to realize he has it. But what Gens probably don't want Spirit Academy to realize is the fact that they have Roshan in the bag. Now you have to deal with the fact that there will be, I think, a level 3 Roshan's banner, a refresher shard, as well as a cheese with the Aegis.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And it's all on Parker. He is now packing in a Daedalus, as this is going to turn out to be a Hail Mary defense at best from Spirit Academy. They have to defy the odds if they want to stay in this best of 3, or rather, in this first game in the best of 3. They are still going to be in it if they lose this game. Gens want to go in from an angle that Spirit Academy will not see coming. Someone has to clear up this banner because the creeps are not going to take in any damage, but the Lina will reveal his own position. Noob will use the Dragon Slave. As it seems like Gens are taking this patient. Nearly everyone has a buyback in this game, save for Parker as well as Gold. What is Parker building up, and why does he not have a buyback? 3,800 refresher as well as a Hurricane Pike in his backpack. Oh, this is a Luna very excited to farm up. One last lane of barracks separates gens from certain victory. Even though there is a Shadow Fiend, so you can defend against Mega Creep, but you can't defend against the incoming initiation of Team Gens. Batchick though, he instead of the Scythe of Vice, he went for the Windlace, or rather the Wind Waker. Eclipse has been committed by Parker. It hasn't dealt exactly as much damage, but the Ghost Ship Fleet has also been sent out. Parker's gonna get dragged in as the first black hole from Russell whiffs. No one from Spirit Academy is gonna get caught inside of it, but he has that refresher, so you need to be careful. There is a secondary black hole that Russell can commit. Aegis has also been taken out as Parker activates his BKB just to disengage. Spirit Academy somehow, some way are able to ward off gens. $36,000. The lead is not going anywhere.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Yodomi has planted down certain amounts of vision, which will enable them to see where Spirit Academy is. He has the Aghanim Scepter himself, or rather, sorry, the Aghanim Shard, mind you, and has the eyes in the forest. Kiseki, he's wandering off a bit too far, has the buyback. So this is going to be one of those games where you'll have multiple or several, or rather all of these heroes buying back. 86, he is going to go in towards the Rubik, and they actually find two in that torrent, taking out both the support duo away from Team Gens. 86 activates his BKB as Batchick follows him, and they will be able to find Yodomi too.
Radiant are scanning.
The rest of Gens decide not to counter-initiate. As Gens this is turning out to be more difficult to end up with the finisher than I expected. Maybe more difficult to finish off this game that Gens expected as well. Kiseki running around with an amplified damage rune, still not 6-dotted because he still is holding on to that Mask of Madness. He wants that Satanic. I don't know if the Satanic is going to help him survive. Sure, if he can get it off and if he can land the right clicks or even the raises with his level 25 talent, he can lifesteal. But it's also the fact that it's just 1 or 2 seconds inside of that black hole and you're dead. Noob comes in with 2,000 to 3,000 damage, or rather 2,000 magical damage. Has his level 28, and pretty soon, once he hits his level 30, it's going to be so hard. Lina has one of the best talents in the game where both her level 20 and 25 talent are viable. He's going to be hitting that plus 10 or 1% movement speed Fiery Soul per stack, and then at level 30 he will have the 150% attack crit on targets affected by slow burn, which lasts quite a while, mind you. It's over 5 seconds, so he'll have a 150 damage critical strike for over 5 seconds. And since he's essentially spamming out his abilities with this Octarine core, it's a near permanent Chrysalis if you think about it that way. Chrysalis being slightly more, around 10% more, but who's counting? Oh, Batchick? Attempting to chase after Parker, uses his double lick as Parker got hexed up! Lift up is going to be there, by the Rubik. Parker activates his BKB as Russell throws down that black hole. Another black hole capturing both Kiseki, Patrick, as well as 86. False Promise is going to be there. Noob will have his own BKB, but for some reason, Gens, they don't have the sustain and they don't have the damage. Spirit Academy holding off despite of the 3-man black hole against them, defying all odds. And dare I say it, I am starting to believe in the Spirit mentality. It's hard not to. It's so hard to resist when you have Russell going in with a 3-man black hole on the 3 most important targets. It's the Shadow Fiend, it's the Kunkka, it's the Largo. All 3 cores caught in, as Batchuk will be caught, but no, he has the Wind Waker. Terrorize was misplaced by the Willow. Miscommunication coming out by Spirit Academy, costing them the life of their offlaner, and even Idar is going to pay for his mistake. Gens will secure a double kill for Parker.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
Lina. Parker is going to use his Swift Link in. He wants to acquire Mega Creeps. He has the BKB to make quick work of this barracks. And there's no glyph available, so he should be able to get it done and just walk away from this. But they send him up into the air. Noob playing distraction for Parker.
Illusion.
That should help.
Magic will respawn, still a 45,000 net worth disadvantage. Gens in firm control of this game.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
As Roshan will fall for the 4th time.
Immortality.
3 minutes left to tier 5 neutrals, as around that 60-minute mark, and this is the problem, right? Where it's at around the 60-minute mark, one team is likely to have mega creeps, right? It's difficult to end, perhaps, but they still have the mega creeps, and you have essentially suffocated Spirit Academy in their own high ground, so they won't be able to farm up those tier 5 neutrals by the time that Gens are able to, but it may not get to that, as Gens they are waiting. I'm not sure what they're waiting for, but they are waiting. Yodomi almost level 25. I've never actually seen a Treant Protector hit his 25. 450 AoE living armor. What even is that? What? He has an AoE living armor as his 25? Well, I mean, clearly that's balanced, guys. You know, that is okay. I don't know what to say to that. I thought the Legion Commander's AoE overwhelming odds, or rather press the attack, was insane because it granted you a BKB, essentially. But this is even more absurd. What, you can heal your throne as alongside your tier 4s, and you can heal your melee barracks, your range barracks, and your tier 3 tower at the same time? Because that's what it is, right? It's 450 AoE. Another Smoke of Deceit activated. Parker, he is going to jump right in. Shadow Fiend getting back to his base, or rather, he's already inside of his base. He has the False Promise. Parker taking in a lot of damage, will likely give up his first Aegis. The Black Hole comes out, capturing only 86. Refresh, another Black Hole. No, it was whiffed. 86 still going on strong, and Kiseki dishing out the right clicks, able to take out Parker. Lina Noob trying to get back, but brought back into his demise by the X mark. Spirit Academy are somehow, some way doing it at the back of 2 buybacks being committed by their supports. Gens. The question is, if you can't finish the game, what happens, guys? Are we is the first iteration of EPL Masters going to go on indefinitely for all time to come? This game is going to be replaying over repeatedly. I think the record for the longest Dota game was 7 hours. Let's see if we can beat it. Unlikely, we're only at 60 minutes, right? It's not as if this is an absurdly long game. And for the first time, Spirit Academy are able to push, or first time in a while, I would say, they're able to push past the river. Timeless Harmonizer available or crafted up by Russell, as he has that tier 5. Spell Amplification coming in at the back of him. You know, drop down your Eidolons, drop down your Midnight Pulse, your Malefice, use the Black Hole, and suddenly you have 18% Spell Amplification.
Radiant are scanning.
Hmm. 45,000 of a net worth advantage doesn't really mean all that much, especially as a team fight has already brewed up. Russell's going in with his first Black Hole. The Shadow Fiend just right-clicks him down with his BKB. No survivability. No time for his second Black Hole. Shadow Fiend just... I've never actually seen that. Oh, the fight? It's still going on. 86 caught Jing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As Jens, the lead is being chipped at. $39,000, down from about 45,000. Buyback on the Willow is going to be back up in about 30 seconds. 4.5 minutes for the Oracle to have his buyback. As Spirit Academy. Okay. Now let's talk about, let's talk about La La Land, like some fantasy version where Spirit Academy are able to push up high ground. Because at this point of the game, it's less so about how many objectives you have up, and more so your push potential, and whether or not you can end the game in one fell swoop. Aeon Disc procced. Noob tried to go in for a sneaky snipe. Was not successful.
Money to burn.
As he will just end up going back. Is going for a Moon Shard. As Parker is now, this is the state of the game where we're at, guys. Parker is dropping random eclipses around the map. Might as well, right? Every single hero in this game almost level 30. Nearly. I mean, Tukunka, he is about to hit his level 30. I am very surprised that Kiseki is far away from his 30. He is only level 27 at this point in time. Kunka will have the... I mean, it's not the best 30 talent. It's not the best 30 talent for the Shadow Fiend either. Right, but the Requiem at this stage is going to be surprising if you can actually land one successfully, at least on the cores here, because everyone has a BKB at this point. You have a refresher, so it's not as if you have like 7 seconds, like the BKB is watered down. You will refresh and pop the BKB again, so you more likely have a 14-second BKB. Sure, the fight can, you know, at this stage of the game, the fights are very short or very long. I wonder if Gens will know what to do in this scenario, right? Because this is one of those games where your only play in a complete stalemate is just take down Roshan repeatedly and attempt the same thing over and over again. A kind of sneaky maneuver inside of Spirit Academy's high ground where they don't expect it, hope to burst down 1 or 2 heroes, and then take out the throne. That's the play. Or the alternate, and this is something that South America has given us. Wits at one point against Liga team, he directly went for the throne with the spider legs. He was able to walk inside of the throne, use the spider legs, refresh, and was able to stay inside of the throne and just backdoor it. That could be where we are headed. Oh, 86, he'll jump right in before Gens can even react. However, the BKB has come out. They will disengage, but not before they lose Yadomi. The Treant Protector will lose his life, and there is a bit of a fence being created right now. Spirit Academy are marking their territory. They are putting out a statement to Gens. You cannot approach their high ground unless you want to die. In which case, please approach our high ground. Eclipse used on Roshan to try and take it down quickly. No max beams on Roshan means that it's a successful, could be a successful attempt, but they are losing their heroes. Ching as well as Idomi will instantly buy back. So does Batchuk. It's 86 in trouble, but the false promise is going to be there. But Russell was waiting for them. He'll use the black hole and take out Kiseki as well as 86. He is guaranteed to die. Gens, this might be it. This might be the point where they can finish the game, but they will have to get through these buybacks first. They will go back for Roshan, quickly attempting to finish it. And remember, Gens have used 2 of their buybacks as well. This is not a free game by any measure. Batchuk will go in immediately. Parker activates his BKB. Russell waiting on that back line, but Kiseki, he will fall down for about 120 seconds. 86 now has to do the impossible, try to fight back against Parker, who is running rampant. Parker, he might just end up falling over here. He's sent up into the air, still surviving, and will live. Spirit Academy have lost both of their cores, and despite of trying their very best to defy fate itself, it seems that time has caught up to them. They have fought long and hard, 68 minutes, mind you. And they may not have had the comeback that they would have wanted, but they have lived true to the name, true to the title of Spirit mentality that they love to tout. Can they do the impossible right now without their 2 cores? It doesn't seem like it. It's all coming crumbling down as Salian has fallen. Batchuk, now the one in trouble. A reverse ghost ship sent out by the Rubik. Glyph has come out, but 86, he has already tapped out of this game. Spirit Academy will lose game number 1, and Gens will be the first game victors. And that was an impossible game for Spirit Academy. From the mid to late game, they just simply were too far behind. And despite the fact that they put a phenomenal attempt at a comeback, they kept Gens away from their high ground for as long as they could. But in the end, it simply was not enough. Parker simply had way too much farm on his hands. He had way too much, quite frankly, way too much impact. So did the Lina, right? Noob running around with a Dagon was able to snipe away heroes. Russell coming in with multiple black holes as well. It did become really difficult. Of course, guys, that's not it. We still have the best of 3 lying before us. Spirit Academy, maybe they can take away a game or even the ends. Before that, though, we will have to take a look at the scoreboard. Parker has just done 91.9k damage as the Shadow Fiend. It is a bit underwhelming to see Kaseki only deal about 37,000 damage. He wasn't able to find his farm as effectively when his team would have really liked that one power spike. Batchik played out of his mind, even though he was coming in, without being on the main roster, at least as of yet. He was, it's supposed to be Kai, but Spirit Academy were playing with Batchik there. 86 had a lot of impact on the Kunkka. It was, I would say, a hero that wasn't supposed to do this well against this much AoE disable. Not to mention, you had the save, right? Jing had the shard very early on for the very first Tormentor, but he was able to get it done. Yodomi as well with the living armor protection, right? Despite of that fact, 86 was able to buy space, was able to come up with a lot of impact. 7 kills, 21 assists in a game that had very few kills, I would say. 34-40, sure, that may seem a lot, but for 70 minutes, that's not that high, right? 1.5 kill per minute, I would say. But phenomenal effort by Spirit Academy. I would say that the one thing that they do need to adapt to is the fact that they need to come up with better support rotations, considering they know how to. Idar and Salient are amazing with those Spirit rotations, and I think they need to go back to their Lion, perhaps for Idar. Salient needs to play a hybrid support, not just a purely defensive support, but also an aggressive one. They need to take the fight to Gens and not allow Gens to essentially, for the early to mid game, walk all over them. But that would be my advice. But every single game that Spirit Academy play, whether or not they win or lose, they make me more and more a believer in the Spirit mentality. Of course, guys, that's only game number 1. We will be back with the EPL Masters, the remainder of this series and another series. We will be back right after a short break, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the best of three between Spirit Academy as well against Team Gens. Spirit Academy held on for 69 minutes, and eventually they gave out, right? Mega Creeps were acquired a lot earlier on, and still 20 minutes past that, Spirit Academy were still somehow managing to find a comeback. This time around, will they manage the same thing? As Gens have picked up the Shadow Fiend by Parker, he wants to show Spirit Academy a thing or two about playing the Shadow Fiend. And I remember I have costed Parker playing the SF. He at that time, he would like to go for this hybrid magic damage Shadow Fiend build, something that we saw a few months ago, right? With the Yasha Kaya Blink Dagger build up from the safe lane. That's what he did previously. I wonder what he's going to do this time around. As a Snapfire is also picked up alongside a Lycan. Now, Snapfire is a good hero with a Lycan because you can also use the cookie on the Wolf. The Wolf has invisibility, so you don't actually know if you're going to get stunned or not, right? It can be deceptively strong in that very niche case. But you also have a Clockwork. Maybe it's probably going to be position 5 Clockwork, a Lycan on the off lane as well. And then you can also you can have a Snapfire on the mid lane if you see some other strong mid lane hero that you would opt in for. The only problem is that Spirit Academy, they haven't really revealed the mid lane pick right now. So that means that you could potentially have a scenario where the Snapfire is countered out, although there aren't too many counters to the Snapfire, apart from, say, a Viper or a Huskar. Spirit Academy could go for that. They have played the mid lane Viper before. But I think playing a mid lane Viper against South American players would be very interesting, at least the two, Yadomi and Parker, they're from South America, because they know exactly how to play against a Viper, and I'm sure they can lend Noob some advice regarding that. Not that he, of course, needs any, but it will just be a Snapfire on the mid lane. It will be a Lycan on the off lane and a Shadow Fiend as the carry. From my perspective, Shadow Demon for the save on the Shadow Fiend as well, pretty good. I prefer the Ringmaster because you have the Escape Act and then you have a really strong ultimate. But the Demonic Purge is really good against the Alchemist. The Demonic Purge is also really good against the Largo. Like, you can't sing your way out of that one. And Spirit Academy have to pick up a mid lane hero that packs it all in with the Alchemist. I would actually imagine that they're thinking of an Ember Spirit right now. You could go for something else like the Pangolier as well. That could be an option, especially against the Lycanthrope and the Snapfire. Even though I think the Pangolier would get rolled over, so too with the Ember Spirit. It's very difficult for a melee hero to actually work out against the Snapfire. So you would want to opt in for something ranged. But as far as that is concerned, Storm, not an option, or could be an option, but a risky one. Snapfire demolishes the Storm Spirit in the laning phase as well. So it's a bit of a tricky pick. Will they go for cheese and just go for the Viper or Huskar? Or will they go for something else? We'll have to wait and find out. Zeus could also be an option. In fact, I think with the Alchemist, he wouldn't need to build up that Aghanim Scepter himself, or even if he does go for the Aghanim Scepter, he'll have that reimburse, and then you can build up that refresher on the Zeus. So it will be a lot of earlier of a timing than they're used to. Coupled up with the Largo and the Alchemist, you could dish out damage. But here's my worry, right? Here's where I think that Spirit Academy could possibly falter. It's the fact that you're playing an Alchemist, right? And if you can't farm, if you can't get to your Radiance, your Blink Dagger at a suitable timing, then you're going to be too far behind. Not to mention, you're playing into a Lycan who the Alchemist is pretty weak against, especially in the laning phase, later on as well, as you're trying to farm in the jungle, and you have Spirit Wolves chasing after you, taking your farm, making sure you can't farm. That it's going to be a really big thorn, a wolf-sized thorn in the back of the Alchemist. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. They've used up most of their reserve time thinking about what they want to go for. They still haven't come out with a pick. Only 5 seconds remaining. Oh, wow. Again, they go for the Kunkka. I will say that 86, he had a pretty good time with the Kunkka, and this is going to be one of those lanes where you can actually use a Tidebringer to sustain, or rather, to dish out equal amounts of damage against the Snapfire, right? It's not that big of a deal, but you are playing a melee hero. The Shredder also does a bit of damage, even if Noob isn't going to go or isn't going to skill up the Shredder early on. I will say that the Torrent has a decently high cost range, and Noob has no protection against the X Mark Ghost Ship combo. So if 86 is able to land that, if Idar is able to come in, maybe they will have enough damage to take out Noob, but I see so much frontline available for him, for the Snapfire. You have the Clockwork, you have the Lycan, who is going to be trying to go for Salient, trying to take out the Oracle, trying to take out Idar, and he can't do that all by himself. So it will be interesting to see how gens who, in my opinion, do have a stronger draft, how if they'll just overwhelm Spirit Academy, because I think the Spirit Academy's draft is not stronger. I think that Spirit Academy's draft is actually weaker than it was last game. Because I as much, and it's very interesting. I feel like Spirit Academy baits me into a scenario where I think that their draft is weak, or that they have less odds of winning it, and then they give us spectacular comebacks. Even last game, they had spectacular comebacks building up, right? They weren't able to get it done. That's okay. They led me to believe that it's happening, that it's possible. And this might be another one of those scenarios where the Alchemist, despite of it being a very weak pick in this scenario, even against the Shadow Fiend, right? The right-click damage coming in from Parker is way too much for an Alchemist. It is interesting, though, that I'm seeing that, considering that my Team Pakistan, for the Esports Nations Cup qualifiers, won with an Alchemist carry. Yawar was our carry player. He had an Alchemist, and he was playing against the Shadow Fiend, and we won against that. And here I am suggesting that the Shadow Fiend is actually stronger than the Alchemist, because at the end of the day, that is what I actually believe. There's also the fact that the player experiences are taken into consideration as well. Parker is probably the strongest player in this lobby. Noob would be a very strong contender for what I just said. It would be between Noob and Parker. Yadomi, Russell, great players in their own right. Jing as well, a former Nemesis player. Spirit Academy, meanwhile, looking to prove themselves on the big stage. But I will say, from the time that they started, this is a team that has made phenomenal improvement. It's as if they're it's not even recognizable, the difference here, as Jing over on the mid lane gets caught. I do believe that it will be first blood. He has no disruption. Salient will draw it by taking him out, and Spirit Academy, like the previous game, get that early head start. Let's see how some of these lanes will pan out. Kiseki as well as Salient, Alchemist plus an Oracle. I think it could be okay for the Alchemist. Lycan is strong against the Alchemist. I do fully believe that, but you do have an Oracle beside you for the heal until Kiseki hits his Chemical Rage. And when he does, then he's going to be less worried about Russell, at least until Russell has the Dominator or the Overlord, as well as maxing out his Spirit Pulls. I think that at that point, he will be able to mess with the Alchemist's farm quite a bit. Mid lane is going to be interesting, as Kunkka 86 only has 2 CS right now. Noob has 7, a full creep wave of an advantage against this Kunkka. And it should turn, right? 86 should secure more creeps as soon as he has more levels come up for his Tidebringer. So when he's level 3, he should be able to secure creeps very easily, at least the 1 creep very easily, right? From every creep wave. That should start to add up. This bot lane is scary. It's scary both ways. You get stuck inside of the cogs, suddenly you get hit by a triple raise. Or even the battery assault for that matter, if he skills it up early on. Syntax are a team that love to go for the battery assault on their Clockwork before level 3. And at the same time, if you have the Inkswell on the Largo and he goes in and somehow he's able to plant down that stun on you, it is hard because you have a Clockwork. Ideally, that should not happen. But if that stun lands, then I don't know if you'll be able to make it out. At least in one piece, you might be sent back, the fast way into the fountain. but we'll see. Right now, it's just lost hits. And Gen started off kind of slow too, right? They didn't exactly pick up the pace until 15 to 20 minutes in. This is a game where I think their opportunity to pick up this pace is a lot quicker because you have this Lycan. So as soon as you hit that Dom timing, you should be able to rush down those towers. The Snapfire, as soon as you hit that level 6, you can look for an easy kill with your Mortimers. And not to mention, you're playing against an Alchemist, so you should be able to deter his farm quite effectively and quite easily, I would add.
Dire's courier has been
Even the Shadow Fiend is a hero that when, you rake up the souls, or rack up those souls, go through the gate, and the Alchemist can't do anything. Like, the Alchemist literally can't do anything. He's essentially a creep before his Chemical Rage. What is he going to do? Is he going to spray the AoE with some armor reduction and some 20 or 30 DPS? Is he going to throw out his chemical concoction stun on you? Like, there's nothing that the Alchemist has when he's outnumbered, right? Nothing like the Shadow Fiend with the Requiem or the Raises to dish out some, insidious amounts of damage. Yadomi. Oh, mid lane 86 again taking in a bit of damage, and he has started to stack up his lost hits. Level 2 Tidebringer has enabled him to do so. 19 lost hits, so not that far behind the Snapfire. He is behind, of course, but it's very difficult to stop Noob from doing what he is. Two gauntlets of strength available, so he has around 1066 HP. I think he... Okay, never mind. 86 has gone for double bracers, so that's why he has more HP. Otherwise, the Snapfire would. And he also has the infused raindrops, so additional survivability. He can withstand that scatter blast even if it is coming in at maximum or minimum distance for maximum damage. As Noob denies away or takes away an observer ward. And 86 doesn't have one right now, so unless he brings it in, he won't have vision over the power rune. Both teams, I would say, are doing reasonably well, but it's the first move that I'm waiting for. It should happen soon, and I think it should be coming from Gens because of the fact that they have this Clockwork who has rotated towards the top side. Disruption comes out. Kiseki has very little mana to play with, very little HP. Yadomi trying to throw out the cogs, barely misses. He missed the second one as well, just within an inch, but Noob, once more, he takes down 86. And there's no one nearby, which makes me think that this assist goal is only because of the rocket flare. Otherwise, that was a near solo kill, once more. Oh man, Noob is fantastic on the mid lane. I recall just Reddit threads of praise for Noob and his mid lane performance when he stepped up to that role for Nigma Galaxy. I even costed him in a grand final that Nigma Galaxy was playing versus Mouse, and even then his performance on the mid lane, or rather, sorry, it was the semifinals was against Mouse, the grand final was against Parry Vision, and his performance on the mid lane versus Mouse, who were a really strong team back then, I think they still are. He dominated the lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
6.5 minutes in. Idar playing it close, but keeping his distance. As 86, he wants the Shrine of Wisdom. The Spirit Wolves, though, they're going to know where he is. So 86, he will decide that he doesn't want the Shrine of Wisdom. He'll just go back. Salian, though, he's the one doing the deciding, but no matter how much Spirit Academy want the Shrine of Wisdom, it's just not happening for them. Gens have beaten them to the punch. In fact, Salian is going to be in trouble. Kiseki can throw out a stun, so Salian will be safe. Still no tower pressure coming out by Russell. It's only a matter of time, especially since his Dominator is ready and it's flying out towards him in the courier. But there's that move. Parker coming in through the gate. One raise. Waiting for the second raise. Decides not to dish it out. Concoction turns out is good enough, especially with 86 nearby. But the Mortimers start to rain down hellfire on top of 86. Although he still has plenty of HP, a triple raise on 86 is not enough to take him out. But Yodomi, he's trying to enclose 86 in the cogs and is successful. Spirit Academy unable to help out their mid laner as they lose him and only get the Shadow Demon in response. It's an okay exchange, I would say, but not great. Oh, Jing, another disruption. Parker, oh, he turned around, he missed his raise. It's not every day you see Parker making a mistake.
Dire's top tower.
Kiseki, though, meanwhile, struggling on that top side, expectedly. So I would add, it's a rough Alchemist game. I'm going to be honest with you. It's I just don't know where he can farm or if he can even farm. These supports are just going to run around him constantly. Like look at Russell's, Warpine Raider. His Warpine Raider is not even letting the Shadow Demon, or rather, sorry, the Grimstroke or the Oracle. He's not letting them be. What makes Spirit Academy think that they'll let Kiseki farm their carry? I suppose we'll just have to see what Spirit Academy's plan will be. And it's a decent plan to take out Yodomi. Stuck inside of his own cogs. That is a ironic death for the Clockwork. Noob, once again, making a rotation, has the boots of travel up. Unable to, or rather, doesn't find anyone in the triangle. Most of them were on that top side, as the Clockwork realized. Oh, Cookie into Mortimers to take out Idar. In fact, it may just be another kill as Jing has found a disruption on 86, but Noob isn't coming in. Now he is. But the ghost ship has come out and Jing's life is going to be forfeit. Got a bit too greedy there as Jing decided to attempt to secure yet another kill. But we're not able to do so. It's still a 2,000 net worth advantage, but like that previous game, Spirit Academy held the disadvantage. They made sure that it stagnated at 3 points in the game. When the lead was around 3,000, when the lead was around 11,000, and when the lead was around 45,000. The 45,000 one is less significant, but the 3,000 one is. If you can make sure the lead stays at this 2,000 to 3,000 mark and continue farming up for Kiseki, get to his Radiance, get to his Aghanims if that's what he's going for, or his just the standard carry build, then you have a chance. But only then. If this game snowballs out of control in favor of gens when you have an Alchemist on your side, there's no coming back from that.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning.
Hunting bounties.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Russell takes out the tower. And they found 2 towers so far. Bot lane tower isn't long for this world, considering how this game is turning out to be. Batchick is there, and it's hard to push against the Largo since you have the Frog Stomp, and he can clear waves easily, but it's still hard. And Parker, he's not going for the magic damage build that he previously used to. He is in fact going for the physical DPS. I suppose that's good enough. You really only need a certain amount of right clicks to take out the Alchemist. It's not that many, especially early on in the game before that 30-minute mark. And especially if he's going for the Aghanim Scepters, right? That means he won't have the survivability of just going for the Manta Style or Sanjin Yasha or whatever you stat-based item he is likely to make. You do need a Manta Style in this game, I think. There's not too much to dispel, so maybe he won't go for that. It's a hard game because the BKB isn't going to work either. There's a Shadow Demon against you, right? So the Manta BKB, those are not going to be as effective. Those set of items are not going to be as effective as in usual cases because of the kind of draft against you. But those are items that you need.
Radiant are scanning.
Parker almost has his Shadow Blade. As Noob and Yodomi are making their way in towards this bot lane, they have the Mortimers online once more. They have a Blink Dagger up, and Batchik is about to find out. He has already found out as he goes down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower is also going to fall.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
There's the three Tier 1 towers gone by. $4,000 of the lead now. There we go. This is just gonna happen again. You can't farm here. It is unacceptable to be farming at this part of the map when you don't have a tier 1 tower. Russell, he doesn't even need Noob, by the way. Noob being there is a bonus. Noob being there is simply a play he's making because he has the boots of travel and he sees an alchemist that is in a place where he shouldn't be. So he's definitely going to show up. But even regardless, if Noob isn't there, then there's an alchemist with a Lycan with a shapeshift, as well as a Helm of the Overlord at the 14-minute mark. All 3 cores from gens at the top of the net worth chart. And Spirit Academy, man, they have their work cut out for them. 86 though, he will attempt to earn his keep by trying to take out the Lycan, who's trying to teleport away. This is an interesting attempt at a teleport. Russell will go down. It took all 5 heroes to be able to do so, but they do manage to get it done and find the Ancient Black Dragon. So Kiseki, he will have an additional 250 gold. A 15.5-minute radiance is not that bad, considering how many times he's gone down. As Spirit Academy also take out Noob. Idar is going to find his killing spree. And it's not that bad, but it's still horrible. You know, somehow finding 2 core kills doesn't inspire more confidence in me for their team. It somehow just it's still. Oh, 86 takes out Yodomi. There's that bit of spare mentality that I like to see. You know, it's still too early to suggest that this is a potential comeback in the making, considering they are pretty far behind. But if 86 is able to consistently make space for his team, then they can end up doing it. And there's that Snapfire Cookie combination that I was talking about. You don't know if the wolf is there unless you have detection. In this case, they did, right? They did see the wolf, but even then, they weren't able to stop Celian's death. He still got hit by the cookie. Power of the invisibility plus a core Snapfire. 2026 shenanigans. This is just it just goes to show that the amount of innovation possible in the game of Dota is incomparable to any other MOBA. You know, as we all saw the comparisons, the debates of the League of Legends versus Dota 2 at EWC with Slacks, and I believe there were a few debates happening. There were the Slacks one was on the official cast or the official stream. Mortimers start to come raining down on Kiseki once more, and he has no recourse. Noob will find a double kill, and that looked super simple, but 86, he is about to complicate things by taking out Yodomi with that Ghost Ship combination. But what do you do now? You've used your combo, and now you are defenseless, apart from just BKBing and teleporting away, abandoning your tier 2 tower. Batchik is here, but he has no backup. Noob realizes this, and so he will go in with his Blink Dagger and Cookie combo. That's the 4th kill on Spirit Academy. 4 deaths, a tier 2 tower. It doesn't get any worse than that.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
It does. It can get worse than that. If the Kunkka died, that will be worse than that. But you know, it's. You take a look at the Shadow Fiend's farm on the left-hand side of your screens. 12,000 net worth for the SF, 10,000 for the Snapfire, and 9,500 for the Lycan. Meanwhile, the Alchemist has around 9,000, and so does the Kunkka. And sure enough, it is an Alchemist, so his net worth is slightly inflated. And he's not going for the Aghanim Scepter. I really like this maneuver. Going for the Aghanims could be a bit risky in this scenario. So if you're able to get to your BKB, your Blink Dagger, you know, your core few items, then you can actually contribute to your team. You can actually do something in those team fights rather than just being what I would say a headless chicken. There's another. Okay. I wasn't even able to finish my sentence. Was that just one hit of the Shadow Fiend? It was. 951 damage. He also had the Medallion of Courage, which further reduced the armor by about 7, or rather, sorry, 4. 4 armor reduction coupled up with the presence of the Dark Lord, which is around 9, so 13 armor reduction on the Oracle. He only has about 5. He has 5 armor, guys. So with 13 armor reduction, he dies in about 1 hit with a Silver Edge